Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的专心人。
在小富的嘴巴，在最穷的你们上，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林中跑啊跑。是只，只有老人头上的盘王架可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平王庄是不你在台上的以后才可以做的，所以我经常拿这个平王庄对着站在看待心眼。梦想地个台上的以后就像平王庄的样子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情的活大会，更是台人伟大老都唱对歌，其实都是平王包容我人唱台，祝福我人自由的象征。这条台上来，就像是太太外班的时候是什么样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同的生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴随我女面面台上来，也面面教我像啲细时只个人对平王嘅热爱进行落去，所以我十分坚决将头挂上。我啲过一次当作出发。我想对地个的体会当作有平王中。山下的歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在，我在舞台上唱出地个的故事，啲民俗的精神都上了革新的色彩。革新衣裳，唔只是俾你在相处的标志。伊是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束，做啲个披风弄开脚。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅传道中嘅一干。爱也是平王，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
him from slamming them down. We'll be able to find the Grand Slam damage as a result, as both of these monks now just pressure each other. Xiao Nan has to drop the ultimate first though, and that sets the double grab up for GS. Enough damage is done, and coming through with the Yui ultimate.
Team are fighting AOW here. Eagle getting jumped onto. The massive lockdown with the whiff onto Eagle. Gets the charge kick to counter everything in the week one coming out of it. They are trying to finish up Ping Tao, maybe with the bow shots.
Incredibly early as QGG is going to be flipped up into the sky by the longsword connection. TXC tries to keep everyone safe. The Temi ultimate coming through to try and keep KLA locked down in this dome. KLA coming in with the finisher. QGG playing off of the momentum and stagger off that nunchuck. Been removed. Kakashi not able to find the parry opportunity that they're looking for, but still has closed up the distance to deal with the flamer coming through from AOW. Catches Ping Tao in the full meter dump. Wukong's able to survive with the bell, might be able to turn it on to Kakashi, but Kakashi uses the bell of his own. Hot swaps with the Soul Bloom to get a refresh on their health. Grabs Bowder's Meitan, gets the slam to connect, gets the Karumi Tether as well to keep himself healed up all the way through as he finds another player and finds another double grab. Lin is absolutely dumpstering all of the players around him. There's the Karumi ultimate. Surely this is Alliance's last hurrah in this match.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的真心人。
你最想负责的吧，在最穷过你们仨。小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅盘王雞可以教我定路腳譜。我爺對我講，平王裝是俾你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平王裝對着將在看待新顏。夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活帶會，更是台人為得老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就負我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛盡顯露出。所以我十分堅決將頭歌上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平王裝。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一環。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
太过耀眼，往往成为众矢之的。但如果没有傲视群雄的心态，你永远不能以神自居。
又一次在周决的舞台上落败，我们拥有不输给任何人的个人实力，但是3排赛绝不是靠身法就能打好的。
是，利用提前倒下了之后，对面赤焰无名开了，是小伟开的。这一波直接波将里面带对方。吉安行也交了斩马刀上来，太高了。是这一波这个计算顺拆了一下火，但T1两人都是残血，小伟这边直接被索命。
天赋或许是大家成为职业选手的关键，但如果没有一颗追求胜利的心，终究会被其他对手超越。
这个赛季 Nbpl 队伍的整体强度上升了一个台阶。虽然我们以大佛阵容著称，但是新体系的运营，我们也不逊色任何人。
把对面的天海大师跟小人全部隔开了。是，这边要硬拆，后面这边血线已经很长了，这边再被这一个，小辉这边有可能要被秒。直接开始单防了，人数上也占了优势，并进过来打一刀，但是又是个重剑器，血线很残。对，但现在就剩老实人了，这边也没有奥义，虽然说有个斩马刀，但这边被震。
XCG 仿佛陷入了周决赛魔咒，与常规赛截然相反的表现让我们十分苦恼。我们也在尝试走出困境，最后一个双周拼尽全力。
虽然我们2次夺得周决赛亚军，但是在大家的心目中，我们依旧缺乏稳定性。最后一个双周，我们势必剑指周冠。
而且新独角是等到最后才闪失出来的，自己掩护一下自己队友。图图这边有追魂吗？而且这边帮拆了一手，如果追魂能先闪走，而且这直接索命，队友配合，再来个七星夺鞘，这一波七星夺鞘立大功。
经历过去年杰杯的洗礼，我坚信。当前的 G Team 已经完成蜕变，
这边直接把风之牢笼交了，看见张哥这边又有了，一解除妖袭要推了，他怎么这么快的大招啊？现在又有一个妖袭，然后配合自己的人马连斩，这边2刀带走苏苏，再吃一个花，这个里面又有一段妖袭，再开始，他疯了，扎克依靠这个封印简直拿到了太多淘汰分，金色斩马刀跟他合二为一。他这个人马连斩伤害打得真的太疼了，这里也虽然说是神将，但是撑不住啊！
我们的目标远不止这一次的周冠军。
Everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hipbrain and I'm joined by John P as we're kicking off the final day of the bi-weeklies here at the final bi-weekly as well at the trios. John, welcome first of all. I think it's your second show with us, so excited to come back in and hop back into it. We've had an amazing run for this bi-weeklies. A lot of records got smashed on Sunday last week. I think we're in for a doozy, and TE have some work to do now after what KLA did on Sunday.
Yeah, KLA's been a team that somewhat impressed me even back when I think my first show I did was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it was the second bi-weekly that we saw. And they just come off winning the first bi-weekly, of course. So I'm really excited to see how KLA continue to perform going into this final bi-weekly that we've got going on today. Like you said, T got a lot of work to do, but not only them, I think the other teams around them have got a lot of work to do. One thing to note, of course, that I don't think KLA are playing today because they've used up their two games already, if I'm correct. Their 2 days, sorry. So this now is a great opportunity for the teams around them to really make a statement to say, okay, we can close that gap.
Yeah, and the thing is it's not actually like an overly big gap for TE to close. It's like 60 points, I think, maybe. It might even be even less than that. I'm trying to go off the top of my head from last Sunday. But the problem with TE is they're so hit and miss. They had, I think it's 110 points going into today already. Like they have a really, really high score. And then I believe KLA are only on like 160, 170-ish area. The problem that they've got though is, yeah, TE, they seem to sometimes have really, really good days and then really, really bad days. So in any other scenario with a team who are more consistent, I'd say first is well up for grabs for them, but with TE, you never really know what form you're going to get them on. And this is typical TE, because back when they were FPX last season, this is the exact problem they used to have, inconsistency. And I think that's been the kind of major point that we talked about across all of our time here at the Nbpl. But something you can get while you join us for that time here watching the Nbpl, so you can grab yourself some Twitch shops. You've got your Tay, your Spectral Silk, you get yourself a Trial Choice gift and that 10 times XP bonus. That's, wait, is that our bi-weekly one? No, that's the bi-weekly ones are the one down. So you can grab yourself that if you watch on the bi-weekly as well. So do make sure you keep yourself your account tied up, and you can get yourself a bunch of goodies. You obviously want those Tay if you are a newer player, getting one of those free codes, unlock all the heroes. But here we go, having a look at where everybody is sitting. J Team in 18th. I think that's the big one on this side of the list right now. They still get to play today, but they scored 3 games of 0 points on Sunday. They had a just downright awful day. And keeping in mind, they were coming off winning the bi-weeklies last time around on bi-weekly 3, and they are having an absolutely shocking performance so far. And they look lost. They picked it up in the last 2 games, but they looked so lost last Sunday. And today, they've got to make it into that top 14 if they want to make it back into that bi-weekly spot, where they can kind of defend their title. No team has won bi-weeklies more than once this split. So there's still, you know, chance for one of these teams to kind of take that title to themselves and be the only one for the season to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we've sort of seen, right? For some of the top teams, the likes of T, the likes of J teams, and these top teams that we're so usually associated with winning, are just, they can't seem to get that inconsistency out of that game. And then you've got, you know, the likes of WBG, JDG. JDG was a team that actually impressed me back in bi-weekly number 2. They didn't perform the best, but, you know, obviously they've used up both days worth of games so far, so we won't be seeing them moving up the leaderboards too much. But WBG, though, coming off a 75-point day in day number 1, almost really alongside the likes of Alliance. You know, they can go in today, put another 70 to 80-point day, and they're right back in the mix, pushing themselves up the leaderboards as well. So we'll have to wait and see how these teams do perform going into this final bi-weekly day, of course. But that's the big story, right? KLA top again, 210.5 points. However, those teams behind them, though, quite easily able to close. One thing to note, though, Jake, them top 3, they've already used up both days of games.
Yes, they have, absolutely. T have a chance. I reckon T would, well, I mean, unless it's just the worst day ever, T will make it into top 3. They should be able to knock JL out. They're only 2 points behind them. It's absolutely bonkers to me that a 156-point game happened. If we go back to season 1, you know, or not even a year ago, like 9 months ago, it's crazy to think, but back then, a 50-point day would be enough to guarantee you first for maybe even the bi-weekly. Like, that's how much everyone has brought their scoring up. Yes, there's more kills with the fact that the Roma Yang kind of gives revives to a whole bunch of players and a whole bunch of teams, but honestly, the scoreboards coming in, the points that these teams are putting together are absolutely huge. And like we said, we've got A and B playing today. TE, they've got to score a lot if they want to make it into that first. And remember, a portion of what you earn during the bi-weekly regular, the whole portion of that score gets turned into your score as your starting point for the bi-weekly finals. So that big day, that 210 points is going to translate into maybe 2 to 3 games worth of points for the side of KLA to work with. So they're going to have a massive advantage over some of these teams. Like, if JT can make it to the bi-weekly finals, they're starting on such an unbelievable back foot because of the points that they will have. Unless they have a 150-point day, it's going to be a hard ask. I mean, there's a bunch of teams here I do think are real coin toss teams. Teams who just don't seem to be able to perform amazingly consistently, but when they perform incredibly. Otherwise, they just play bad, straight up bad. J-Team, big example of that. TE, as much as right now they're in 4th, I'm going to call you out, TE. You need to be consistent because you are plagued by inconsistencies. It's been the story of this roster forever. And I mean, T is such a storied roster. These guys are, as you can see, the top of the average points, but this is a team who won the first ever World Championship under the J-Team flag. The same roster from then. Moved on to FPX. Absolutely slammed records on FPX for season 1 and 2. Kind of fumbled at Worlds and then reformed after FPX left under this TE banner. And there's been a lot of hype around them, but even with KLA getting that 156-point game where they broke 2 records on Sunday. One for the most kills on a single player in a single game, and then most points in a day. They're still behind TE on average points. So as much as I can argue inconsistencies, the graph do show us that TE still do score relatively consistently.
Yeah, and that's something, and it's one of the reasons why I love NARAKA so much. And I know myself and you, Jake, we've had countless conversations about sort of the point system and the scoring system, and how, okay, even though a team might necessarily not look like they're playing fantastically and setting the lobbies on fire, you know, with the multipliers, with the placement multipliers, the kill multipliers, it just still allows you to keep yourself in the standings and in the game and in the competition for so much longer. But look, TE, we know the talent that this team has. They're world champions or former world champions for a reason, like you said. But I'm also, you know, glad you mentioned that they had that somewhat blip in the road, that somewhat bump in the road. But you know, when the FPX initially left and they formed under TE, it didn't look good coming off the back of Worlds. I'm almost surprised that they've not took away from that and come in and been more of a consistent powerhouse and learned from their mistakes. I think it's almost like a little bit of complacency might have slipped into their minds, but we are going to be heading into relatively soon, though.
We've been saying that since day one, man. Like, we're like, why can't this team just win like more than one day in a row? Like, this is a team who, back when 70 points was considered to be an absolutely bonkers day, they were the first team to break that 70 mark. Like, they looked really, really solid, and then crumbled and fell apart. It's interesting to see XCG here as well, because they're a team who I think we haven't really talked too much about. They won the second season of the Nbpl. This is a team who, you know, also storied as well, but they've kind of gone under the radar. And this is something me and Moxie were talking about quite a lot on Sunday, was it feels that there's so many teams who we just don't talk about, who are very middle and are very capable of taking it, but the attention's always on these bottom teams and these big teams. There's so many big teams that you got to kind of get your eyes on. EWG performed really well last week as well on Sunday, had an absolutely killer day. So there's a bunch of teams that you kind of got to get your eyes on outside of that. I think GG are playing today. They're someone I've talked a lot about as a team who are always in the top 3. They were always a podium team, never always a bridesmaid, never the bride. They always kind of second, third every game they played, and never really won through taking it all. But this season, they have looked a little bit more lost. They've definitely struggled a little bit more. So I'd like to see GG also step up to the plate. I could list off teams endlessly that I want to see step up to the plate. I think this might be the big one, though. J-Team, they've really got to get their act together today.
Yeah, and one player that I'm looking at to sort of help them do that is 101, right? Like, I mean, he's a player that I was so impressed with when I saw him back in bi-weekly number 2. I unfortunately didn't keep up with the games that we saw back in bi-weekly number 3, so I'm sort of unfamiliar with how he performed in the last bi-weekly. But I think he was a player who got 2 MVPs out of that bi-weekly that I was on with Derby. He looked so consistent. He was really stepping up for the squad. He's a player that, if you need someone to go clutch, you can almost guarantee that he's a person that can put up a lot of damage, a lot of assists, for example. So really interested to see how J-Team can bounce back in here. But as we cycle through these other teams you mentioned, there's so many coin flip teams in that middle of the pack region, right? And we're almost just waiting, and I'm almost screaming as casters and analysts that some of these big teams, Jake, they're here for the taking. You know, they don't almost look as good as a lot of these teams probably think, and maybe it's that little bit of fear factor installed in some of these teams to say, okay, we need to respect TE, we need to respect the likes of J-Team. But I really would like to see some of these middle of the pack teams, you know, that are sitting in the middle of the standing, probably grab the game by the scruff of their neck and try something different.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because obviously in game they can't see who they're dropping on, they can't see who they're fighting versus until the kill feed pops up. So what it shows to me is it's those teams maybe not understanding exactly how to start their game off, how to kind of play that aggressive style. We saw Spider really shake up solos when he joined in Season 2, and the whole lobby had to get aggressive to match his aggression. I feel like there's a bunch of teams who need to match the aggression of these very, very snowbally teams, because if TE do take a grip of the game, if XCG do take a grip of the game, you know these teams are going to run away with it. As we are getting on to Morrisile for our first game of the day. We'll have a quick look at what the lobby's going to be looking like. A lot of this Takeda comps actually coming in with the Z-Ping and the Matari. There is a couple of the traditional Yoto comps as well there with the Viper and the Wushen. And then just having a quick look, we have got the Sandy Storm version of the Monk comp. J-Team are running traditional Transformer. overall, we've seen a rise in this Takeda comp. We saw it a lot on Sunday. People were picking up Takeda way more than they used to and putting a little bit less emphasis on Monk. I pray that this is the end of days for Monk. I am so goddamn bored of this hero. I want to see a rise in it. Something I do want to see is a comp that me and Rune were talking about a few weeks back. It was this new comp that's been showing up where you actually run a Justina as the carry. We haven't really seen too many people pick it up yet, though, but it is very strong into Monk because you run Viper, you run Justina, and I think you run Matari. I can't remember what the third is. Or no, you actually might just run... it's the Yoto comp without Yoto, and you just run Justina instead. And you just have infinite CC. It's brutal. It's really brutal, but pretty spread out drop on the map here for the beginning of this first game. Probably just going to see a bunch of little skirmishes and then rotations towards those runway yanks.
Yeah, it's always important to get a good start, especially coming into the final bi-weekly. Of course, final day of the bi-weekly, you don't want to be putting yourself at a disadvantage already, so... few teams seem to be dropping in quite close proximity to each other. A few early skirmishes, like you said, no doubt a few of those early revives will have to come through, and then we'll see really how the game starts to take shape when the Realm of Yang is brought into play. And it was actually, before we come on air, we were sort of praising how glad we was that the Realm of Yang was sort of brought into NARAKA, right? Because there was almost a time, especially in trios, where there was somewhat of a little bit of downtime and some dull moments, but that Realm of Yang has really revitalized the way that NARAKA has been played, especially in trios. But already, it looks like the side of TE, they're going to try and get themselves straight into some skirmishes.
Yeah, it's this hot drop in this area. They want to get the Fireflies, build up that rage, and KZ, they just were able to get their weapons first and already able to take a kill onto Leo. VVV under fire here for the scale rush coming out from Lily to keep the pressure up onto these members. They've got so much healing with the Z ping, though, to keep them up and alive as VVV tries to scale rush back through, throws down the Takeda ultimate as he did pick up some of those Fireflies, but he's too low to hold on for any longer. Down he goes, and KZ able to take out TE nice and early. Not the start that they needed, as J-Team, on the other hand, already kicking it off with 2 kills. Jin gets grabbed, he gets slammed, and J-Team, they're going to win their drop.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, T, did you listen to anything we said coming into the start of the game? We needed a good start out of the... Well, but either way, though, it looks like J-Team, they've been caught with their pants down as the side of GS. They're going to come through. The Monk Transform obviously was available from Zhao. Does get the grab, finds the kill as well. So now for the side of J-Team, it's going to be Eagle and ZK left to try and grapple their way and jiggle themselves out of trouble. Just wanted to stay alive. No need to give up too much space and any more early deaths on the board for them. But already, we've had them early skirmishes. We've had them early fights. Standard stuff that we usually really see contested for drop spots when it comes to NARAKA. But one thing I like about trios within NARAKA, we see often that, you know, a team, as soon as you pick up that first pick or you do a little bit of damage, that instant collapse onto the squad to try and find that team wipe, right? It's an almost instantaneous reaction from these teams. And it's a playstyle that I really, really like to see because they know how important it is to continue picking up these kills.
Poor Eagle, he's run out of grapples, he's been chased down, Sandstorm's there. They're trying to just keep him locked in place, got that Zephyr on as well. Charge clip from the Katana, Bell gets popped, but that is not going to do much for Eagle. He is down as GS were able to run him down. I didn't see if they were able to go around and pick up 101 TN, who had been knocked down earlier. We'll see if they were able to get them, but OUG now find themselves here in a fight versus GG. LXM caught by the Zephyr himself, taken down nice and easy. Now man advantage to OUG, and they are going to make very, very quick work of the GG boys as incoming with a Yoto slice there to finish them up. OUG able to finish them up. Full squad wipe for them. Over to JJH now, who are just finishing up the remainder of Wolves. It's been a sad season for Wolves. Wolves are a team who we've always praised, we've always loved to see, but they just haven't really had that early aggression and that style that we've seen out of them time and time again. Didn't realize that Wolves are actually rocking the Justina here, though. Sorrow desperately trying to get away. Looks like Godly's going to go for that transformation to try and find a grab onto LXX, as Wolves actually have got all of their members up and in the area, but they've been scattered to the winds. And JJH use that transformation, force them away from one another, but Wolves have now got to somehow regroup to try and win this fight and save Sorrow's life, as he is dodging away on the fists there from Godly, as he is almost out. No, the grab comes in. He threaded the needle. Sorrow is down.
Oh, and like a hungry pack of wolves, unfortunately, they're on the wrong side of it. They separate one player away. Sorrow gets caught with a grab. One of the players say, where you going, boy? Not today. Easy stuff for JJH to clean up, and now they turn their attentions to 14. Unfortunately, does manage to find one. It is going to be Water who initially drops, and 14 doing a great job here, but in the 1v2, manages to delay just long enough for his teammate to come over, and now Godly, relatively low, is going to fall, and the 3v2 that was in favour of JJH, all of a sudden, Wolves have flipped it on its head. Great clutch up there from the duo.
That was incredible play there by Wolves. They actually might get to Storrow in time to save him. So as soon as I criticize Wolves, they find an opening and they actually do pressure up onto it. GD currently looking at just the 3 members. They are all in the area. Kakaxi has somewhat been isolated from his team, but Gen now going to jump in. We're going to have a full 3v3 to open it up. Pops the ultimate, gets the damage down to Kakaxi. The burst is absolutely phenomenal. Still got all of the charges of the F. Lands them onto 2 there. Takes a cannon shot. The invisibility's there, but the counter comes in. Throws the F to make sure the follow-up doesn't come down onto him, as so much damage is landing onto these GD members. They've got a Z-ping, though, to keep the healing up. One more charge from Gen on his F. It has finally gone down, and down they go. 2 members full. Make it 3. Gen on the run, but Ventus is coming in with that 3rd party. The Bane's Breath thrown down by Ventus as well. So they own this fight. They own this zone. There is no room for GD to maneuver anymore. They need to just about get out as WX98 gets himself caught up, but he's onto K. K's down. Ventus with a very, very cheeky 3rd party there, able to pull that one off.
Yeah, that's just great map awareness, right, of the fights that are happening around sort of where you're located. So really, really good job from Ventus. They collapse onto the 3rd party. They sense an opportunity and they take it. And unfortunately, though, for GS, they're down to just 1 remaining player momentarily. For the side of the King, though, I know my boy Dabby watching at home is a huge fan of the King. Unfortunately, the games that I've seen, and they've not looked in the best of form at the moment. They're one of the teams that have been sort of the bottom half stragglers towards the bottom of the standings, but we know the talent that lineup can hold at times. But either way,
I'll be real with you, bro. The King, when we talk about like consistency, the King are consistent. They are consistently at the bottom of the table. They have not been a good team. I'll play them, don't worry.
I'm here trying to impress and be nice on the broadcast. And Jake's out.
Nah, I just straight out play.
Jake's throwing monk grabs left, right, and centre. The team's fields, but for the side of Alliance, though, they've turned their attention over to OUG. Yes, the Yoto ult does come out, but to no avail, unfortunately, is going to be Alliance who cleans up shop at WBG, though. They're going to come in for the 3rd party. Alliance just trying to put a little bit of distance between them, get their heals up and running, get them replenished. But WBG, though, makes sense here that with the Bane's Breath being put down as well, they could be in for some potential success.
Yeah, Alliance own that Bane's Breath as well, so for the next 30 seconds, it's very hard to fight them while you're in that zone. They do have the added help of that, being able to stagger and burst through the shields. As Lin is going to be able to finish up OUG's The King. Is going to get himself caught out and taken down. Nice and easy, Lin secures that kill. The old poison splash there from the Soldier, just to add some salt in the wound. As OUG actually still feeling quite comfortable to jump in onto Alliance, even in the Bane's Breath. We're about to time out. They're going to try and finish these guys up. SS, though, the pole sword doing so much damage on Wushen ult out. Make sure they get Karen out as well to make sure that they can get the revive off. And Alliance able to walk away and limp away from that one. That could have been a lot closer for them. And now they're about to lose their revives as well. So there won't be that spawn in revive anymore. So if they go down to OUG here, they're just going to be out of the game pretty much at this point. As you can see, the Realm of Yangs are starting to spawn up. Having a quick look at who's in the area. There is also a Draco Storm Mora's Blessing. Not for the teams know it, but if they did know it, they probably would avoid it. It's pretty empty. Hard shift of the circle there, but we'll probably see a bunch of teams actually looking to contest up on that northern Realm of Yang, where we've got 3 teams all looking to try and get their hands on it. J-Team, GS, and Wolves all desperately trying to get their hands onto this Realm of Yang. It's going to spawn up, and GS are the ones in. They're going to be playing versus J-Team, so J-Team also made it in. It's going to be a very, very good fight. J-Team running that traditional monk comp. Of all the monk comps, has the highest win rate inside the realm of Yang. In fact, the lowest win rate of any team comp is that Transformers comp. Eagle already chunked out, has got the transformation available. He's going to pop the bell and pop the transformation. Is he going to get off in time? Yes, he is already. Lue loses a lot of HP. Sandstorm goes down. Ant's trying to keep the pressure up onto Eagle, slowly trying to chip away that health, but Xiaohu gets grabbed by Eagle. They're going to get the damage off onto him. They might not be able to find the slam, although I say that, and they do get the slam down onto him. Gets almost the re-grab off. Doesn't quite land it that time as Ant's putting some pressure onto ZK. ZK's healing, though, is keeping them alive as Lue does get himself grabbed up by Eagle. Eagle not going to be able to get the slam because he gets staggered back and they're able to wiggle their way out. Eagle about to lose that transformation and he has no armor. Immediately grabbed there in response as J-Team's 101 TN keeping the pressure up. Makes sure the stagger's coming down, but Eagle's low. Gets the grapple away to safety. Almost gets re-grabbed. Ant's keeping the pressure up onto him. They're going to immediately turn onto Ant. 101 TN's keeping the pressure down. Eagle is somehow able to slide behind the pillar and get himself a heal off. 101 TN gets grabbed, but he can't get slammed. And now 101 TN separated from the team. Keeps the pressure up as Ant goes down. The damage is going to be there onto 101 TN, though, as GS are falling apart. They are crumbling inside this realm of Yang here to J-Team, but it's not over yet. Everyone's health bars are low. This is anybody's realm to take, but J-Team will win.
Oh, it was so back and forth, a nail-biting and cagey affair, to say the least. I almost thought that J-Team, with the instant pop on the transform from Eagle, almost might have been used it a little bit too trigger-happy, because then the counter-transform from Zhao comes through. Unfortunately, though, J-Team, they chunked so much damage onto those other remaining players. They walk away with the Vermilion Bird's Might, the first one of the game and this final day of the bi-weekly final. So that's a nice old buff that J-Team have got here going in for the next couple minutes or so. Be interesting to see who there was another realm of Yang going on as well at the same time.
XCG one there.
XCG, there we go. So that's gonna be a Vermilion Bird's Might coming on board for them also as well. So two teams here that we said needed to have good games, anticipated that they could have good games, both started off well with early realm of Yang wins.
Yeah, I actually think J-Team have a heptid attached on one of those legendary Soul Jades. It's always a bit of a pain because the game client, funnily enough, is in Chinese, which means I have no idea what Soul Jades they have until I see what goes off. I'm pretty sure I saw a Hector come out in the middle of that fight. I might be wrong. There was a lot going on. XCG, I couldn't tell you. I have absolutely zero idea what they've got. I can say got a purple longsword. Got that Vermilion Bird's Might as well. So they've got for the next, 160 seconds. We're going to keep the pressure up. Now, J-Team aren't on the graphic saying that they've got the buff. I assume that's just a bug. Because I'm pretty sure I saw them pick it up.
I saw it a minute ago, yeah. It did pop up.
Yeah, okay, so they do have it.
When we switched to XCG, I think it just showed them as the latest buff instead. But no, definitely J-Team do have their buff on board, I think.
You'd hope so. That'd be real miffed if
it'd be a waste of realm of Yang otherwise, right? And a bit of waste of time regardless. But here come Ventus though. They are going to spot one player in the fog. I think we're just hanging out. We're getting our spidey senses at the top of the building.
It's been a while since I've seen a team do that. That's like season 1 behavior, season 1, season 2 behavior before Realm of Yang, where teams just used to wait out the final circle and just sit in the top of buildings. Now the game's way more aggressive, so that is not the right call for a team with 0 kills. Right now, TE they're achieving nothing by waiting there. They really need to try and get on the map, try and find some kills, see if they can get some advantages somewhere. Maybe they're going to wait it out until the Bird might wear off so they can at least get something from their wins. But Ventus getting himself in a bit of a fight here versus the King. Just looking to put some damage on with that staff onto Xinyuan for the moment. Ali gets himself chunked out. WX98 doing a lot of work there actually onto Ali as the Wu Shen ult out comes through. Ventus able to grab themselves their 3rd or 4th kill there. 4th kill there. We're quite happy with that one as the King able to get himself the revive off, but now they don't have that Wu Shen bailout. They do get the revive off, but again, immediately, WX98 with the spears doing so much work, and Ali has to fire back with the Yoto ultimate. This will scatter them away for the moment if you can land those shots, but a Wu Shen ultimate comes out as well. I don't believe all of Ventus were caught in that. Actually, VVV from TE coming in. I said they need to do something, and they found an opportunity. They found an opening. TE take out Leo, the beautiful third party. Now putting the pressure onto Jinyu here, as they are just going to get so much work done. Transformation comes out from WX98. He can't wait around anymore. Ventus That was not what they needed at all.
Great opportunist play though from T. I think they only come out with one, maybe two, if I'm correct. But either way though, you said that they needed to sort of slip themselves into third or fourth gear, and they can't afford to be waiting out and hanging in the top of buildings. So they closed that gap. They anticipated the team fight and they third party well. And well, unfortunately for the side of Ventus, they are going to lose the player. It is going to be now 3 versus 2. Because you see the side of the King, you mentioned that they're consistently at the bottom of the leaderboard, but not so far in this game. They're going to pick up a squad wipe. That's 3 kills on the board for the King.
That was a really nice use of the bow as well there. As TE, though, coming in with that third party, they've got TXJ's ultimate up for him, so they can use this in the zone. They're going to have a lot of work to do. TXJ slides in, Windwall goes down. Here comes the ultimate from TXJ. Misses that first slash, is looking for the second, unable to get it, tries to reposition, does catch onto Buo on the tail end of that, but Wu Shen ult out. Means that they're not going to be sticking around for too much longer. And that should just be TE, forcing them further away, though. Ali, he's pretty okay. He's got a long time before he's under any real threat from this Realm of Yang. It is early, so it's not going to do too much dot damage. Has still got a pot to use. He's probably going to have to use it. Oh, my word. He got stuck. No way. He got stuck. On
my...
Just pop.
Oh, my... We've nearly seen 2 players from...
There's no way. Oh, Buo.
They're going to close the gap. They're going to close the gap. They know that the player's vulnerable. They're going to keep him hanging outside as well. And that tick damage, although it's only slight, it's going to do somewhat damage when you've got 3 players from a World Championship squad breathing down your neck. Buo does manage to parry one, but not much longer. The King, we'll see you later. You just stay inconsistent.
Man, TE get that third party off. They don't get all the kills they want, but TXJ is actually heavily chunked out here. VVV does have that ultimate up and available to them if they need to throw it down. They're going to try and reposition and heal up. Miss Kia getting the damage off is just going to be able to steal away the goodies as TE do get the revive onto TXJ thanks to the Wu Shen just to reposition away. They used a lot on a trade where they actually only got 1 kill because 2 went down to the corruption. Pretty rough stuff as GS. Unfortunately, they did the trick where you buy a revive charm and then get that one person to go down and revive them so they lose the corruption, the Realm of Yang debuff. But unfortunately, that does mean that you are now down a player. So do go down to OUG. Unfortunately, not really too much they're going to be able to do about that one. Leaving GS in a pretty scary scenario where they've been eliminated. So they don't have to be scared anymore because they're gone. Right now, having a quick look, GD are actually leading the charge. GD were really good on Sunday as well. Right now, 8 kills in their pocket. OUG actually have 11, and J-Team have 9. So it's nice to see J-Team bouncing back. You can see that red line just under 14th. You need to be in the top 14 if you want to make it to the bi-weekly finals on Sunday. And J-Team, they want to make sure that they get as many points on the board today as possible, not just to get into that top 14, to also make sure that they can have as good a start. Because when you're going up versus the amount of points that TE are going to be starting with, KLA are going to be starting with, EWG, all of those teams, you're going to be sweating it a little bit. Because some of these teams have, well, all of those teams have real big points and are going to start in that bi-weekly with an absolutely phenomenal start. So they're going to have some work to do. But J-Team, golden jewel swords onto Eagle. Fantastic for the Monk. Remember, his damage is based on the quality of his gear. So if he has golden weapons, gets extra damage. If he has good armor, he has extra health in his Monk transformation. So very expensive team to run in that sense, as we will actually see them taking a fight versus XCG. This is from a little bit earlier where they were able to use that transformation. You can just see the damage when you got the gold in our hands, get the double grabs. Look how much damage this is going to do from the slam. Absolutely catastrophic for XCG.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for XCG. They run into J-Team and ultimately, by the seams of it, very much paid the price. And those were the 2 teams that actually come at the back of the Realm of Yang with the Million Birds Might buff, right? So 2 teams that won their Realm of Yang to go head-to-head. Unfortunately, for the side of XCG, it was J-Team who did inevitably come out on top. But either way, though, with just under 12 minutes left to go in game number 1 here on Morris Isle, it certainly lived up to the expectations that we thought was going to see quite a fast start from some of these teams. I think think you mentioned what we've got. We've got 3 or 4 squads already up and over sort of the 9 to 10 kill mark already here in game number 1, which is fantastic to see. But well, Wolves, although they are back on that map from that earlier cleanup against the side of the King, I think we do see that the Mystic Might is available for both KCG and J Team still. Well, only 30 seconds left for either side, but nevertheless.
Yeah, definitely good start here for J Team. Obviously, we'll keep our eyes on them over the day. Hopefully, this is a good day for them because they seriously need it. As UG also having an absolutely phenomenal day here. Can see that J Team and GG just finding each other at the moment, just taking a couple of cannon shots, seeing if they need to build up any rage, any chip damage away. But so J Team actually don't have any interest in fighting, especially when there's a ballista in the nearby area. So it makes sense why they decided to back off, as Dongqing takes a little bit of splash damage there from that ballista, but isn't actually going to get himself hit. It's very much a waiting game for these next round of Yanks now at this point. I think these teams are going to be waiting to see what they can get off the back of that. J Team, I believe they picked Amora's Blessing up or something because they had a Mystic Might for a little bit. And they've got those golden weapons. So they are going to be very eager to get in this Roma Yang with the weapons and with the gear. They've all got purple armor. They're all very, very geared up. I mean, that's a purple cannon and golden jewel swords on their monk. They're pretty much at max build at this point. Like, other than like Soul Jades, they're as good as it gets at this point. They're going to want to try and get some good weapons on to their Yue Shen as well, because similar to the monk, does obviously scale off armor and weapon quality in their transformation. But that Roma Yang will be spawning up soon, so what we have been seeing a rise in is teams not taking that Roma Yang the second time and just giving it up to whoever goes in, because they don't want to then be put on the back foot. We'll see if J Team do get a freebie.
I think it definitely helps them going 2 for 2 on the Roma Yangs, but for the side of WBG, they're going to be advancing over towards the side of OUG. King, SS and Zin are just going to back up and put a little bit of distance between themselves and the side of WBG. Already though, like you mentioned, we are just waiting to see that next run with Yang come in to play. And well, here we go. It is going to be dropping onto the map relatively soon. For J Team though, they've got such a blessing. Oh, this is the Mora's Blessing, sorry, yeah. They get a free Mora's Blessing for them as well.
That's huge. If they get the armor, and the weapon, they got both. Oh my word, that's so big. They've now got golden armor on their Yue Shen. They may try and transform, put that onto the monk, but either way, they try and the golden greatsword. That is terrifying. J Team are super strong right now, and 101 TN, when he transforms, the damage coming out from this guy and the health he's going to have is going to be absolutely awful to play into. He's going to do so much work. J Team probably do want to just turn their attention towards those Roma Yangs. Am I crazy to think have we missed the Roma Yang or something?
I've not.
I think we have.
We may have missed it, but because I've not seen it personally. I've been trying to keep an eye out for it. Maybe we've missed it. I mean, we had
nobody took it. I know they have Mystic Might. J Team had Mystic Might and Golden Weapon. They did it. We didn't have it on the screen. Okay.
Sorry, my brain and my mind thought I was lying to myself for a second then. But either way though, like you mentioned, both upgrades on the armor and the weapons as well for the side of J Team. So much damage being able to be dealt, so much health that could go onto that monk as well in that transform should they get the gold armor over to him. Really, really good spot J Team now find themselves in. But for OUG though, they're going to turn their attention over towards GD. Cannon just trying to do a bit of splash damage and tag a few players or so up. But we've got a bit of a party over by the top of this ballista. It's going to be KZ though with the ballista trying to do some damage. To be Jen, who's just hanging out, having some fun riding the ballista wave as all the other teams seem to be skirmishing and fighting around him. But this here is going to turn into a very, very big multi-team skirmish shortly.
This is one of those scenarios where the ballista's in a very tight circle. You've also got Amora's Blessing spawning up in the area. Very unique situation where basically everyone has to cling to the tower, because if you're not underneath the tower, you're going to get hit by the ballista. So it's one of those really weird and awkward situations where The teams just all have to cling to the tower. A few can be separated and far enough away, like J-Team here, where they're not really in range of that ballista, so they're going to be very comfortable just to kind of hide on this low ground away from it. They've also got a lot of healing for free because they got the Kurumi, so all they really need to care about is their armor pots. But it's just now kind of a waiting game for the zone to basically force the teams off that ballista. And then eventually, once that goes down, we'll get into what I like to call the Buccaneer phase, where everyone just switches to cannons and muskets and starts just taking pot shots at each other, trying to just burn away at the resources, also building up their rage bars. And that's when you start to see the monks really transform in the ballista stage, because in the Buccaneer phase, because then they can grab people, they can basically force people out from being able to pick up anything, really. TXJ right now is going to be able to get the Mora's Blessing for free. Nobody really contests them. The Uasian wind walls come down, and he's pretty comfortable to jump up as they held the ballista, they had the wind wall from the Uasian, so they were covered on all fronts.
Yep, nice bit of capitalizing from T there to pick up the Mora's Blessing for free. They've got the ballista overhanging to keep them safe. And now for TXJ, raining down shots onto the bottom of the tower. You've got OUG, unfortunately, caught there, but nevertheless, it's not doing too much damage thus far. I mean, for these squads, like you said, they find themselves in a real tough spot, right? Because as soon as they move away from this tower, that ballista, although, yes, it's not going to probably finish inside that final circle, it's still definitely a top spot that you want to hold on to if you're team, because you can do so much damage while these teams start to rotate away. And well, the likes of Sleepwalker doesn't manage to get tagged up, but WBG, they're not in the best of spots.
Lovely Uasian there, just to make sure that they get out with his ultimate, because that Viper stun would have been absolutely devastating from GG. As JT actually able to take down Sleepwalker with the cannon off screen. As Jing jumping in forwards, but these cannon shots are coming in from Eagle on J-Team through the window, absolutely wrecking house in here. Miskir finds himself one corner where he's not going to get hit by the splash damage, but with the Soul Jades that Eagle has on that cannon, is just able to do so much work onto the side of everybody in that area, actually. Is Miskir just trying to dodge away as much as possible. He has got his ultimate down, and we're going to see the wind walls break out. Throws down one of those Fs from the ultimate there just to get a big chunk out, but it's kind of more just doing it to buy himself space as he gets himself hit. Throws one back in response as Wolves actually F forward towards him. Still has one more charge on that there for Miskir as he loses a fair amount of HP. Wolves are going to hold the building just a little bit longer as he throws in his F ability onto Wolves inside there. The cannon shots coming in from LXM onto Wolves through the window, chunking them out pretty heavily there. As Jinyu takes down one of the GD members, sorry, off screen, as Dongqing is actually going to knock all of OUG into the zone there. Just for a brief second, though, so nothing really going to be sticking too hard. As Dongqing goes down, OUG able to cash in on yet another kill. They have 16 kills right now, actually make that 17, keeping the pressure up. This is really their game. J-Team, 11 kills, though, 20 players left in. J-Team, pretty much a good game away from getting themselves into that top 14. And honestly, if they score high enough here in this game, they could make it off one game into that top 14 and get themselves in a bi-weekly spot. We'll see if they can find those last couple of kills there, if they can really put it together, because OUG are running amok in this final circle. 2.5 minutes left until it fully closes up. J-Team, they've got the umbrella down from the Kurumi to keep the healing up and make sure that they're going to be nice and comfortable. Waiting to see when these transformations come out. Eagle swapping in and out of his golden weapons, waiting for his perfect opportunity. But while they're waiting, OUG are cashing in. 19 kills in their pocket, closing in on the 20-bomb game as Wolves have been isolated on the wrong side of the map. And Eagle getting some cannon shots into them, though. Trying to see if they can poach these kills away at a distance. Eagle still got that transformation. Now he's going to throw it down. Now he's ready to set his team up for some kills and set himself up with some work here. SS looking for the stun. Isn't going to be able to find it onto everyone, but Eagle is going to get caught wasting a lot of that transformation time here. Massive ultimate coming out. Lily gets grabbed. They're going to be able to find the slam down onto Lily. Another ultimate's coming in from BBB. Eagle spent his entire transformation stunned. XCG are not knocked out of the lobby as TE are going to go down to J-Team, able to find themselves a kill there, as it's still all about OUG. Up to that 20 bomb right now. The transformation has finally timed out from Eagle. The moment he transforms, every Viper in the lobby makes sure he's unable to move. As Jinyu trying to find the Viper slashes on, sorry, the Yoto slashes on to those members from J-Team. 101TN transformed now into the Terracotta Warrior. Going to put some damage down onto these members. Eagle able to take out GG's LXM. Now keeping the pressure up onto a couple other players. OUG though, still in this lobby, still there with the kills, with the placement points as they're finally taken out. I don't think J-Team have enough kills to take first, but they may be able to take first in the lobby at the least. As 101TN's losing a lot of HP, but he's still got a little bit left on that transformation. Goes up into the air, is going to de-transform now and try and get himself a revive off. Eagle goes in for the transformation and will be looking for the grab onto these final couple of members. Everybody else just clinging to the tree, trying to stay as aerial as possible, as Eagle is going to try and pluck them from the tree. Lily's being caught, looking for the second grab, unable to fully connect it. Is going to get the slam down onto Lily as TXJ goes in for the transformation to try and finish everybody else up in this lobby, but he has been staggered back, grabbed out, double grab, double slam from the side of J-Team as they're cashing in on more kills, and they may just look to finish this one up in style. Wolves, Sorrow, the final man standing, knocked into the zone. Lily is going to go down. Wolves are able to fold for just a little bit longer, but there it is. J-Team take the win.
Oh, J-Team, what a performance. We mentioned coming into this shake, they had to come out and start with a bang. And a bang indeed. All three players. I think we had all three players over 6 kills in that lobby. Huge performances from the whole squad of J-Team. They played the transforms perfectly. They played around that Monk fantastically well. We mentioned how vital was that free Morris Blessing going to be, right? Where they upgraded to the gold weapon. I think they had the gold longsword, if I'm correct, as well as the gold armor as well. They put it on the Monk. They stay super strong with that transform in the final stages of the game as well. And J-Team, what a show from them. And I think you said it halfway through that end phase there, that they're probably now just one, if not one, at least definitely 2 good games away from putting themselves into a bi-weekly final spot here. And you know,
I think they're in the spot. It's still contested. There are teams that could technically knock them out, but that was a big opening. I didn't think they were even going to get the overall win here. I thought they were going to take first in the lobby, but the kills that OUG had were going to be enough for them to win overall. But there were still so many teams that actually the placement point and the multiplier wouldn't have been as high as I predicted. And J-Team able to find a whole bunch of kills there. A really, really solid performance from them in that game number 1. But here's the big but. They need to do that again, and quite a few times today. Today has to go so well for J-Team if they want to, you know, be in a comfortable position going into that bi-weekly. They need to at least play a couple more good games if they want to guarantee the bi-weekly for themselves. But realistically, you know, they're a team who are not going to be content with being at the bottom of the table going into the bi-weekly. They're going to be pretty upset with middle, but middle's probably what they should be aiming for right now.
And they're a team as well. We know that if they do grab that bi-weekly final slot, that they have got what it takes to go huge in a bi-weekly final and claw their way up into the higher levels of the same way. The likes of T, who to mention, by the way, I think we saw through that game, even though they only had a low scoring game, they did jump up into that top 3, if I'm correct. I think they were only like 2 or 2.5 points behind that third spot going into the start of play today. So they're now up into the top 3 finally. But I gotta say, one team I was super impressed with was OUG. I think like they were absolutely storming through the lobby at points. I think they had like 17 or 16 kills at one point. I remember they were taking team fights so well. They were third party and fantastically. I think they just got caught out and hung out to dry slightly in the final stages. They found themselves in a bit of a tough spot, and J-Team were just too strong to hold on to.
Yeah, it's because OUG at the least had a 20 bomb. They might have had 21, 22. I didn't see if they picked any up after that, any more kills up after that. So an amazing game for them. And I mean, OUG were a team who in season 2 were always actually at the top of the table as a team who were always performing incredibly well. So it's nice to see that they've still got that in them. I mean, I believe they're in a bi-weekly spot already as it is. So they're going to be happy with the start today. There's still 5 more games, and there's not much time between these games as well. Going from Morrisile basically instantly into Horror, there's, you know, time for a quick toilet break, and then they're straight back into it. I think that's going to be really interesting for these guys, because they basically can keep the momentum they had. And here you go, 20 kills over to OUG. J-Team had 18 kills, so 33.8 game from J-Team, as OUG got the 29 points there at the end of that game. Ranking points weren't quite in their favor, unfortunately. KZ, we did not talk about these guys, but they came out in third there with 15.8. GD, they went out early, but they still got 8 kills under their belt. Wolves, finally, a game where I can say, this is the Wolves I remember, where they actually do something. They played well. They actually made it to the final circle. It's almost reverse Wolves. Wolves back in season 1 and 2 for a team who would get a bunch of kills early and then just get eliminated way too early to get like a decent multiplier. This time around, they don't get as many kills, but they stay late enough in the game that they can get a multiplier, and that actually puts them in a relatively competitive spot.
Good stuff from Wolves in indeed. XCG, though, close behind them in 6th as well. Not too bad across the board, but here we go. Look, this is the winning team from J-Team. And if there's one person that looks like you could be making a stake for MVP, I think you would have to look at Eagle on that Monk. Fantastic stuff. Nearly 23,000 damage, just under 9 kills. And I don't just want to look at his damage stats and his kill stats. I want to take into account the sort of the clutch ability in terms of when he pops that transform from the Monk in key engagements. He'd always seemed to have done it at the right time. He always knew exactly when in a team skirmish or in the final stage of the zone when to hit the transform correctly. And when you've got the likes of ZK and 101 TN playing around, you know, who are such devastating players as well. Superb stuff from Eagle. But we're going to have some highlights and take a look if you've missed anything. But really, the early stage of the game and the key storyline was OUG come out to a really killer fast start here in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, no, they really did. It was OUG just had an absolutely phenomenal start. Wolves, I believe this is where they turned the fight around. Yeah, they got the double knockup. It was just really clutch there from Wolves versus JJH, because I thought they were done at this point, but LXX, did he have a salty run back? No, he came back. But either way, really big stuff coming in. Eagle showing us why, way back when, he was one of those players who we did used to tout as being one of the best monks in the league. Really showing his strength in this game. OUG, unfortunately, as you can see, they lasted a while in this game, but they just didn't quite make it far enough in. And just went out too early. There was so many people clinging to that tree. I didn't realize how many teams were left in until we like zoomed out and saw like 8 people playing Squirrel on the top of the tree, just trying to hold on to the game for placement as much as possible. But no surprises here. Eagle is going to be the MVP. Had that repair roll, which I think out of all of the soldiers is the most important for like a monk to have. Repair roll meaning that all you have to do is roll to repair your weapon. You don't have to stand still, which means you can keep the cannon fire up, which means you can keep your rage building, which then means your uptime on your ultimate is higher overall. So it's such a high value soul jade for monks to be picking up there. 22k damage, 9 kills. Honestly, I expected a little bit more damage coming out from him, but they were also doing pretty good on the third partying and taking kills from teams who kind of already set up the damage for them just to dunk.
Yeah, I think Eagles is a key part of when J-Team play well. I mean, I cast my mind back to the first run with Yang of that game. I initially thought he popped the transform slightly too early, but then when he come out of it, he seemed to clutch up and do a lot of damage for his squad as well. So Eagle takes home MVP of map number 1. But we now leave the blessing that is Morris Isle and we head over to Holerovje. Completely different map, completely different play styles in some respects as well. What are we expecting going into game number 2?
I think we'll probably see specific rim comps. I think that's normally where we do start to see them. Takeda comps will still show up as well, because I feel that Takeda is actually starting to pass Monk and Transformer comp as a favored comp for these teams. It's first of all, the stagger on the ultimate means that you can actually knock back the Monk when they look for the grab. You have a lot of ton of tools with the Mitari and the Z-ping for survivability, because you get the invisibility, you get all the setup from the Mitari, but you also get the healing from the Z-ping. And if anyone's watched Nbpl before, you know my thoughts on both Monk and Zeeping. They're both ridiculous heroes that need serious looking at. The healing from Zeeping is absolutely bonkers. I think because of the verticality, though, on this map, you do typically like to see high mobility comps. Monk struggles because he's not that mobile. He gets stuck in areas. And this map is basically just a slope that goes down. And we talk about final circle kind of... We have this percentage thing. We talk about, well, like 60% of the final circles on Morris Isle are fairly open spaces that favor a Monk comp. You know, the odd high ground where the Monk can get high ground and then look to grab onto that low ground. Due to the terrain within Holoroth, it's only about 40% of the circles suit like a traditional Monk comp. But when you throw in the Pharah, it's very easy for Monk to get in that mech, get onto that high ground, then transform, or you know, have the ability to kind of put the mech down. If the transformation gets moved away from and people can't get out, they can transform early, jump into the mech, and then chase down. There are, you know, a few more options to kind of deal with the verticality when you run that comp. I'm going to say it again, though. Justina. Come on. Let's pull out this Justina. She is the queen of scaling up stuff because of her ultimate. She's super mobile, super safe, but also very aggressive. I'd like to see some of her on this, but I do feel like she also, similar to why we saw Takeda on the first game, you kind of want her on a game of Firefly so you can build up that rage as quick as possible and get that ultimate ready as soon as possible. You're not really going to have that here on Morris Isle. And due to her dash, she could technically accidentally dash into a bunch of the terrain, like hazards that we have, because there's a lot of environmental hazards and traps and things on Holoroth to kind of account for. So I reckon probably just Takeda and Pacific Rim comps are what we're going to see a lot of here.
Not long until we find out. TK on your screens at the moment, a team that you mentioned they're good at being consistent, but for all the wrong reasons, right? They need to try and get something rolling in there and get some sort of, you know, get out the gates. They start so slow to get out the gates. They just seem to never ever make it up into the top of the standings. We'll have to wait and see if they can change it. But KZ though, this is a team here, Jake, that went completely under the radar in that first map. I think we mentioned them like maybe once or twice at this. I think, was they not the team that fought the hot drop initially around the Fireflies where TE were, maybe, I think. I'm not sure if it was that. Yeah, it felt like that long ago. But they completely stormed under the radar and finished in 3rd overall in the lobby with 8 kills. So safe to say that Dong and the boys definitely look like they could come in and cause, well, not some upsets because they're a very, very solid squad, but definitely need us casters to pay a little bit more attention to teams outside of sort of the big 2 or 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be very much about kind of, we need to make sure we do keep an eye on some of these other teams, but it's so hard, right? When you've got 14 teams, it's very hard to keep an eye on those middle teams that are actually popping off, but you don't realize they're popping off because there's just so much going on. And I mean, typically back in older seasons, it was a lot easier to do that because you would see them, like if one team popped off, it would be more obvious. But now, like, so many teams are scoring a good amount, but it's actually hard to keep track of who's doing what. Unfortunately for Wolves, though, still in 20th, still a long, long way away from making it to that bi-weekly. And it's so sad because there's still a lot of the Wolves comp that are here. They were somewhat broken up. It's not the entire Wolves comp that we know and love. I mean, John, you've got to have a place for Wolves in your heart as well because they are the only British org in this league.
I was about to say that.
Wolverhampton Wolves, baby. Wolverhampton Wolves. So I got a lot of space for them. But no, they've not been great recently. They've not been great recently. It's been sad.
It's okay, my true patriotic colours will start to show when the point I was about to make is they've not been best lately, but let's take some positives out of it, that they made it to one of the final zones. I think they was in final circle at one point.
Second team out.
Yeah, so, you know, it's slowly but surely some confidence is starting to show from Wolves. But no, look, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head in trying to pay attention to some of these middle of the pack runners and bottom of the pack runners when you've got, you know, these big teams that, you know, even the likes of J Team, who I would consider, you know, in amongst some of the big heavy hitters, favorite squads going into to win bi-weeklies. You know, when you think, okay, these top teams aren't playing so well, maybe we'll get a little bit of airtime. it's almost impossible to take away from the fact and get away from the talking point that these bigger teams are playing so bad, right? But I don't want to take anything away from the pack runners. The likes of GG, for example, they impressed me really well again. KZ from that last game, OUG, fantastic stuff. So I think this has really stirred things up. You know, going into Holorov now, it's a map that I think is probably played a little bit more relaxed in comparison to the likes of a Morris Isle from my experience that I've had on it. So we're really gonna have to wait and see how things shape up. But that team on your screen there, J Team, they have to, and this is something that we see quite often, especially in Battle Royale, Jake, where a team comes out, and this is a point I made with Derby way back when, that you can have a problem as a team if you go into the start of a game and you pop off in your first game, because from there it can be nothing but a downfall, and you can really find it hard to maintain that consistent level of high level gameplay. Are we going to see that from J Team, or is the experience in this lineup going to show? Is J Team going to be the J Team that we know that they can be?
I mean, it's the curse. It's the curse that Rune touted, that like whoever wins the first game has the worst day. We have seen some teams break that trend though. KLA last Sunday, probably case in point. They won the first game and then won 2 more games that day as well. We are still yet to see somebody win every game in a day. We've not had a 6 in a row. I think the most we've had is 4 wins, and I don't even know if they were back to back. I know we've had 3 wins back to back. We've had a hat trick, but we never had like all 6 games won by a single team. Very early to kind of get onto that stuff, but it is something that I just want to note. It is a record that is yet to be broken. And you know, J Team, if they want to somehow contest first, that's the way to do it. Just win every game in the day. Just win. Don't just get lots of kills and don't die.
Just pick up like 16 kill wins for the rest of the day across all for the final. Easy day in the office, right? I mean,
I'm gonna be real with you. They need 20 bombs. They need 20 bombs all day if they want to win. If they want to take first.
I back them to do that. I've seen me, you, and Moxie do that on the server before, right? But either way though, I'm excited to see how J Team to bounce back into this one. You know, 20 bomb wins. It's a hard, tough task. You've almost got to look at, you know, the likes of the records KLA broke for most kills on a single player, being 15 recently. They broke the most points in a day, hitting that, you know, 100, I think it was 156 or 165 or something. Those are the kind of days and games that we need to see out of J Team. But Alliance here on our screen though, I gotta say, I think they're a team similar to KZ. It's almost flew under the radar a little bit. I think they finished out in like 5th or 6th, if I'm correct, in the standings for that game.
Don't get too ahead of yourself, mate. It's Alliance. Don't get too ahead of yourself on that one. Just a bit disappointing, to be honest. Yeah, Alliance, like, I've always wanted to be good, because again, they're another EU org. They're another team, you know, from our ends, but I don't know, dude. They just like I've never been that overly impressed with Alliance. I'd love to eat my words, and I often say stuff like this because I'm willing to be humbled, but Alliance is still yet to humble me. I have every faith that Wolves are capable of humbling me. They just haven't done it yet, but I want to see it.
I'm waiting for a game. I'm calling it now. Game number 2 Alliance win, game number 3 Wolves win, and we're gonna have to. You're gonna have to make a formal documented YouTube video, and with a deep apology to both Alliance and Wolves.
This is the kind of thing that Derby makes bets to me on, and then he has to eat a lemon on air. Like, and this.
Oh, I don't think I have lemons available, but
this is the stuff he does, man. Like he says really bold stuff like that. It's like Alliance and Wolves are not going to win the next 2 games. Let's be real, it's not happening.
I'm trying.
WBG though,
yeah, maybe.
They've been interesting actually, because they won the first ever season of the NBPL. Then honestly, one of the most trash teams I've ever watched in season 2, and their recovery coming into season 3 has been it's been notable. They've not been top of the tables by any means, but they've been good. Sorry, they've not been, when I say top of the table, I don't mean podium. They've been like top 7 worthy pretty much all season long. So they've honestly made a really tremendous recovery and a big comeback, a very needed comeback for this team. You know, very big org. Obviously, they got Mike on them as their solo player. Mike, someone who is one of the biggest threats in solos next to Spider, and a player that everyone has always been very scared of. So for the trio team to be a little bit underwhelming, it's nice to see that they actually come back into the spring season, into the new year, even though it's not that new at this point, 4 months in, about to be 5. they've definitely started to pick the pace up as we are getting ready for game number 2 on Horror Off. We'll see what the comps are going to be looking like. Still yet to see Horror Off Starry Night. I am very annoyed about that one, but that can be a topic for another day. See what the players are going to be picking up going into this one. I expect to see quite a lot of that Pacific Rim comp. Probably a bunch of Takeda as well. Although, keep in mind, Pacific Rim comp, which is not being played at all, interestingly, I can give you a good reason for why it hasn't been picked here. It has the lowest win rate in the Roma Yang.
Wow.
So, if you take that comp, you play for Final Circle, you do not play for Roma Yang.
It's kind of crazy, right? How like what one comp can be so good in terms of overall like controlling the map and Final Circle, for example, but you know, a situation like Realm of Yang, which almost replicates some sort of final engagement in the Final Circle between one-on-one teams, right? It can be a completely different story, but that's when you talk about different levels of terrain coming into play and map presence, for example. But either way, like you mentioned, we are going to see, yes, the king are going to be bringing the Pacific Rim comp into play. Other than that, though, we do see, like you mentioned, a few Takeda across the boards as well. Likes of a Temi involved too. Standard sort of stuff, right? Nothing too crazy that's sort of blown your mind out of the water here, Jake.
No, not at all. I mean, it's one of those things where all the teams start 15 points on hero points, and then your first time you pick a hero, it costs nothing. So you basically get it for free. So as you can see, TE, this is their first time playing this comp today. So they're still on 15 points because they've played 2 different comps both times. That's going to afford them a lot of flexibility down the line. In fact, I don't think anybody spent any hero points here, but because no one's playing the same comp as what they played in the previous game. As people start to pick more comps up, the amount you pick a hero up, the amount they cost increases. I don't know if it goes up in 2s. I did have it somewhere. I've lost it. Oh, yeah. So first time you pick a hero, it costs nothing. Second time, it's 1 point. Second time, it's 3 points. Then 4. No, then 3, then 4, then 5. So, oh no, I'm an idiot. It's 1, 3, 6, 10, 15 is how much it costs, basically, to pick a hero in that order. So you'll see people try and play comps in like with different supports to make sure that they can pick Monk as much as possible, which is something we had at the beginning of the season. I think it's going to be like that with Takeda now, because Takeda's really powerful. We did see there, I was going on about that as we were seeing the drop spots. Bunch of teams dropping up in Imperial Village, couple dropping a little bit more south. Still yet to see red armor, by the way. Just noting that, haven't seen that one drop. WBG have dropped on the area at the podium, and are just going to see if they can get themselves this Mora's Blessing. Are we going to finally get the red armor? That's the question.
It's a tale old as the tales before, right? And it making an appearance, we'll wait and see. But OUG, though, continuing from where they left off, a great start in map number 1, but unfortunately for SS, sniped out of the air. See you later, SS. WBG, I think that was Sleepwalker, right? He's absolutely domed him out of the sky and left OUG in a bit of a tough spot. As I say that, though, Jing, unfortunately, is going to fall. Pippi, relatively low, no shield or armor to work with, down to just under half HP as well. The parry does come through. Sleepwalker now coming to join in the engagement. This has been an early good start here for both WBG and OUG. They trade 1 player apiece. But already, I think the rebirth does come through. The extra player from OUG of SS does come into hand. Pippi will fall eventually as well.
A WBG, they're just salty run backing it. Oh, 1 snipe. Can he get the next one? Looks like he's going to try and find SS there. Misses him with a ballista shot. PP healing up. They're looking to line up these ballista shots on. Sleepwalker's going to be able to knock him off. The King disappears off into the distance as SS is going to get himself absolutely slammed. By the way, they've used their revives here. So SS, if he goes down, his team are going to have to get a rebirth charm if they're going to want to win this. Both teams, I believe, have salty run back because they're fighting on top of a soul altar. And Jinyu thought they were away, wasn't, and the transformation's coming out. WBG, they are burning ultimates and revives from OUG like it means nothing. The King's trying to find a grab, but he's unable to connect it onto them. And this has taken so long, but JJH have been able to fully gear up over at the at Plume's Castle. and now are able to join down into this fight and just come in with a third party. WBG losing members left, right, and center. 2 down. Jing is going to try and look for the Ballista shot. The transformation comes down at the right time. WBG, they've used their revives. This is not the start they needed.
No, I don't think this is the start that WBG or OGG needed, to be totally honest with you. I think we've had 2 players from each side, or 3 for WBG, like you said, burn through their revives, so no revives available for the side of WBG, just the 1 for OUG. But JJH, though, they've done a great job of sort of saying, hang on a minute, can you guys still hear that fight? That's been going on for about 3 or 4 minutes now. These players must be burning through ults, well as those revives. Let's go try and grab a third party, and I think they managed to come away with a kill or so as well. But Ventus, they're now going to spot, I think it's the squad of GS over towards the bottom of this tower. They are going to find the first. It's going to be Sansi. With that, they now turn their concentration over towards Liao. Fortunately for him, that shield's going to be instantly ripped off. Does manage to keep himself alive momentarily though, but great parry from Sansi to reverse that. He's going to grab the kill, although the ult does come through from An. I think it's only a matter of time here though, really, before the side of Ventus clean up shop on this final GS player. Or as I say that, and I thought for a second was going to manage to be able to take down WX98, but it is going to be Ventus to come out on top with all 3 kills, and all 3 revives still fully available and up and running from them as well. So nice early team skirmish for Ventus.
Yeah, and Sansi's able to get the Soul Blooms as well, so builds up that rage. Almost back, got his ultimate fully back, 98%. Be there nice and soon. WBG were able to get a rebirth charm, so all that fighting wasn't entirely in vain. I'm going to be able to pick up their downed player, but honestly, a lot used for 2 kills. They didn't even get any good gear. They didn't get a chance to get some proper loot put together, and any money they had, they then had to spend on the rebirth charm, so they're going to be a little bit behind the curve. And I mean, look at their gear right now. They're running around with gray weapons and gray armor. Finally finding purple armor. I mean, that was a lot of luck there for Jing. But still, very lacking in the damage department, and their health bars, other than Jing now, very, very squishy. So they're going to be kind of picking up table scraps from this point on to see what they can get. They're not really going to be capable of fighting in the realm of Yangs when they spawn up, unless they continue to be lucky and find really good gear just lying around and what's left over for them. Not a great start for the side of WBG. GG, on the other hand, have been able to get himself purple armor onto 2 members, some pretty good weapons. They're nice and geared up at this point, so they're going to be feeling relatively comfortable. As GD, another team who obviously... Was it WB? No, it was someone else. But either way, GD also a little bit under-geared on some of their players. Grey armor onto Kakaxi and Dongqing as K. Most geared up players in there. J-Team, though, as well, while we just talk quickly about gear, also been able to find himself a nice drop spot here. Been able to get himself some pretty good loot. I believe this is just south of Imperial Village in the snowy area. An area where not everybody actually drops, so can get a bit of a free start to the game. But what this does mean is there hasn't really been any action for J-Team. They're very geared up right now, but they don't really have much they can do with that. They need to go into a realm of Yang, try and find some kills, and get those buffs under their hands.
JJH, though. We've got GG lying in wait. You spot the players just boogieing their way through the terrain and buildings. You mentioned, though, for J-Team, okay, cool, yeah, they got themselves, I think it was two purple weapons, 2 purple armors across the board on 2 of their players. I'm almost, you know, not against them having a bit of a slower start, coming off the back of, like, a bit of a crazy endgame there, and maybe they just want a bit of a breather, they just want to relax, regain. And one thing to mention, though, Jake, was their map number 1 really got started after that Realm of Yang win, right? Like, we saw them, they didn't really look too good, they wasn't really engaged in anything, they pop into the Realm of Yang, and I think it was... it might have been the squad GG or GS that they played in the first Realm of Yang back on Morris Isle, and then from there it really looked like that was sort of the kicker, right? And from then on out they really took control of map number 1, so probably hoping for more of the same. But the Moonbane Charm is going to be used, though, from Eagle. That'll help in any later engagements, but for LXM they are going to find one alongside the help of K. And this is one thing I love about NARAKA, the movement abilities to just jiggle your way up the side of a mountain while in a team engagement is absolutely phenomenal. I think it's probably the movement and engagement are some of the best things that this game has to offer. But for K, though, he is being hunted down by GG here. And at the moment, it looks like they're just a dead man running.
Down they go. They do make it look very easy. I had a coaching session with Moxie and with Rune. I am garbage at the movement in this game. It is not as easy as it looks. It's all about timing, and like each weapon has its own unique like way in which it moves, and like how you use your dash and your like attack animation to get the dash off. It's crazy. You have to learn how every weapon works with movement. It's not just one core muscle memory. It's a muscle memory for each weapon. Absolutely bonkers. J-Team, though, they have put the Bane's Breath down onto this Realm of Yang area. A little bit too early, though, because it is going to be spawning up. GS are in the area, and everybody else is going to be able to collapse in. So this Realm of Yang is going to come down, and J-Team are going to be struggling. They're going to try and get in. I don't think they pressed the button in time. Ultimate comes down, and J-Team are just going to turn onto GS Sandstorm to follow as well. Another F ability. J-Team caught out in the Zephyr, though, as GS charge click, two of them down. 101 TN's the only one standing. J-Team are eliminated.
Oh, what a performance from GS, though. The turn of the tides quite literally shreds through the side of J-Team. But let's turn our attentions though into the Realm of Yang. It's going to be Ventus taking on KZ. KZ were a team again, though, finishing third in the standings back in game number 1. How are they going to fare, though, against the like of Ventus into this Realm of Yang? WX98, though, the transform was popped, but instantly taken out of that. Is going to be, though, numbers advantage in favor of the side of KZ, but only momentarily, though. It's going to be Hazy, who unfortunately falls. Jen trying to do some damage, but with no armor, no health, much to work. It's going to be Zhao who closes the gap. But as I say that, Jen does manage to chunk up some damage. Oh. Great team play there from Ventus. Nice dodge. I think it was out of Sadsi. Finds the final bit of damage. Ventus is going to pick up the Realm of Yang. No doubt we'll have to wait and see what buff does eventually come through from them. It is going to be the Vermilion Bird's Might. Shocker there. On the other side of things, OUG, I think, picked up a Mystic Might across the map, but TE was the team that won the other Realm of Yang, and they picked up the Bird's Might also.
That is catastrophic for J-Team, though. Just going back to this, they put the Bane's Breath down too early. That was their core problem. They should have waited a little longer, and then they would have had more control of the area, but they burnt it too early, and they paid the price for it. Mora's Blessing did get picked up there by OUG, so they got that Mystic Might, and the goodies inside of that one, as XCG are able to pick themselves up a Rebirth Charm, so we'll be able to pick up their downed player, which is their Yue Shen, so probably a little bit needed on that front. We'll see the replay of TE inside their zone. It's pretty dominant. Takeda's burst is absolutely nothing to sneer at. With a Pole Sword as well. Pole Sword is such a strong weapon at the moment. That with a Takeda, just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, they never really looked in too much trouble here, to be honest with you. I mean, okay, yeah, you've got VVV, who's relatively low, and LYD as well. I mean, to be fair, momentarily, like it could have gone the other way, but T, they're just so clutch, so composed in them sort of situations. But TK, though, they come out with the Realm of Yang loss, but not a loss to their confidence. The only problem is, though, is they're going to be taking on Ventus, who, if I'm correct, I think they've got the Vermilion Bird's Might buff up and running. If they would have once won their Realm of Yang, if I'm correct in saying that. So they're going to be having such big damage output going over towards the side of TK. It's up to Boyu. Unfortunately left alive for the squad. All the revives have gone. The collapse is going to come through. Blinking, you miss it. TK, unfortunately for you, my friend, we will not be seeing you in the later stages of the game.
Not at all, unfortunately. As just seeing what's the game plan now for these guys. KZ is going to be pushing up here on to JJH Rain. It's going to pop the ultimate, and that's actually a lot coming in from the Yoto. Jen chunked out. A is able to just about get some healing in from his Z-Ping to keep him alive, but he's locked in. Water is going to get the squad locked down, and this should just be an easy follow-up, an easy tidy-up. JJH making easy work of KZ. As down they go, they're eliminated from the lobby. Only a single kill to their name. T, though, with this Bird Might, they've still got a minute left on it, are pushing up onto GS to see if they can try and find themselves a couple of kills and make the most of this buff that they've been able to pick up. As Anne getting jumped onto and losing a fair amount of HP here is going to transform, as they are just in way too much danger. But T keeping the pressure up onto them. Anne does get the slam down onto VVV, but VVV is keeping the pressure up on the Anne, keeping him staggered with both that pole sword and that F ability. One more dash, well, one more charge of that is available to him. He just needs to line it up. Misses the shot, actually, onto Ann, who is able to avoid away. But GS now keeping the pressure up onto them as they are running away from TET. Not able to get the kills off the back of that Bird's Might.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to cast our mind back just to this JJH fight we've just saw. And it was great combination of the ultis and abilities as well across the board. I think we saw the Yoto ult pops followed by the stun as well onto the 3 remaining players. All of the damage dealt through by the Yoto ulti. The stun comes through and then the teams are just sitting ducks. But this here is the earlier engagement which saw J-Team miss out on the Realm of Yang because they popped that Bane's Breath so early on. And then from there, GS, they just absolutely shred through the side of J-Team. And it looks like the curse continues to live on, Jake.
That was a 3-man Takeda ultimate, by the way, onto the whole of J-Team. That's why the health bars disappeared. They just all got hit by it. Absolutely brutal, because it's not just a burst. It's the fact it staggers you as well. It's really, really oppressive to play into. Wolves right now are in a snowstorm, waiting to try and see if they can get this Mystic Might from the Realm of Yang. WBG are making their way up. I don't know if they've picked up any up a fire for themselves to make sure that they're not going to be too cold, because if you do get that cold debuff on you, you will start to lose ultimate charge, which means if you then are contested on the Mora's Blessing, you're in some real danger. At the moment, WBG and Alliance are collapsing in. There's both a Realm of Yang and a Mora's Blessing in the area, so expect to see one of those going over to some of those teams, or maybe even both if that team's able to push their luck, so to speak.
TE already started relatively well here in this game, up to 7 kills thus far. No revives left available, of course. But I've got to say, they were a team that had a very slow start, Jake, in game number 1. An awfully painful game at times. And you mentioned that it sort of, it almost resembled really like season 1 meta, right? Of just like sort of, like you said, Squirrel and Spider-Man in the top of a building, just hanging out and having fun. But a little bit of change of play style, it seems, here on Holorov. They want to push for a few more kills. They know that that first spot could potentially be there for the taking if they play it right. But here comes a 3-way skirmish. We've got Wolves, Alliance, and Ventus. Hey, we've got the game number 2 winners in this skirmish here, Jake.
Yeah, but they're in the snowstorm. The big problem they've got right now is those monks are not going to stay in form for long because their ult bar is being drained. So you're going to see the D transform here onto WX98. And they're going to struggle because when you're in that zone, it's hard to hold on to it. Now, TE have got themselves in a fight with OUG. OUG just slammed them. Not an opportunity for TE to play there. Absolutely beautiful from OUG. And we haven't really looked at them too much this game, but they did have an amazing game number 1. That was still a pretty good couple of kills over to them. They're not as ahead as they were in that previous game, but still got themselves 7 kills. So they're going to be pretty happy with that. And we've got the Mystic Might on as well. So they've got the scouting and that damage reduction. They're going to be looking to fight. They're going to be looking to find, you know, the odd player who's maybe isolated from their team, or even just a squad that they can feel comfortable fighting. They've got Golden Dagger, Purple Armor onto the King. Golden Longsword as well onto another player there, as Wolves, unfortunately, have been finished up by GG.
Well, unfortunately, Wolves, the drought continues to go on, unfortunately, and GG just clean up shop. But yeah, TE, well, blink and you miss it. Realm of Yang. I would love to find a stat what the quickest Realm of Yang of all time is in a competitive game, because I think that might be up there. It was really, really rapid as to how quickly OUG dismantled TE. And well, we see them pick up the Mystic Might, and I think WBG pick up theirs from the other Realm of Yang as well. Not sorry, the other Realm of Yang. They pick up the Mystic Might as well. But either way, for TE though, they now turn their attention to GS to try and get themselves back into things. That's a big confidence knock, but we saw how easily GS dispatched of J-Team. But it doesn't look like they're going to have the same fate here against TE. VVV finds one. LYD and TXJ find the others. Clinical.
That's big. That's big. They just cleansed the Realm of Yang debuff as well, so they won't be going down off the back of that one. We will see this. Actually starts pretty rough there for OUG, getting caught out by the Zephyr, getting themselves chunked up, but it's Ann with the transformation. Not Ann, sorry, that's GS. It's the transformation coming in from Jinyu here, getting the 3-man on the Zephyr, slammed down all 3 die at the same time. That was phenomenal. But TE, it cost them, but it didn't cost them too heavily. They still got their kills. Yeah, they didn't get it and the buffs, but they do at least cleanse themselves of that Renwei Yang debuff, which is the main thing for them right now. And as we can have a quick look at the scoreboard and see where people are sitting. TE, 10 kills this game. It is by no means a bad game for them here. They got some work to do to catch up to AOW, who are still just a little bit further ahead of them in the standings. 173 points, I believe that is, to 210 onto KLA. So they've got a way to go still if they want to make their way up to that top. J-Team have slipped out of their spot in the bi-weekly because they just got eliminated way too early. 0-point game, getting a big old donut for this one. And they've been overtaken by Ventus, who've got 9 kills, who've slingshotted themselves up a standing. And JJH with 9 kills under their belt as well, hot on their heels. Honestly, J-Team need to make today work because they do not want to be winning, losing all day. They need to make sure that they put enough points under the board that they can comfortably get themselves into that spot.
I think one thing that J-Team have in their favor is 14th, 13th, and 12th are only separated by the likes of like 9 to 10 points, which is okay, a good amount of points to overcome, but it's not impossible, right? Like it's quite a good number to try and aim yourself towards one good game, and you can jump yourself up the leaderboards quite quickly. So they'll take some sort of confidence out of that, but they can't throw away maps and games like they've just done here in game number 2 for sure. They have to fix that going back onto Morris Isle after this. But OUG, they do get tanked up a little bit of damage. They just back themselves out and live to see another day. I'm really gonna be interested though to see how sort of this 14th, 13th, 16th, 17th battle starts to really play out, because again, I think it might be even from 12th through to like 16th even, are all separated between like 10 to 12 points. So you know, these games are vital. You can't afford to just have one good game and take your foot off the gas like J-Team inevitably have seemed to have done. You've got to maintain that consistency, and kind of goes back to the point that we made earlier on, that it's just not been good enough really from any of these teams in the consistency factor to really kick on and solidify themselves as the undoubtedly best team in the NBPL. I'm just hoping that J-Team can regain off the back of this, because it could be a big mental kicker off a great game 1 to get early eliminated so easily as well in game number 2.
Absolutely, it's definitely is a bit of a blow to the mental, but they can also kind of look at the fact that they had such a good day game 1 and know that they're a team very capable of holding fast. So you know, we can focus on that all day, but you know, bad game for them. We'll see if they can do more. We'll follow that story throughout the day. On the other hand, though, looking at some of the other teams, Alliance right now, I mean, I said don't expect much from them. It's a 0-pointer so far. They haven't really been able to do all that much, and standing in the sandstorm to make life a little bit harder for right now is JJH on the high ground. I'm just going to be shooting down as Alliance. They use the Tammy to basically give cover. They're going to get this Morris Blessing for free. This is why we actually saw Tammy return into the meta, was his ability to get onto the point and pick up what he wants. That's golden armor and golden jewel swords onto Ling on his monk. So Alliance, as much as I was just slamming them, they now have a very strong monk geared up to the teeth. Is going to be able to do a lot when he transforms, and his damage is going to be phenomenal. So it's going to be definitely on Lin's shoulders to make sure that he can carry this game. Got the meteor and the bouncing shell as well on his soul jade, so got the cannon soul jades he wants for himself. Only a blue cannon, but still able to do some pretty good damage with that weapon. Another Morris Blessing, I believe. Oh no, that was just the one off the map for OUG. OUG having a very, very good game too. They've had 2 good games in a row now. Very much a team to kind of keep your eye on throughout the rest of the day, I think. And playing incredibly well.
Been super impressed, to say the least. And I mean, now Alliance, you said don't expect too much from them, but I don't want to say like the game's sort of in their hands. It's definitely not. But with the setup that they've got on that monk now as well, it's gold dubes, like you said, the gold armor. They're in not the worst of spot to put themselves in at least to that final circle or so. TE, 10 kills on the board. OUG again at 7. Ventus with 9. JJH with 9. So a lot of big numbers in the kill department going up, but so much damage though being dealt by JJH with this cannon. Okay, it's only blue, but boy, oh boy, it's still doing some damage. Unfortunately, K's going to fall. It's going to be Water to pick up that kill. Rain is sitting on 7 kills just on his lonesome. It's all up to Dong Alive for the side of GD. 2 of his players have unfortunately fallen out. GG, they do come in to try and find the party if they can, and they do find the still on that final kill for the third party. But either way though, JJH, that puts them on to 12 total kills in this game, and they're the ones that are now trying to close that gap between themselves and J-Team for that final bi-weekly spot. However, they've still got a minimum of 15 more points to climb. WBG though, Jing and Co, they're going to try and force the engagement. The ult comes through from Yoto, does manage to slash and find a lot of damage onto Sleepwalker. A sliver of HP, can't get a...
Oh, the healing!
The heal comes through, oh, and they get out as well.
No, they don't!
They don't! Oh my lord, GG, how have they had that turn on their head?
That went so wrong. That went so wrong so fast. They are able to get LXM up off screen as Miss Kia desperately trying to get away. LXM goes down immediately again. He gets up and he gets down again. He's just being farmed by WBG. That went so wrong. That went 100-0 so fast there. Alliance have 2 Mora's Blessings now. So, I mean, they can't do much better than this at this point. They've got golden armor on their Tammy. I think you should probably give that to your Wei Shen, to be honest. Swap those armors out. Make sure that your Wei Shen can survive as long as possible while in his transformation. But 5 minutes left until the circle fully closes. There's 7 teams, 19 players left in this game. TE outside this little compound waiting for an opportunity to kind of either buy an opportunity in or wait for people to be forced out by the zone and then look to fight it themselves. There's OUG just getting himself inside a building and looking to have a bit of a recovery as LYD just cannoning through the wall or through the doorway onto JJH inside this building.
JJH, they're sitting on 13 kills. Such a good game so far from them. I just can't get over how badly that engagement went. I think it was GG, right? And WBG inside the Yoto. Oh, he pops, the slashes come through. So much damage, but for a flip of a coin, as quick as you like, WBG completely flipped the table on its head. And send GG scattering away. But we're getting now into the business stage of the game, right, Jake? We're starting to find towards those final circles. 4 minutes 30 until the zone's fully closed. We've still got at least a few more minutes left here for teams to either throw the game away or not. We are going to see the stun come through. Water is going to help his teammate after catching one. Jink's going to fall as well. JJH, they find the extra kills, but here come the side of TE. They're world champions for a reason, or former world champions for a reason. They know when to pounce, and pounce they have done in speed. And I think Chule is inevitably going to fall. Unfortunately, for JJH, they're going to have to do this with at least one... Oh no, sorry, Chule actually survived. I thought Chule went down momentarily. OUG though, lots of damage being dealt towards them. The King nearly falls. I think that was some cannon shots coming from across the other side. Lots of splash damage being dealt though across from every single place. You can just see these cannons going down, lots of damage.
It's the Buccaneer phase. It's what they do. Just get those cannon, build up those rage bars as much as possible. Burn the resources as much as possible. Although it is fairly hard to get those full heals off at this point. Did see a Zephyr chasing that player just off the bottom side of the screen onto Alliance as you're on there. TE using this tree to get as much height as possible. VVV hasn't actually been able to repair their cannon. They need to do so to build that rage bar up for themselves, but I think they're struggling to find an opportunity to do so. Right now, only at 50% as Alliance lose a player. Alliance kill a player of OUG, sorry. Alliance actually getting themselves those kills. Going to be happy with that one as SS taking a couple of cannon shots. He is burning down as TE take down Chule, the final player from JJH from that earlier skirmish. Lin is going to get some of the armor recovered for themselves. And it's just that rage game. It's about building it up as much as possible. TE throwing cannon shots now down onto Lin. 2 minutes left. It's everyone playing chicken with their ultimates. Lin, he's going to be first to break, popping the ultimate as TE pressure up on into him. Can he find the grab? He's already lost so much HP. He's not going to be around for long, so he has to de-transform. Uses the bell. VVV's keeping the pressure up onto him, but he goes down. Golden armor and golden weapons mean nothing as he is picked up. Ventus find a grab though onto LYD as Alliance are knocked out by OUG. I think TE were able to sliver away from that slam from WX98, unable to find that opportunity to get the kill. The Sandstorm comes down as well here from the Tammy to get a little bit more of an opportunity, but a lovely grab through the wall onto VVV. He loses a lot of HP, getting absolutely slammed by Sansy. TXJ is going to come in with a healing there, but the damage is coming out from those nunchucks from WX98 with the Soul Jade, able to put so much work in. Xinyu's been forced onto that low ground, unable to step up, but the charge comes in from VVV on that vertical strike from the longsword, knocking back into the zone. TXJ doing his best to keep the pressure up onto these Ventus members who are desperately trying to sliver away from TE here as TXJ throws forwards the dual blades there with that legendary Soul Jade as TE cashing in on yet another kill. They're up to 15. They're looking for a good game here. They're looking for that potential 20 bomb. It's going to be hard for them to get because there's only one player left, but they're going to at least be able to find that 16 kill game. Xinyu holding onto that low ground, desperately trying to hold fast here. They actually do find another player on the high ground. Ventus's Xinyu goes up, goes down, he's out, and there's only a couple players left in this game. Xinyu from the side of OUG holding on. Miss Kia from GG goes down, and this is all up to them to farm these kills. Xinyu doesn't want to give the gold, want to give the points over to TE as he's desperately escaping away. Down he goes to the Shadow Corruption, denying the kills from the side of TE, but they get themselves the win regardless.
I think it's safe to say, Jake, that's the TE that we know and have come to love in NARAKA. A very, very poor game, number one, from them in terms of their kill department as to what they're usually used to. But there's a reason why these three players sit consistently each week at the top of the overall points, because they can put up monstrous games like that. They narrowly missed out on the 20 bomb. I think it was 17 in total or 16 in total. So they missed out on the 20 bomb. However, I don't think they're going to be too worried about that. I think the fact that they've now bounced back and had a very, very good game number two, that is going to do the world of good for the confidence of the side of TE.
Yeah, I think that's the main takeaway for TE right now is they just needed a good game. They had a good game. Could have been more, absolutely. But I think with their coach, it's not going to be about pushing those points as much as possible and saying, right, let's go as hard as possible. It's let's get a good score. Let's get a good win under our belt and then take it from there. And that's exactly what it is. That's the that's like the ignition game, isn't it? It starts the engine, it gets them going. It's about them kind of keeping that consistency. Typically for TE, I find they're a team who, if they do have a pop-off game, that normally does give them at least some kind of steam, something to work with going forwards. They're not a team who kind of are one and done. They'll hopefully perform at least to a decent-ish standard for the rest of the day at this point. And that puts them one step closer to contesting that top spot at the top of the table going into that bi-weekly final and looking to try and contest KLA, who right now are sitting at the top with 210 points. There was a 90-point difference between them. They got 4 more games after this to play as well, so they've still got a bit of a way to go, but that's going to be a good scoring game for them and reeling in that points onto KLA as much as possible. I mean, elephant in the room. What the hell was J-Team doing? Elephant addressed. I think OUG, though, they've been looking phenomenal today. Yeah, OUG, yeah. I think they are in for a running at that podium. I genuinely think they could look to try and take AOW's spot on the podium.
Yeah, they've looked lights out, Jake, to be totally honest with you. I've been really impressed. And one thing that we often see when it comes to Battle Royales and NARAKA in general is some teams lack composure when their back's against the wall and they're put in sort of those tough spots and tough situations that they don't want to find themselves in. But OUG, every single time, you know, I think it might have been them against WBG at the start of the game, who they lost all their revives instantly, I'm pretty sure, within like the first minute or two of the game. Am I correct in saying it was OUG? I think it was OUG and WBG.
No, it was WVG and GS, I think.
Maybe it was GS. I knew there was a G in the I knew there was a G. There was 2 G's in the name somewhere.
So many G's, so many X's, and it's impossible to keep up with it.
But yeah, OUG, they just look so composed. Anytime I've seen them in a team skirmish, whether it be a head-to-head team skirmish, a 3-way or a 4-way team skirmish, they've always looked composed. They've used the abilities at the right time. They've popped and channeled that rage at the right time. I feel like they fought for the realm of Yangs at the right time as well. It's just been such a well-rounded, great performance from OUG, and they should be really proud of themselves. And I think there's a lot to take away from these games that they played to say, hey, finally, okay, it took us 4 bi-weeklies to do it, but we finally might have found some sort of rhythm and playstyle that suits and adapts to us very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go. Points coming up. TE getting himself an 18 kill game there, getting himself 38 points. Honestly, not giving them that final kill is a big denial. That denied them 1.6 points there. So it was actually really smart just to go down to the Shadow Corruption, especially when you're looking to contest across the day. J-Team, unfortunately, the only team with that donut. They aren't able to get anything. 0 points for themselves. They need a bounce back coming into game number 3. GD, disappointing game considering how good their game number 1 was and how good they've actually performed across the week. So they definitely need to also figure out whatever the hell went wrong for them in that game. Wolves, not as good as the other game. I'm just happy to see them scoring something. WBG, again, another decent game. It's not bad. They got some points under the board. They're going to be happy with themselves off the back of that one. See the individuals there. 31k coming out from their Tammy. That is a lot of damage. That is a serious amount of damage coming in from LYD.
That's one player I don't want to run into on the server if you're putting out 31 or basically 32k damage output. Fantastic. Sometimes 6 kills. I mean, I guess it's a toss up between him and VVV for the MVP. Like, no disrespect to TXJ.
No, he's playing ZP.
Plays a different role completely. One that I don't think you're a huge fan of, to say the least. But no, I think you've got to say LYD though. It's fantastic. It's probably my pick for the MVP, to say the least. But can we just take time to credit some of the ballista snipes out of the air in the early games as well, Jay?
Yeah, no, genuinely, some of these ballista snipes were amazing. TXJ, that is honestly playing that so clutch though in this fight. This was the horrendous 3-man UA Shen ultimate onto J-Team. The vertical strikes come in as well from those long swords. J-Team, they're going to be heartbroken. That felt like a fight that could have gone their way. Oh no, this was the 3-man slam from Jinyu. Bam, all down. As easy as that. It was a 3-man tater onto J-Team. Honestly, this was just like a game of group combo damage, just hitting multiple people at once. VVV doing so much work. It's impressive to see, but VVV was out-damaged by a Tammy when he's the one playing like a very bursty hero, someone who has got a serious amount of damage they're capable of doing on that hero. But yeah, TE taking that win. Really, really big stuff there. But VVV is going to be getting that MVP on the Tater. Always such a sick MVP card when they come sliding in. 28k damage coming in from this guy. 7 kills for themselves. 7 MVPs and 7 kills. Big stuff coming in. Heptid attached, armor pierce, thunderstorm, Phoenix blast, flow shot, longsword sap. That armor pierce explains why the cannon was doing quite a lot there from them, to be honest. Well, they only did 4k with it.
I mean, either way though, right? Like 4k of damage, especially towards the later stage of the game, is a decent amount of damage to be dealt. But 7 kills, like you mentioned, a good amount of damage, 9 assists, MVP 7 times as well. A well-deserved MVP, you can say, from VVV. But yeah, we're sort of a third of the way in the games now, right? We played 2 of the 6. Are we starting to see a bit of a shape of the way that these teams are now going to continue to play here, Jake? We know that sort of that toss-up between, I think it's 12th down to like 16th maybe, or 17th even. Any of those teams can interchange really out of the bi-weekly final spots. I know your immediate go-to is probably going to be to discuss J-Team and probably JJH as well. What are we really expecting now to see going into games number 3 and 4, which are going to be back on Morris Isle?
Honestly, predicting these teams is like herding cats. It's just, it's absolute carnage. You just, like, you can't get a good control on them. Honestly, everything moves up and down so much in NARAKA. it's unlike any other game I've ever casted or covered, because in any other game, you kind of, by like this point, you're like, okay, we got a relatively good idea. We can make a pretty educated guess on how these teams are going to do. But like OUG could just 20 bomb for the rest of the day and actually just slingshot into like second place or something. It's really hard to call. The bottom of the table is so up and down at the moment. I think the inconsistency is a blessing more than it is a curse for this game,
100%.
because it means it's so hard to predict, and that's what makes it so much fun to watch. Anyway, we are going to throw ourselves over to a quick break. When we're back, we're coming back onto that game number 3, so we'll see you in a second.
今天的话，其实发挥比较一般吧。其实挺多波都是可以打得更好的，但是没有去拿到该有的分吧。不然的话，可能可以把记录破了吧。破100的话，其实这些都不是很重要，只要能进周决，其实就已经差不多了。重点现在来说是周冠嘛，然后周冠之后再是总冠之类的嘛。其实这常规赛看看就行了。前期没投没有什么其他的问题，就是单纯的没打过落地架，那自然就没投。那决赛圈能拿到头，只是单纯的决赛圈打得好了，就是前期跟后期还有中期人分别做好还没做好的区别吧。你像前期做好了，肯定就能滚雪球，看滚到哪里突然间停了，再到决赛圈，那分的话肯定就会自然就上去。落地架输了，基本上打不了架的。
Hello and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 3. 2 games of Morrisile coming back up. I'm very excited to get into this. Like we were saying, it's hard to predict the tables, more so today than ever, actually, because teams just seem to be up and down all the time. One consistent remains, though, OUG. I genuinely think they're the guys to watch today. They may not even take first in any games, but the amount of points they're putting on consistently in the first 2 games has caught my attention. I do want to keep an eye on GD as well, because they had a pretty bad game, but they've actually been consistently quite decent recently, so I'd like to see some more from them. But this next game, it's going to be interesting, because I think we're now at the point where they are going to start spending hero points. Nobody has spent hero points yet. Everyone has played a different game, a different comp every game. So now we're at that point where people are going to start spending points. I am interested. I'm interested to see what that's going to look like now. I'm curious what what the hero selection is going to look like, basically. That was a very long-winded way, filling out your essays for your A-levels and uni stuff there.
when you're a caster, you've been told there's like 4 minutes until the start of the game.
When you're up at 7 o'clock in the morning,
yeah.
your brain just shuts down mid-sentence. That's all that was.
But yeah, we'll find out in just a few moments about that. But I do expect to see a few hero points be brought into the mixer. But yeah, I want to highlight the point you made about OUG. They've looked absolutely great, but, well, here we go. A question for you, ladies and gentlemen at home. Answer the question for some treasure in the chat. Question: which team won game number 2? Was it A, Ventus, B, TE, C, OUG, or D, GG? Do you know the answer, Jake?
I do, yeah. Partly because I write it down, so I can keep track of what's happened on the day. It's literally in front of me. Make sure you check your whisper boxes though, because you will, if you are selected, it will come in your whisper. So make sure you do check that, otherwise you might miss out on your treasures. I'm still meaning to actually go on and grab myself the new Pharah skin, because I love that skin. It's super cool. And now I've realized I really need the new Valda skin. Not Valda, Justina skin. Sorry. Where she's got the. I love Justina. I mean, anyone who's followed this for a while knows that I'm really a Valda stan. Like, Valda is the one for me. I absolutely love that hero. I think she's so fun. And like, when people win with her, I think the reason I like it so much is when people win with Valda, it's a good win because the hero is garbage. Like, she's really bad. And like, so when people actually make her work, you're like, oh, this guy's cracked. She's getting buffs though. She's getting buffs.
Why do you like the agent so much, Jake? Because she's trash.
Yeah, exactly. I'm such an underdog lover, man.
Because she's not a monk. That's why. But yeah, GD were a team that you mentioned that you wanted to keep an eye on, right? Throughout this one, they've been a sort of middle of the pack inside sort of like the top 7 or so going throughout the games. I'm just really interested now to see with these hero points, you know, definitely going to be spent, if not this game, 100% in the next game. How this is going to start to shape up. WBG, another team who have looked relatively uneasy at times. I think they put themselves in some tough spots, but I cast my mind back to it was that skirmish that they had with, it might have been GG, right, where the Yoto ult come through onto one of their players and they just flipped the switch. That's the factor that WBG have to work with. They're such a solid team when it comes to being their backs against the wall. But here we go then. Your questions are gonna be answered, should I say, rather, Jake. Will some hero points be spent? What comp will we see as we're gonna be heading back over to Morris Isle for games number 3?
Well, we're going to be jumping in. I'm going to predict some Transformer comps. I think quite a few teams haven't run that traditional one yet. Has a very high win rate within the realm of Yang. Obviously, Takeda has been super high priority today. And for the last couple of weeks, people are starting to realize, first of all, its skirmish capabilities within that realm of Yang, but also in the final circle, that big AoE stagger, the big AoE burst, absolutely huge. Not as many people picking it up, but XCG, they've done it. They've locked the Justina in. It's not the Justina carry comp, it's the Justina Transformer comp, but I'll take it. Again, our hands on some Justina action here. This is really strong. Justina's freeze really locks down. It's very easy to land on Monk because of the size of the model. And then you lock him down for so long. It's really brutal. And it's hard for him to land a grab onto Justina because of her movement. This comp, I reckon, has potential to be very powerful in the realm of Yang.
Definitely. I mean, we saw it in, I think it was the last 1 or 2 circles in that game number 2, where one player, I think, transformed into Monk and instantly just got shredded out of it and almost got his, basically cost his, not cost his team the game, but didn't put his
They
team
won the game off it, but not off it, but that was, you know, a hard one for Eagle.
Like, he gets absolutely shredded out of the Monk. So if you've got Justina, who, like you said, just absolutely freezes and somewhat it immobilizes and completely disables the likes of the Monk grab as well, because it's so hard, like you mentioned, to grab hold of her. I definitely think we'll start to see those comps become more frequent as we carry on throughout the Pro League. But either way, though, we are going to be seeing this. But that is a very heavily contested area.
That's a hot drop and a half. And it's a part of the map where, like, normally you see, like, maybe 1 or 2 teams drop. Everybody's dropping there. Utter carnage. GG. They're going to get themselves a pretty comfortable drop there where they're going to get the Temple to themselves, even Eventide Temple. But they can go J-Team. They're going to get all of Sunwing's West resting themselves. I don't think anybody's particularly close to them. GS as well, a long way away from anyone. But that hot drop, just off to the side from even side Temple, right on the eastern coast. Gonna be carnage. There's not too much gear as well, so these guys are going to want to try and grab what they can and make sure they can pressure onto these other teams as quick as possible. Carnage already as the King gets himself the vertical charge off onto Lucky there with a vertical strike on that longsword. Again, lands another one. Almost gets another one. Everyone's got longswords, so it's all that range from the longsword coming out here. Juan's already gone down. Lin's under fire. Lucky, no weapons, nowhere to go. Alliance taken out by OUG. They're opening up with 3 kills. Speaking of hot drops, more carnage breaking out as Godly's trying to find the knockup. WBG have lost one along with JJH here as Godly pinned against the staircase. Nowhere for him to go. Down he goes to GS. And it is just carnage to start us off in this game.
There's not even a moment for respite here as GS immediately turn their attention to the remaining JJH player. And I think, was that 3 teams who have lost their revive instantly within sort of like the first minute and a half, 2 minutes of the game? And the action's not stopping there though. As the side of Wolves, it's going to be 14. They try to shut down the team of KZ as it's only Gen left up and running for them. They're going to fall. Sorry, no, it wasn't Jay. It wasn't only Jen. There was 2 more players left alive for the side of KZ. There was 1 extra player that seemed to have gone astray. But either way though, KCG, Wolves, KZ all losing players early here, and it's just non-stop action on the hot drops as OUG, the consistent team that we said, seem to be in a bit of a pickle at the moment as GG do look to aggress slightly, but I think they have second thoughts eventually. But what a lightning quick start we've seen to this game number 3 here, Jake.
Unbelievably explosive start. Typically when you have an explosive start like this though, what it does mean is the final circle can be relatively quiet if enough teams get knocked out early. Depending on if there's more follow-up on these teams and they do find themselves just being consistently knocked out, I have to keep our eyes on. But XCG, they are the team running that Justina comp right now. So they have that freeze available on to Night HQ if they want to get their armor back. They're just going to recover off screen, trying to jump in and finish up onto these members. Do see 1 member go down from XCG, but they are able to win the fight versus Wolves and get the recovery onto Luke's Hang as Wolves 14 countered by Night HQ. No follow-up actually comes in. Clang coming out as well. The freeze from Night HQ to make sure they don't get followed up onto as 14 is juggled and finished up. XCG able to find themselves kills.
I think it's quite ironic that the player 14 who plays for a football club of Wolves got ball juggled quite literally in the game by the mechanics. It's one of my favorite things to see when, you know, we speak about macros and how accurate you have to be in timing of the movement on this game, but the likes of parrying and juggling as well, it's such a vital mechanic.
It's such a small window as well. To parry is such a small window.
I think I was on the mic with Dabby about like I mentioned 1 or 2 bi-weeklies ago, and there was like a 1v3 where the person hit 2 perfect parries at almost the same time. It's like honestly ridiculous how acute the DL is. But well, speaking of minor DLs, WBG, they unfortunately have to go head to head here with the side of TE. LYD unfortunately going to be ripped of that blue armor straight away, but for TE, they got 2 purples to work with, so they're looking pretty damn good thus far. But lots of damage dealt either way, and so much damage being ripped through the side of TE. It's going to be the transforming the monk though that comes out from TXJ. Does manage to grab one early, I think, but Pippi instantly is going to be slammed to the ground. And for the side of TE, they've actually lost LYD in the process. The Bane's Breath is going to be placed also. But again though, look at this monk and the transform getting absolutely ripped through, and that Bane Breath's not helping.
Well, actually, that was TE's Bane's Breath. That's the worst thing about this, is they lost the fight to WBG with the Monk transformation in their own Bane's Breath, and they still lost it. They are able to get VVV to come in and save the day. The Bane's Breath buying them some space. WBG will be happy with those 2 kills and not pressuring it anymore. They won't be happy, though, with Ventus coming in and third-partying and taking out Sleepwalker. Ultimate used there by the Decader on Sansi. As Bane's Breath now times out. TE used that transformation already. Therefore, they're going to be pretty exposed. And Sansi's going to want to use the last few charges of that ultimate before it fully times out. Still got one more of those F abilities to throw down. Is able to land it. Does get slammed onto. Ventus's WX98 does transform. And Sansi's keeping the pressure up. They are going to get somewhat slammed by LYD. Can WX98 find the grab is the real question now. As he will be looking for someone as VVV does get himself somewhat caught out. LYD about to de-transform out though as VVV gets grabbed, gets slammed, gets finished up, and LYD now about to lose that transformation. He is in for a whole world of hurt. Another member goes down. The grab may not come forward. Yes, it does. De-transform though, not going to get grabbed, but will be juggled and finished up. TE, not a great game too. Still got those those revives, but that was not a fight they needed.
I mean, TE, like I just don't understand. Like, you've come off the back of a game number 2, which I think they put up some monstrous amount of kills, if I'm correct. You just can't afford to lose them revives so early on in the game, 5 minutes or so in, and you've already been forced to basically change the style of play now because you can't afford to go into an engagement and lose a player early on. But
I think it's somewhat justified if you have a bunch of kills. It's like, okay, well, you're playing aggressive. You walk out with like 8 kills out of the early game. Yeah, it puts you on a reset for your gear. But like when you're fighting constantly and getting 0 kills and then lose your revive, it's like, okay, now you can't challenge Roma Yang for better gear. Now you're basically just playing on the back foot for the whole game. It's really, really rough actually for TE.
It's just an adaptation that I think they have to learn to make in their game, and we've already spoke about the inconsistencies of that lineup, and coming off the back of that World Championship when playing under the FPX banner, for example, things didn't go to their plan. Maybe that over eager and that overconfidence and aggression is something that probably costs them the majority of the time, and it's a style of play that when they're playing it well and when they're making it work, boy oh boy does it work. But like you said, if you've got 8 kills out of the early game and your tails are up and you're feeling confident, you can do it. But to be two out of 3 games, challenge early fights here, and come out with a maximum of sort of 2 or 3 kills and die both times and lose those revives, it's just not warranted. It's a silly mistake to make, in my opinion. But as we see where this corruption starts to shape up and take place, TE on the far southwestern side, bottom southeast seems to be a little bit contested as well, 2 or 3 teams. But speaking of contention, it's going to be Alliance and XCG. Seem to be dancing with each other at the moment.
Been a pretty explosive little area actually. Well, a lot of teams are waiting for this Roma Yang to spawn up. Is going to be coming in. Who's going to jump in? XCG and GD get inside the Roma Yang. On the other side, it's Ventus versus OUG. Haven't really seen much from J Team actually. They've been relatively quiet this game. Yeah. Maybe a little bit thrown by that previous one as Xiaonan transforms on top of the pillar. Will be looking for that grab. Jumps immediately down. Can he find that grab? No, the freeze was there from someone to hold them up for a little bit longer. XCG keeping the pressure up. Now they've got the grab onto NiHQ, so he can't actually continue the freeze. Can he get another dash through? No, he gets re-grabbed. He's being juggled around. He's desperately trying to find these freezes off, but he's unable to do so. NiHQ's low HP. They have got the F. They're not going to be able to get to use it in time. XCG really fumbling the execution of this fight with their Justina. Transformation comes out. Xiaonan gets grabbed, gets slammed. Kakaxi able to follow that one up as Lich Heng holding on. Counter comes down. Kakaishi, keeping the pressure up as this is just not a fight for XCG. They are struggling here. Maybe they can find an opening to turn this one around as Lich Heng actually does do quite a lot of damage to the GD members, keeping them airborne for a long amount of time. No way do they turn this one around. XCG! It went so wrong, but then so right.
Who needs a Justina in the realm of Yang, Jake? Who needs one, right? It's almost like we said, Justina could go absolutely huge in the realm of Yang to hit the freezes and disable the monk transform, but it doesn't even need to. XCG, so much damage dealt off the back of the juggles as well. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, to say the least, from XCG, and that's what I love about NARAKA. You let your foot off the gas for a touch, you give a sliver of hope and an opening to a team, and they can really punish you. But here you go, the transfer will come through from the King for the side of OUG, a team that we've done nothing but praise. But one team, though, that has what it takes to shut down the momentum and the hype train that seems to be OUG is the side of WVG. But they're going to have to do it without Sleepwalker, unfortunately. And as I say that, although Jing and PP do have blue and purple armor, PP instantly going to be wiped down to just over half HP. Half shield now as well on Jing. And, well, for the side of WBG, unfortunately for them, it looks like GD, have come to play spoilers here in the three-way fight, and now they're going hunting for OUG. One player SS for OUG, relatively low. The King also low. Does manage to turn the tides, though, onto Kakaxi. The bell comes through, transform pops as well, looking for the grabs, doesn't manage, or he does grab onto the King. Where you going, boy? There's only one person sitting on the throne today, and that's me.
Well, they do have that Vermilion's Bird's Might, so a lost fight for them does mean that they are able to get the revive off, and that is a big one as well, because GD needed that with the Roma Yang debuff on them. This is actually the fight that happened within the Roma Yang. The King able to demonk in time, gets that armor back from the detransformation, so he's going to be okay for now. And this was just a very, very close fight, actually. Two incredibly close Roma Yangs, actually, back-to-back, counter coming in, and that is pretty much all they needed to close that one out. As GG finding himself in a fight here versus XCG. All of the rebirths have actually been used from those Vermilion's Bird's Mites, as GG actually going to keep the pressure up onto XCG here. And honestly, XCG, they're running a comp which I really liked, but it feels like they haven't really got the execution down on this team and somewhat struggling to execute on it. Down goes Li Cheng. That's going to be their last rebirth from the Vermilion's Bird's Mites, and they basically came out from the Roma Yang and rebirthed immediately. Both teams who won struggled to use their buff to proper effect.
Just taking a look at the scoreboard on the left-hand side of the screen. J team not having the game that they wish to have, and JJH behind them already starting to close that gap off the back of a great game 2. J-Team, they still sit, I think, what's that, 9 points outside of the top 14 required to go through to the BIWEEK weekly finals later on this week, or I say later on this week, quite literally tomorrow. But some free codes just popped up on the right-hand side of your screen there. Go ahead, redeem them, check out the amazing game that is NARAKA if you haven't done so already. But Ventus, they're trying to go hunting for J-Team. This will be a huge engagement here between these two sides.
Well, Ventus only have 38 seconds until the Roma Yang debuff wears off and they die. So J-Team, honestly, these are free kills if they just tap and dodge away. That's all they have to do is hit these members. ZK is going to get himself caught out by Jinyu. Sandstorm comes up. ZK's in danger, and actually he might be getting cleansed here. If he can just hold for a little bit longer, he might be able to just find the kills that J-Team needed off the back of this one. Jinyu's keeping the pressure up onto ZK. Counter comes down onto them. Timer running low for Ventus. 8 seconds left. I don't think they've got enough fuel in the tank. They've got the Karumi Tether to keep them healed up. Ventus going down and giving kills over the J-Team as well, as no Alliance with the Ballista steal the kills and deny them from J-Team. They only got a single kill. Alliance with an amazing third party there. They were just freebies for J-Team to take, and they lose out so hard. Eagle props the bell. No transformation nearby for him, and he is down. He is out. Alliance with the third party.
Oh, Alliance, they play it great. They snipe the kills with the Ballista, and then saw, quite literally like an eagle, over towards the final member of J-Team, take him down. Fantastic stuff, though, from Alliance. They really read that situation superbly, and, I mean, you got to say, it's unfortunate from Ventus. They left it just a little bit too late with the Realm of Yang debuff, of course, ticking down. And they looked like at times there where they could have definitely kept themselves in that. They did a lot of damage at one point to the players from J-Teams. But speaking of Realm of Yang, talking of devil and one shall appear. I think that's how the saying goes, right, Jay? Because we are going to be heading into the second realm of Yangs of the game shortly.
GS might not take it. Some teams have decided they don't like to take the second run with Yang and then get knocked out of the game too early because they lost their run with Yang. GS are actually just gatekeeping it to make sure nobody else can get in it. It looks like OUG may just be getting a freebie. I mean, that is okay. Yeah, that's Legendary Soul Jade, Legendary Katana. You do not want to be fighting that one. J Team were trying to buy a Rebirth Charm to get their down player back, and GD found them. 101 TN's going to get chased off here by GD. I think that shop, he tried to get to the shop, but there was no Rebirth Charm in it. So 101 TN desperately trying to find a Rebirth onto his teammate here. Actually, did they have the money? I can't remember how much a Rebirth Charm is.
I think it's 2,000.
Is it? Okay.
I think it's only 2,000 though. I'm not 100% sure if I'm...
I can't remember, honestly.
I don't know. Oh, no, sorry. It's 9,000, not 2,000.
Okay, so they don't have the money for it.
You get 2,000 per kill, and they've just not had the kills available. So they've literally got no money at all, nowhere near enough to get the Rebirth Charm. And how costly is that going to be? As the side of Wolves, they look to try and capitalize. They do force 101 TN away, though. However, OUG, they're going to try and get back into the engagements. It's TE, though, that they are tasked with.
It's going to be hard. TE do have the Draco Storm, but OUG with the Mystic Might and the damage reduction. J-Team were able to find a Rebirth Charm, probably on Amora's Blessing, as TEXJ going very, very low here. Jinyu has been grabbed. That damage reduction, though, is going to do a lot there for Jinyu. As you can see, they only really get the slow off the Draco Storm. It's not quite the buff it used to be way back in the day where it was the buff to grab. Trying to keep the pressure up onto these guys on OUG. TXJ getting some damage off onto the King, but the King with the golden weapons and that damage debuff is able to hold fast, especially when they got a Z-Ping healing them up. But both teams do have their abilities to kind of hold fast here with their healers. One with a Z-Ping, one with a Karumi. Desperately holding fast, but VVV is able to finish up SS Slam there on the UA Shen. Grabbing a little bit more, and it looks like OUG are just going to look to try and get away from this. TE going to be happy with their one kill.
One is better than none, right? Safe to say. TE finally getting themselves on the board. J-Team, though, I can't believe the cheat of Alliance to snipe with the Ballista those kills earlier on, and it actually cost all 3 revives available for J-Team. They do eventually, though, get their player back into the game through that Rebirth Charm. I think it was Eagle, no? Who?
Yeah, it was Eagle, but he is now very easy to kill. Grey weapon, grey armor, no ultimate, being run down by Myth here. J-Team, they're about to lose Eagle again as he's finished up by GG. Where was the rest of the team? This is like old school J-Team, by the way. This is old school J-Team, splitting up way too much and then losing players for it. They're a team who, when they fall like behind and kind of behind the curb or the speed of the rest of the teams, they just feel super like panicked and don't know what to do with themselves and struggling for it. As GS going to be able to finish up. Louis here is able to pick up that kill onto them. That might just be another kill over to them as Xiaohu goes in for the transformation and is looking to try and see if he can find those grabs. Godly as well, also getting himself in the transformation, but he's just being absolutely dogged on as Xiaohu trying to find a grab, but both of the people he can grab are transformed, so all he can really do is look to just be a nuisance. As Louis gets himself grabbed. They need to stagger, because if this slam comes forward, they are going to lose that player. No, the healing should just be enough to keep them up and alive for a little bit longer. Regrab not happening. Water keeping the pressure up. De-transformation has come out. Godly also going to de-transform here, as they're keeping the pressure up onto JJH. Bell gets popped immediately. Damage through that armor onto Xiaohu, though. Almost gets him in a dangerous position, as both of the monks are just brawling between one another. Godly getting chased onto, though. He should just be going down here. Low HP. One more touch is all it's going to really take. A cannon or a range shot should just be able to finish this one up. He is dodging away on everything, though, as Godly on the run finally goes down. Water, the only player standing for his team.
You gotta say it's a good effort, right? He's 1 HP for about 20 minutes and just somehow manages to survive that long. But either way, though, for JJH, not the start they wanted to. I just again, they had such a great opportunity to try and close that gap between themselves and JT, and it's just not seemed to have worked out for them. KZ, though, one of those teams that were flying under the radar so slightly. Zay gonna try and replenish some of that loot, pick up some of the resources left from that earlier engagement. JT are gonna spot TE, or at least hear them close by. All players have got the purple armor to work with, some blue cannon shots coming out as well. So although it's not necessarily the highest damage dealer, definitely could pick up a chunk or two. Just looking across to see as that corruption starts to slowly form here, and this is sort of what we expected, right? A slower middle game and a slower end game, because we had such a chaotic start to the game.
Yeah, it is one of those things where the game is, when you have such an explosive start, you lose a lot of players, or people use their rebuffs early, so therefore they have to be a lot more defensive. Random Bane's Breath is going to drop down onto GG. Not any players at this point, as no one will have those anymore. Mora's Blessing comes out. XCG are going to try and get their hands onto it. They've got the Sandstorm, they've got the Ballista Control. This is going to be a freebie for them. They need to give it to Night HQ, the golden armor inside. He gets a golden pole sword off the back of that as well. Golden Jewel Blade's probably going to go get given over to one of their other players. Soul Jade's obviously not particularly that useful to them, but now that you've got the golden armor on the Justina, she's going to feel a lot more comfortable when she jumps into people with her ultimate on. It's a bit like the Viper. You know, you want that survivability on them. As Kakaxi is getting a backup from that repeated crossbow on to TXJ. Repeated crossbows, some of it really kind of came into their own during the World Championship as a way to handle the monk and just absolutely obliterate the health bar just by whittling it away in fast succession. As Kakashi is going to lose their transformation. TXJ looking for the slam, able to get it. Is about to lose their transformation, though. Does still have some armor once they come out to work with off the back of that one, as LXM and the rest of GG sliding in. Now they're going to throw down that Viper stun. They need to try and break that line of sight, or this could go real bad here. Lockdown's going to land. Follow-up comes in. K takes 2 vertical strikes there from LXM, able to finish him up as GD lose a couple of members there. GG able to cash in onto Free and K off the back of that.
I think the players from T tried to come through as well. One thing I just want to mention again, though, Jake, and to not sound like a broken record that us casters and analysts seems to always do and sound like, OUG, again, 10 kills in total so far already in this game, sitting in 4th spot, and they're closing that gap to TE here.
They are. I mean, TE are pretty geared, though. That's something you got to keep in mind, is
True.
9 legendary Soul Jades, legendary weapons, purple armor across the board, purple weapons as well. Like, these guys are very geared, and when LYD can land a musket shot like that onto LXX and secure themselves yet another kill, yes, they do get LXX up. Sandstorm comes down, but with the Shadow Corruption hot on their heels, there could just be another kill getting farmed here with that musket. Able to get some healing off, so not in one-shot range anymore. But that was a beautiful little shot there. I do believe J-Team weren't able to get Eagle up a second time. So they are just like a 2-member position, and one of those members being their monk, that's the person who you need to find the kills for you in this endgame. J-Team, they need to somehow pull a miracle out in this game. Otherwise, they're going into the second half of the day in a really, really bad position.
There's no one ever really to say the least. Tilo still trying to land some shots with that musket if possible. Not to any avail thus far. It's just TXJ keeping the distance between themselves and the teams. The gold armor is going to go into VVV now as well. Look at this armor. Look at this stack as well across the board from VVV. So well looted, like you said. Really, really strong in any engagements that come through. And, well, GS, it seems like they fancy their luck, to say the least. I think And does get tagged up slightly. Rips half the shield off, so he's going to just back up and live to see another day. But you got to say, though, T, based off their loot alone, they look like they could really control this game going into those final circles.
No, they absolutely do. They look very, very strong right now. 5 minutes left, though, on the board. And now we're at the point where the pace probably will start to pick up in the next few moments, just due to the fact that there's still quite a lot of people in a very tight space. Buccaneer phase in full swing now. Everybody just going for those cannon shots, building up that rage, chipping away at those resources. LYD with a lovely little headshot there on the musket, chunking through that armor onto Anne. Keeping the damage up. We'll need to repair their weapon after this shot. I'm just going to get it in now while they can. TE, though, very geared up. Golden pole sword onto LYD. I mean, if he has the Overcomer as well, that's terrifying. Overcomer, unfortunately, a soldier that people have spoken quite a lot about as being fairly easy to counter, because you can counter at all stages. It doesn't have, like, a gold focus point where it's uncounterable, as 101TN has to transform basically out of desperation. Unfortunately, not really able to get too much as ZK gets grabbed, gets re-grabbed as well. Second slam comes down. ZK this time is able to just about zip away to safety, but Wolves 14's transforming. Everybody getting pushed into close proximity, but 101TN, he transformed a little while ago, so he'll be losing that fairly soon. Has now de-transformed, and he is just waiting for a place and hiding for a spot where he can hold first, but it's going to be so hard for him to do so. ZK goes down from J-Team, and now it's only 101TN left in this game, and he is struggling. His health bar is blinking red. Is able to just hold on for a little bit longer, though, and move away to a bit of safety higher ground away, but Wolves 14 loses his transformation for finding that slam.
On the side of XCG, though, they are doing a decent amount of damage, to say the least, but there's one player from J-Team just hanging on for dear life on the edge of the cliff. Is going to be KZ, though, who looks like they're going to be the ones that are forced back, but Li Jinghang somehow dancing around, going to stay alive as the side of Wolves. They're still in this here. Jake fighting at the bottom. LXX, though, not looking in the best of spots, relatively low with the ult pops. Does manage to get himself back up onto the top of the cliff, but TE, though, where's that gold on purple armor set gone for VVV? Does manage to get himself away, though, get that replenished nice up and running, but TE, don't put yourself in a position where you throw the game away. The bell was popped to stop any damage from TXJ. Here comes the transform. Now, let's look. Can he find any grabs? We mentioned the height advantage on the likes of a Monk is so vital to have. And, well, they've got KZ stuck. The Sandstorm does come out to offer some sort of shield. But either way, though, TE, they've burnt this Monk almost instantaneously and got no use out of it at all.
Yeah, that was a real rough run for them on that front. Struggling to really find any opportunity to do anything. There's still 18 players left in this game. Xiaonan is able to find a grab onto Sorrow, but there's going to be a whole bunch of damage fired back onto Xiaonan as he de-transforms. Still, golden armor, golden jewel swords, he's going to be holding fast as 14 has transformed himself on the Monk. Same for Halesy on this low ground, looking for the grabs. There's still a bunch of players. LXM desperately trying to avoid the fists from these Monks as Halesy getting staggered somewhat here. They do get the grab on to one. Double slam coming in from Wolves 14. Able to secure a couple of kills. A desperation plays. He has no teammates left with him, but he is able to cash in on a bunch of extra kills for himself. At least ending on a high note. De-transforms. No armor to speak of, though, unfortunately, as VVV waiting off, looking for the tether for the revive, actually, onto that TE member. Is able to get it onto LYD. LYD is almost grabbed there by Xiaonan. Not going to actually quite happen, but 14 Wolves does go down off screen, unfortunately. Xiaonan still holding this high ground for just a little bit longer. 1 minute left in this game. Xiaonan holding on, is going to finally get taken down by LYD. As the circle is going to get so tight. There's still 14 players left. There's still so many people in this final circle. It's going to be utter carnage here. And it's all up for grabs on who is going to be taking this one. J-Team still holding on to that final player in their game, in their team. He's just playing the high ground, playing for placement, playing for as many points as possible. Alin jumps in, immediately gets finished up by TE. TE having an absolutely phenomenal game number 2 again. cashing in on more and more points. The transformation comes out from TXJ. They're trying to bop them back into the zone. Halesey is holding on for as long as possible. In comes the tactical nuke, though, from LXM. It's going to lock the whole lobby in place. Everybody is stunned. And GG find their opening to get all of the kills they need. Miss Kia uses this opportunity to get the ultimate off, but they get slammed. They get caught out. TXJ and the rest of TE are able to win the lobby once again.
Oh, TE, they go clutch when they need to. I thought they burnt through stuff a little bit too early, but the rage builds up. They get the ults back online again. And instantaneously, in that situation, there's only going to be one winner. You've got to say, though, credit where credit is due. The stun, the tactical nuke, like you said, nearly goes huge for the side of GS, I think. But ultimately, bit off a little bit more than they could chew in the end. But either way, though, what a game from TE. It looked like they were going to have a bit of a slower start, and then again they picked things up. You just never know with this team, Jake. You really never know what style of game you are going to get out of it. And XCG actually, right, won the lobby. Great performance from XCG, to say the least. It was a great showing across the board.
It was. I didn't even realize Justina Comp was popping off that hard in the end there, but they did make it work. XCG take the W there. They'll be happy with that one. TE, they're going to be happy regardless. It's another decent game under their belt. J-Team, I don't know what's happened, man. They've just crumbled this week. It has not been good for them. They have looked appallingly bad. And they now have 3 games to get their act together.
And when you say get their act together, you mean drop monstrous numbers in a game as well. It's very hard to do.
It's so I don't know, man. Like, they've got 3 games where they've got to make this work, and yeah, they won that first game, and they'll be happy with that one. But they are still not even in bi-weekly. They are a long ways away, a long ways away from making it to that bi-weekly. I mean, it's a long way. They're like 1 place off, but they're just not performing. They're just not performing right now. Where TE are, where XEG are, where OUG are. I didn't really see too much of OUG that game, so when we have a look at the scoreboard, we'll see how well they actually did do. To be fair to OUG, they can afford for this to be a bad game. I don't think that's going to be a problem for them by any means, because they've just played so well in their first 2 games. And as long as they then pick it up from there, you know, you can afford a bad game if you play that well. You just can't afford more than 1 bad game, I think is probably the best way to look at it for OUG right now. But we'll have that scoreboard fairly soon, and we can then see where we're at that front.
We now, though, of course, stay on Morris Isle again for game number 4. So, you know, sometimes I feel when we talk about, you know, the change between going to Morris Isle to then Hollerov and then back to Morris Isle, it can sort of throw sometimes the style of play off for certain teams. But now having back-to-backs on Morris Isle, I think this is only going to buy into someone like TE a little bit more, for example, because we've now seen 2 games back-to-back where they've, I think game number 2, they dropped a monstrous amount of kills. This game, they hit final circle again after we see the standings, and we'll see who won the lobby in general. Now, I think this is where TE can start to close that gap between themselves and second and first if they continue the performance from what we've seen in game number 2 and game number 3. I'm almost, I don't want to say that I'm not interested in them closing the gap, but that fight for those final 2 spots in the bi-weekly almost interests me and intrigues me a little bit more, between the likes of J-Team, the likes of JJH, for example, and I can't remember who it is that's sitting just above them, but it's really all up to play for now that we're hitting the halfway stage of these games.
No, yeah, you're completely right. I mean, like I said, it's like herding cats, man. Like the teams are so up and down all the time. The second half of the day was when J-Team actually did strike back on Sunday. So maybe they kind of find their win a little bit later on in the day. They need to, otherwise they're in real trouble. But you know, for OUG, for TE, it's kind of just keeping what they've had going all day for themselves. XCG though, 18 kills. When did they get that? Did I fall asleep or something in that game? Yeah. I do not remember them coming out with 18 kills. TE end with 9 and come out in second, and then GG got 10 kills. OUG another 10-pointer. So just consistently good across the day for them.
Can we make sure that we was watching the same game that XCG?
I genuinely feel.
I genuinely feel like we were watching a different game. Like I know we say it ironically at times, like were they even on the map? But I generally don't remember, apart from sort of the last skirmishes where they took advantage of some of the later stages in the game. I generally don't really remember them having such a stomping game.
Do you ever do like a regular commute, and then you're driving to work or something, and then you just like, after like a month or so of doing it, you arrive at work and you're like, I don't remember the drive at all. I was so zoned out the whole drive. That's what I feel like's just happened. Like, it's that feeling where you're like, you come out and you're like, wait, what? I don't even remember. I can't physically remember seeing OUG get that many kills. Unbelievable. But XCG, they do take this game. Absolutely huge game for them. Pretty even kill spread across the board there. Just shy of 60. Oh, well, actually, just shy of 65k damage coming in from these guys total across the board. I am so happy to see a Justina comp work. I for one, stand the return of Justina into the meta. Not in solos though. I absolutely loathe Justina in solos, specifically in trios, because in solos she stalls too hard, it's boring, but in trios she's aggressive and really fun to watch. And it kind of started here. It's just this hot drop at the beginning of the game, absolute carnage to kick it off.
I know, it'll be interesting to see where I kind of don't remember seeing XCG involved in this either, if I'm correct. This was the Bane spread that I think WBG actually ended up putting down, but took a lot of damage out of in the end. But okay, cool. So this is the first realm of Yang, which it looks like XCG was involved in.
They already had a bunch of kills.
And they already had
9 kills in that realm of Yang.
I just do not remember this at all. But hey, to say it definitely did happen. But then it looks like GG took the fight to XCG. And this was the last time I remember seeing XCG in the final stage of the game. But either way though, great performance across the board. TE played pretty solid, the stun come through inevitably, and either way though, TE pick up the lobby with the XCG, pick up the standard win for games as well. Look at the MVP though, Jay. Some big old numbers there.
Yeah, really nice. And Justina as well, win for NiHQ. Had Phoenix Blast, the Overcomer. Like I said, the Overcomer, you can counter it at any stage. So it's actually fairly easy to counter, but in trios, because there's so much going on, it's quite easy to get caught up in it. So really nice to see them pick that one up. 9 MVPs this season for NiHQ. Really, really good stuff. 4 kills before the rebuff. They were very aggressive early, very aggressive late. I feel like life's a blur because I do not remember them doing that, but they had a really, really good game for XCG, and it's great to see the Justina actually pop off and show up in these games. It's nice to see. Good stuff coming in from them, but XCG, you know, eyes on them now, but I'm still got my eyes on OUG. I really do. I feel like OUG are a team who I do not want to be rolling off at all today, because they have had good points every game. They're the only team to have good points in every game as well. I think that's the big thing for me is they haven't had a bad game so far. TE, bad game 1. Great game 2 and 3. J-Team, great game 1. Bad 2 and 3. OUG, they were the consistent. They were the steady. They've always been scoring in double digits every game so far. So they've been looking very, very good so far.
Consistency is key, right? That's the saying that we always seem to regurgitate as casters. We spoke about, you know, KLA in recent times are starting to look a little bit more consistent than usual, but OUG, for example, you know, they've really found some comfortability here going into this final bi-weekly. Like, they really, really have. They look so good, so well versed, and I'm really interested now to see if they can maintain that going into the bi-weekly final. Should they make it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty shocked to see them not. But again, though, when you've got the likes of the KLAs and the lobbies, I guess it kind of just completely flips in the way that the map can play.
It's weird though, because it's one of those things where, like, now I think about it, I'm like, why am I surprised that OUG are doing well? They won the overall standings at the end of last season. They didn't win the actual grand finals and become the champions of the season, but they exited the group stage with the most points. They were the top team back then. So it's a bit of a surprise to me. I'm like, wow, I'm surprised by that. Anyway, that doesn't matter. We're going to throw it over to our interview after that game, and then we're getting ready to go back into 4 and 5 back-to-back, so we'll see you in a second.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have the King from OUG to our interview. So of course, please say hello to our first.
Hello， 大家好，我是 OUG 的 King。
Okay, welcome. So these weeks, OUG really have a better performance. So I want to know, how did you pass the run-in stage about your team? 那其实这一周也能看到 OUG 有一个非常棒的表现，相比于之前。想问一下小刘，是怎么样度过磨合期的队员之间？
磨合期的话，其实一开始最玩的时候，主要是我不会玩，就现在稍微会玩一点了，然后也玩了打了这么久了，还是有配合的现在。
Oh, okay. So at first, I was not really good at to like playing trios. So after a long time, and we have a lot of communication, and we have a better cooperation. So now I can play better. So how do you think about like play solo and trios? The different feeling about this. 那你是怎么感觉这个玩单排和玩三排的不同的感觉呢？
玩单排的话，就是只用在乎眼前的人嘛，但是玩三排就不一样了，三排太乱了，这绝缘圈、梅花桩这些根本都是不一样的。对，就是人太多了，就让自己有点就是转不过来了。
Okay, I think when I was playing solo, I only need to focus the one who is stand in front of me. But when I was playing trios, there was too many information I have to notice, and also about the final circle, and about maybe earlier stage or the middle stage, last stage. There was like too much to care about, so it's more difficult. Okay, let's move on to our new part, answer for treasure. So this time, our question is, which team has not been confirmed to enter the BIWEEK4 trials final yet? 那其实这次也是来到了我们的新环节，小刘记得吧 ？OK， 那其实这一次的问题是谁还没有确定能进入到我们的这个第4周的周决 ？So we all know like today is the last day of our regular game. So for your team, how do you think about like this week's game? 那其实这一周我们都知道已经是最后一天了，你们是怎么看待这一周的比赛的？
怎么看的？我没懂。
就是你觉得第4周的比赛对于你们队伍来说更需要注重什么？
更需要注重就是多让我长经验吧，因为他们都是会玩的，就我不会玩，多长经验，吸收一下绝缘圈的知识就行了。
Okay, I think I need to like improve more and get more experience in the final circle. So how do you think about yourself improvement like during these seasons? 那你觉得从赛季初到现在自己最大进步在哪？
最大的进步是自己会玩了。之前是不会玩，现在是稍微会玩了。
Okay, I think the like biggest improvement for myself is I can play better trios now. Okay, please count down the time. 那也请小刘给我们倒计时一下吧。
什么？
倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. Thank you, the King. And also, I want to know, like, in these seasons, what is your biggest wish? 那其实也想知道这一个赛季小刘最大的愿望是什么？
最大的愿望，三排想夺个冠。
Okay, you want to get a champion of trios, the bi-weekly final champion or the like total champion? 那是最后周决还是总冠军？
有就行。
Okay, it doesn't matter. Both is okay. Okay, so like this week, your team, like I think it's already getting to the bi-weekly final. So, how do you think, like in this bi-weekly final, your team gonna perform? 那其实你们现在已经确定了可以进入到周决了，觉得这一周的周决怎么打？
这是周决吗？这是周决。会多做准备吧，就是多看一下他们绝缘圈录像吧。就是绝缘圈问题就是我不会玩，会玩的话就没有这么难。
Oh, okay. Maybe I will do more preparation about the final circle. I want to like see more video about the other team and learn more. Okay, that's cool. Okay, thank the King for doing this and hope you good luck in the following games. Okay, bye everyone.
我是林小茹，我是浙江泰顺人。是下属民歌、下属分手嘅真心人。
在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我是是只 就喜欢对着台山冲过，喜欢从山林度跑啊跑。唔是啫，只有老人头上嘅盘王機可以教我定路腳譜。我也對我講，平王莊是不你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常難記嘅平王莊對着將在看待心嚴。夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平王莊嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝出去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為得老都衝對過，其實都是平王包容我人衝台，就符我人需要嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我想带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我像啲細事隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛盡情落書，所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平王莊。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新意義唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開腳。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一員。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
Everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our latter half of the day. As we can see, J-Team, better day than Sunday, which is genuinely not hard. Sunday was garbage, but they still have some work to do if they want to make it into that top 14 and into that spot at that bi-weekly final where they can potentially defend their title, although they're going to have an uphill battle to climb because the guys at the top of the table are going to be starting with so many points. We're talking 3 games worth of points, I reckon, under their belt to kick it off with. It's going to be a hard ask to do, but As you can see, JJH 13 points behind them right now. It's not without the realms of possibilities because most teams are averaging, or most of the good teams are averaging about 10 to 15 points at the moment a game. It's honestly pretty high scoring at the moment, as we can see. And JDG currently in 14th, not playing today, so there is space for them to be taken over, as Ventus did have a pretty good game number 3 there.
Yeah, we then look into what is going to be the top 7 really, and the business end of the standings as well. I do think some of these sort of 8 through to 14th can move their way up into that top 7. But I think there are sort of one, 2, maybe 3 clear leaders in the standings as things stand. And KLA obviously after a record-breaking day last time out, not able to play in today, but they're well and truly secured themselves at. Well, I say well and truly secured themselves at the top spot, 210. Not far behind now is TE, who have had a great day so far on 61 points as things stand currently. But I think one of the big talking points and one of the key factors has been that team in 4th spot, right, Jake? OUG. Just sitting under 59 spots at the moment, 130 in total. They have looked fantastically well so far today.
They have looked very good. AOW did have a very good day 1 and 2, though. 83 and 90 point days, putting them 170. OUG, it's not without the realm of possibility. We're talking, 40 points away now from catching up and taking AOW's spot in top 3. It's going to be a hard ask for them to do, though. They've been playing very, very well, but they've only really been doing kind of like 10-point plus, but we've not had like a big win from OUG. I think they're one big win and then just like normal games from basically taking that top 3 spot. Honestly, I think anything beyond that might be a little bit out of the realms of possibility for OUG, but I think it's very achievable for them to hit that 3rd. TE, from this point, I just think it needs to go bad for them not to take 1st back from KLA because of how good their day 1 was. I mean, they're starting with 100 points already, where KLA, they had that 150-point day, but they also had a 50-point day. So it's stuff like that is kind of what's obviously caught them off a little bit. Where TE, they had a great day 1 of those bi-weekly, having a relatively good day 2 of their bi-weekly for themselves. The question is are they going to be able to keep that up? I mean, they're a team who, unfortunately, I gotta say it, they are plagued with inconsistency. Is their biggest downfall, is their biggest weakness. So the question is are these last 3 games now going to be gonna show us the TE that we know and love as one of the best teams in this league, or are they going to fall back on their laurels and kind of fall apart in the second half of the day? There's a lot of teams we're going to be watching coming into this game, coming into this bit, and this is the point in the day where I like to talk about how they're going to be a little tired, right? They've had 3 games they've already played. And now they play 2 games back to back as well. They go Morosai, Holler off almost instantaneously. There's no break in between this really. Get a little bit of time, but not much. Luckily, comps will probably be pre-planned by their coach because you can't see what other people are picking going into the lobby. So they are just blind picking versus one another. So they'll have an idea of what they're going to be playing already. So talks with coaches won't be around team comps. It'll be more around play styles going in from 4 to 5.
Yeah, well, speaking of comps, we're going to see what teams are selected going into this character select. JJH, a team that are trying to get themselves inside that top 14. We spoke, I think last game was the first time we actually saw character points be used, right, into the actual selections. So it'll be interesting to see how many more points are left going into this final 3 games. Obviously, like you mentioned, the points cost double pretty much every time the game goes on from when you first use one. It's just it's crunch time now, and I'm almost as brutal as it sounds on the players. I really like having 2 back-to-back games with a limited break sandwiched in between each other, because it forces mentality and fatigue to the max, which really is where you start to see some minor cracks and the small details start to show, and some of the flaws come out from some of these teams. And if you're the likes of TE, for example, you want to take that top spot, you've already been playing fantastically well these later stages of the game. You cannot afford those kinks in the armor, those dents to start forming. TK, Ali and Co, not really doing too much so far today. I would say they've almost lived up to expectation, really, at points, Jake. We've not really seen them set the world on fire in any bi-weeklies. We've seen glimpses and glamours of hope every now and then, but been disappointing from them. GG, though, surprisingly, they're currently sitting 6th at the moment. They're a team that are on a 40-point day so far. They've been a team where they always seem to pop up in the final stages of the circle. They seem to keep themselves in the game. They third party really, really well. I remember a third party that they capitalized on. I think it was WBG that they pulled their pants down. But here we go then. Into game number 4. We're staying on the Isle. Morris Isle, game number 4. The penultimate game on Morris Isle. Of course, we head back here for game number 6. But here we go, Jake. This is what you wanted to see. What are we going to see in terms of character select? Sorry.
There's been a distinct lack of the Pacific Rim comp. So I feel like teams who are starting to burn through their points may look at it now. But Takeda is the king of the day. It has been Takeda all day. We've had one Pharah all day, which is really, really surprising to me, actually. How much people have started to move away from the Pacific Rim comp, and actually how much Takeda has taken the place as the comp in the game, and how it's actually a very new comp as well, and very different where you have the Matari variations or the Tammy variations, and it's not kind of just stealing away from other comps. It's not like the Justina comp that steals from the Yoto comp. It's its own unique comp with its own unique identity. Makes it really, really interesting, and I love the Takeda stuff. I think it's super fun. There's still a little too many bald heads on this screen for me. I'm not okay with that, but it is what it is.
Not everyone is blessed with the lovely locks that you have, my friend. Unfortunately, all right. It's monk lives matter. I think. Hey,
it's not baldest. It's just it's just
monkish.
Bored of goddamn monk, man.
No, I do know it can be a strain on the eyes at times. But either way, though, here we go. Into the map we drop, and it's safe to say, okay, over towards the northeastern side, it's a little bit contested here, but other than that, it's a lot more spread out than what we've just seen.
A lot more spread out. J-Team are once again dropping at Sunwing's Rest, where we saw them drop last time and do nothing with it. I want to see them get the good loot, because they got a great spot for loot, but they then need to translate that into a team fight. There's Ventus in the area. I can't remember who that is on that logo. I should see soon, but that's obviously at Someone's Rest. Who's the purple one? Is that GS? No. Oh, I can't remember who they are. Either way, there's people in the area. Grab that loot, get onto it, and move on. We're obviously looking at XCG, who won our previous game. Starting off at the Shadow J Mines is WBG. This is how their previous game started. Getting absolutely jumped on, and Jing is finished up by GS. Anne's able to secure that kill. I want to sing Ang's praise, actually. Anne has been one of those players who has genuinely super impressed me all season long. GS themselves haven't been overly impressive. Yes, right now, they are not even in that top end of the table, actually. They're on the lower end of the table. They always seem to be on the losing end of fights, but it's always Anne who's putting points on the board for this team. He's always the player who seems to step up. I feel like in between spring and summer, I do expect to see Anne get picked up by another team and put onto maybe a slightly better roster, because I genuinely think Anne has some serious potential for summer.
I'm interested to see, for sure. I think, you know, every single team probably, I would say, has their standout, you know, superstar or player that can always be relied upon. And I think Anne is definitely a person where, you know, not to discredit the squad of GS, but in better circumstances, should GS as a team be playing better, you'll probably see a lot more praise be given over to the likes of Anne and GS in general. But either way, though, like you mentioned, we've still got a long road ahead. We've got a summer ahead of us. We'll see how things play out there. Beside the J team, though, they are still just 2.7 points to be precise outside of that top 14. They cannot afford another poor performance here in this game, Jake. They just really cannot.
No, they can't. This tail end of the day has to go really right for them, because they're not the only person looking to get into the into that top end of the table, into that top 14 and making it to the BIWEEK4 finals. Yes, for them the stakes are higher because they've got to defend their title as they did win the previous one. Also, the main thing is about getting as many world points as possible. I mean, they've won 2 world championships. No one else has won world championships other than J-Team. And if they actually struggle to make it to Worlds because they have a bad season, then they can't even defend it there. So it's even things like that. It's that long in the distance is what they got to think about. Wolves tried to open a fight on OUG. The no ult zone looked like it was going to be a problem for OUG, but they actually just didn't give a damn. Meanwhile, J-Team finally finding themselves in a fight here, getting absolutely hounded on by the King, though, as ZK with that pole sword is trying to get some damage to connect. It does so much work. Shenyan goes down as ZK gets the kill. Ali will be next up on the menu, but he's going to transform. He can't hang around for too much longer as they will finish up Buo, and Ali has no teammates, nowhere to go. 101 TN's going to deal with him as ZK dodging away, and Ali is not going to live for long. Down they go. J-Team cashing in on 3 kills. Meanwhile, an absolute just monster mosh pit breaking down here near Sleepwalker as he's got himself caught out. No armor. Healing up from the Kurumi ultimate is keeping him alive for just a little bit longer. Counter comes down, almost gets himself out of there, but he is being hounded against the wall out of the Kurumi ultimate, and Alliance will take him down. Juan pops the ultimate to try and finish up Lua as well as GS will lose a player. Down they go. Anne has to make a miracle happen here, but this is going to be a tall ask for them. They've got the Kurumi tethers, everything being used here. Alliance, low HP though, maybe struggling to keep this pressure up as Lin actually low HP to the point where they are in some serious danger. And Xiaohu with the 2-man counter wins the fight for GS.
Huge for GS. We speak about Anne, but Xiaohu says, hey, John Jake, I'm still here alive and kicking. 2-man counter comes through, both drop. GS will live to see another day. And well, there we go. I said, you know, let's not give too much props over to Anne if decided GS can pop off. They're a team that can definitely get some damage done. Point proven, you could say there. But now JJH, they're the team that's just struggling behind J-Team and JDG. One thing to mention, J-Team, though, off the back of those kills, they've now moved up inside the top 14 here, Jake. So good performance from J-Team thus far. KZ, though, they're looking to try and keep themselves alive here as 2 players have that shield ripped off down to half HP. Lily, though, nothing but a walking target at the moment as they're going to fall. Unfortunately, JJH, they pick up a couple of their own. That's 2 so far. They look to try and clean up on 2 more as Walter somehow surviving. Rain doing a little bit of damage as well. And just like that, the player from JJH, they rejoined them. It's going to be truly back in the engagement. Gen falls. JJH, they turn that one on their head and find all 3.
Yeah, JJH with those 3 kills now starting to reel in that top 14th place. They're closing in on J-Team and GDG. It is super close as J-Team actually, that's a bold play. They open the stash. I don't know which one it is, if it's going to be like a Soul Jade or a weapon one or just a Dark Tide coin one. Either way, now that the stash is open, everybody will know where J-Team are. You're announcing what you're doing. Hopefully we'll cut over to them and see what they can get off the back of that in a little bit. But right now, we are focusing on XCG, the winners of the previous game, taking out Wolves LXX. Xiaolan's able to finish that one up, and now over to the rest of Wolves. Sorrow and 14 have to make the 2 versus 3 work for them. It's going to be a little bit hard when they're losing that much health. Pole Sword, it's such a balanced item. It does so much damage. It's unbelievable.
I think it's safe to say there might be a few items in NARAKA that do a little bit more damage than others, to say the least. But for OUG, one of the consistent squads so far, they find themselves in a tough spot, but the ult comes through. They get themselves out of trouble as well. Sitting 130 points in total.
I think the balance on Pole Sword comes from the fact that Overcomer is its legendary Soul Jade and it's counterable at like any phase. So which is the other one? It's the Nunchuck one. Is it Dragon's Rush? I can't remember the name of it.
I think you're right. I think it might be.
Dragon's Roar, maybe. It's one of those 2. I get them muddled up. But that one, you can counter it in the first few, but then eventually it gets into tail end. It goes into Golden Focus, and you just can't stop it, and it will just absolutely mince your health bar. Overcomer, the whole time you're there on that horse, you can counter it, and it's actually quite easy to counter. So Pole Sword itself does a lot of damage. Overcomer does a lot of damage, but its weakness is its counterability. Same thing with the Greatsword. Greatsword's probably one of the easier weapons to counter because it's got very slow, cumbersome strokes. but make it hard to land. Anyway, moving on from that, J-Team, off the back of their Golden Sash, are quite close towards that gate for the Roma Yang. Will be spawning up fairly soon. Does look like WBGGG are all collapsing in on them, though, so could be a little bit hairy. There is a Vermilion Bird's Might, Mora's Blessing, which Ventus are probably just going to get uncontested unless KZ decide to go over, which it looks like they are going to be doing on the map. J-Team, they've got GG coming in the area. They haven't been able to get into a Roma Yang for the last like 2-3 games. So they are desperate to get in this one. Let's see if they can do it off this. We'll be spawning up fairly soon. XCG are also in the area. This is going to get hairy real goddamn quick for J-Team. They need it to spawn on top of them. As here it comes. Roma Yang opens up. J-Team zip in. They're in. All three? All three. GG versus J-Team on this one. GS versus XCG on the other. I think everybody took the same gate into the Roma Yangs here. This is going to be utter carnage. J-Team, this needs to work for them. Ultimate is going to get popped there by ZK immediately, opening up onto Miss Kia. Miss Kia's lost his armor immediately, and J-Team are going to make quick work of him, mopping that one up nice and easy. ZK with the ultimate on, landing the F ability onto 330. He gets a counter off, but it's not going to do too much here because he is just getting absolutely obliterated. LXM falls down. J-Team.
Oh my lord.
That's why they're the world champions.
If you want a tutorial, ladies and gentlemen, on how to dominate a realm of Yang, clip it, save it, get it in the folders for VOD reviews. Oh, that is exactly why they are world champions, Jake. They absolutely make it look easy. They're never in danger. Did anyone on their team even take a point of damage at point or look remotely close to dying? So solid from J-Team. They put up the Vermilion's Bird's Might. XCG win it across the other side. T actually pick up one themselves as well.
T got the Mora's Blessing one.
Yeah, they got the Mora's Blessing. Yeah, because they had it uncontested, if I'm correct in saying that earlier on. But either way, though, J-Team, they're out. And they're fighting. This is two teams that have got the Bird's Might going head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a risk-free fight for them, but it's J-Team who are losing it right now. Slam's going to come down on to that final member. No, ZK. Actually, the stagger comes in. GG are coming in on that flank. Remember, if they can get the kills here, they can cleanse themselves of that Roma Yang debuff. They got a little bit of time. Going to jump in. Tries to grab that Soul Bloom Essence. Isn't able to get it. Oh, no, he isn't able to get it. But GG getting himself 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. And GG just took everybody out.
Well, who needs to win the realm of Yang when you can kill the teams that have got the buffs, right? Cleanse themselves cleanly, pick up 5 in the process. Superb stuff from GG to keep themselves in the 6th spot and put 5 kills on the board. Behind that, XCG, though, it's one thing to mention. They've already got 5 on the board as well, even though they did fall. But GG, though, quite literally GG's to say the least. Fantastic performance out of them. They cleansed themselves almost instantaneously. They've now not got to worry about the debuff off the back of the realm of Yang as well. So really good awareness from GG to say the least. J-Team now, though, they're starting to put that gap between themselves and JDG and JJH, right? They're up to, I think, now a 6-point gap between themselves on 81 points, and they're even looking to try and surpass Ventus.
Yeah, I think they're feeling, once they're out of 14th, that's when you start to get a little bit more comfortable. GS, 8 kills right now, 18th place. They could look to try and reel this in on the tail end of the day. It has to be a bloody good day. Well, tail end of the day for them, but it is within the realm of possibility. They just got a rebirth charm off as well, so they revived down one of their players who had fallen in one of their earlier scraps and skirmishes. But it's a long old trip for them. They've got to get a whole bunch more points, 30 odd more points, for them to get into position where they could actually look to make it to that bi-weekly finals on Sunday. So still got a bit of work to do. Wolves, on the other hand, it's been a bad season for them. That's the only way I can look at it. Unfortunately for Wolves, they have struggled this season. It's not over the season for them, but you know, it's not the performance they wanted at all. From a team who started out as one of the hype teams back in season 1. Season 2, they kept that hype, but what they also did was they started to get more intelligent with their play. This time around, they look lost. Honestly, they've just looked super lost. It's really sad to see. Because they are a team with such promise. And unfortunately for them, haven't really been able to hit that mark. OUG, a weirdly quiet game from them, to be honest. Right now, they have 0 kills, and they haven't really been able to do much.
Yeah, I don't think I really see anyone contest them where they dropped initially. I think what they're doing is they've realized that they've had 3 really consistent games where they placed well. And I think now they're just being smart. I think they understand that it's a little bit of a risk taking those early engagements, but of course you need those kills to find the multiply as well. Wouldn't surprise me though, they're a team that played the middle part of the game and the late stage of the game really, really well. So no doubt we'll see them light the kill feeds up at some point throughout the rest of this game. And T though, look at those Soul Jades stacked up here. Really nice across the board for the whole squad.
Yeah, really nice indeed. Just gonna get himself in a bush though, and do what they do best and hide in bushes. XEG gonna try and control this building for themselves. Got a little bit of time until the next realm of Yangs do spawn up. It feels like that is probably just gonna be the game plan now for these teams. They are gonna wait out for these next few spots to spawn up as they just try and grab whatever loot they can. Nice Q. Pretty geared, actually. Got the 3 Soul Jades. 3 legendary Soul Jades for himself. Down on golden staff, though. Oh, that's a pole armor, isn't it? Spear. Got a golden spear. Purple armor, so he is going to be hitting like a truck. As did he just pick himself up a 4th Soul Jade?
I think so.
Oh my word.
I think hitting like a truck is probably the best metaphor or simile I've ever heard in comparison to a NARAKA game. So props for you on that one, Jake. But either way, though, you can see lots of engagements happening over towards where JT, GS, GG, WBG all are. As I think we are going to see those Realm of Yangs start to hit again soon. It's going to be a free Mora's Blessing for XCG as well. So here we go, Realm of Yang is going to go out. What teams are going to get on inside of there? J-Team. Not elected to go for that second one. We do mention, though, that there's a lot of times where teams don't elect to try and play for this second one. But J-Team, they sneak their way in.
Wait, no! Oh my god, that was so big! They just killed JJH's player. So they're in a 2 versus 3.
Oh my god.
They played that so smart. JJH are in trouble now. They've got a massive man disadvantage, and J-Team can just pressure up with the power and look to try and finish them up. JJH are gonna have to pull a miracle off, but with water already chunked, armor already gone, sandstorm down and everything, F ability coming out from ZK, caught by the Zephyr and finished up. J-Team, flawless execution on that, and able to grab themselves their second Realm of Yang of the day. They are coming back strong. Meanwhile, GD take on GG as the double slams come in. The regrab doesn't quite land, but LXM in a little bit of hurt. Both teams have lost 1 player, so it's a 2 versus 2 right now. Can the grab come in from Kakaishi here? Is able to just about get onto Miss Kia. K's trying to come in. Can they get the slam down? They are able to do so. GG, low HPs, and GD have the man advantage. They have the pressure, and they're going to be able to finish this one up. LXM not going to be around for long. Kakaishi gets the full rush from the spear off there as well, and finish that one up. Did he get another Mystic, another Mora's Blessing though for free?
JT pick up the Mystic Might out of their win. We're going to see GD pick up that Mystic Might also as well. Good amount of legendary Soul Jades stacked across the side of GD. I think, you know, just casting my mind back to the J-Team, that there is the intelligence of world champions, right, Jake? They see one player has not entered the Realm of Yang yet, so they instantly lock onto that player. They find the kill and then dive the Realm of Yang afterwards to give themselves a 3v2 and pretty much a free Realm of Yang from there. Really smart, intelligent play from the side of J-Team, and they're now up to 10 kills, and they are less than a point, 0.8 of a point to be precise, behind Ventus in 13.
And if they get a good enough placement on this, they could actually get close enough to beat out Bowder. Once you're past that 95 point mark, I think it's pretty much guaranteed. It's not 100% guaranteed, but like you're in such a comfortable position, but as long as you don't completely screw the day up, you should be comfortable into that into the bi-weekly, because honestly, all JT can really hope for is at best high end of the low end of the table to kind of get as many points as possible. They are just playing to purely make it to the bi-weekly finals at this point and purely have a shot at defending their title. It's going to be a tall ask for them, but if they do well enough in this game, they could potentially beat out Bowder. And they won't remove Bowder from the spot, but well, from bi-weekly finals, but what they will do is put themselves in a comfortable enough spot where they're not at the bottom of the table starting the bi-weekly finals. JJH, with this Rubber Yang debuff, taking themselves a fight here versus KZ. KZ's Lily caught out already, losing a lot of HP. They are in so much danger. The burst from these Cicada ultimates, you're seeing the power and why this hero is getting picked up so much more here. Almost able to finish up that final kill. Misses the shot. The quick armor swatch comes out here from Lily as they're desperately slithering and jumping away, using that movement to just break away from Water. Water's going to catch on with the grapple, trying to catch him with the uppercut, unable to fully connect onto it as KZ hails you now. You're just going to be the one Water turns his attention towards. The nunchuck damage is huge. Instant transformation coming out. Lily sliding in onto Water, looks for the grab, unable to quite connect it as Water, he's still got a minute to work with. He can play this nice and slow as he's desperately trying to get the scale rush out and away to a bit more safety ground. Grab goes wide, almost gets himself caught. The grapple actually staggers him for just a brief second. He's going to heal inside that zone as KZ still got all of their members alive, are going to get the revive off. And I actually think for JJH, this might be end of days for them. The poison shroom is ticking away at Jen's HP, but he should be able to survive for a little bit longer. Water has to somehow get a Soul Bloom Essence, get a kill, and get the hell out of dodge. But Jen is just going to bop him back into the zone. Water's keeping the pressure up onto Jen. Jen's going low. Water is not going to be long for this life as he is counted. He is down. JJ are out.
Oh, JJH, commiserations to them, but we don't have time to dwell as J-Team. They're going to instantly lock onto the side of Wolves, who managed to find one eventually, or I say that, the TP does come through, or sorry, not the TP, rather, the ult comes through and gets himself out of trouble. Either way, though, J-Team, they look like a squad on a mission here, Jake. They're sitting at 14 kills already so far. Wolves, not too bad themselves on their front at 3 right now. OUG, been a bit quiet so far in this game, Jake. They've really not had the same shine and the same impact on the lobby that we've seen throughout the day so far. Stun comes through, the stun doesn't hit, times it perfectly as Kakaxi is going to be forced to de-transform, trying to get himself away. OUG go hunting. OUG should find the pick, they do.
Oh! That's so scummy. He got hit by the poison splash, Soul Jade. So when the zone tick plus the poison splash got a kill on the way out.
That is a little bit right to say the least, but either way though, if it's in the game, use it, right? That's the way it goes.
Oh yeah, exactly.
GS though sitting themselves at 9 kills so far in the lobby, but JT 13, 5 on the board for XCG. 9 minutes remain. Not many corruption shifts left. It'll be really interesting to see how these final zones start to take shape. I think it's safe to say the story of the day so far has been TE have played the end game really, really well. OUG have played the start and the middle phase of the game really, really well. Is that going to carry on to be the case? Because TE right now, their end game just looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it really does. Well, GS actually get himself their hands on a Mora's Blessing for free, golden armor onto their Takeda. Nice and geared up. They've got all the Soul Jades in there as well, so must have been good ones. Worst feeling is when you open up a Mora's Blessing and there's nothing you want in there. I'm horrendous with a greatsword, so if there's a greatsword in a Mora's Blessing, it is genuinely the saddest experience for me. As TE keeping the pressure up onto Ventus here. They're going to try and get onto them. Lucky actually uses the ultimate, looking for that musket shot onto Lucky. Off in the distance, Lucky is able to just about reposition away, but oh, he gets taken out by Anne with the bow! No way!
Huge snipe from Anne! Oh, who needs the Hunger Games when you got NARAKA, right? Oh, lordy lord, Anne, you animal! With the bow, I thought for a second the ult was going to allow him to get himself away and do some damage elsewhere, but oh my. I need a replay of that shot, Jake. Fantastic from man.
That was stunning, that shot. There's still a lot of players left in this lobby, by the way. We've got 27 players. On Sunday, we had a game where we had, at 7 minutes, we had 33 players left. I like to think if you're at about 25, 22 mark by the 7-minute mark, that's pretty standard pace. So actually, considering all of the actions has gone down, J Team with 13 kills, and GG out the lobby now, but had 7. Even so, there's been enough rebirth charms used. There's been enough kind of teams dying before the rebirth in general, so they got their rebirth off. So it feels like, actually, even with all of that being said, these teams are quite comfortably still in this game. And there's a bunch of kills still to go, a bunch of points that are still up for grabs. Amora's Blessing was spawning in close proximity to J-Team. We'll see if they decide to contest it. They do have the Tammy, so they can put the Sandstorm down and basically guarantee themselves the Amora's Blessing control. Depends if anyone else has a Tammy in the area to kind of counter Sandstorm. Tammy's the only hero who can go through their own ultimate. If there's another Tammy, they can also walk through the Sandstorm. OUG, though, throwing down the Viper stun here, are able to break that line of sight behind the pillar and get away. Shadow Corruption kind of impeding vision somewhat there as TXJ just slide in, and OUG now getting return Viper stun down by VVV. VVV actually unable to land that, which is a little uncharacteristic of VVV. For years, well, all of last year, we were saying VVV is the best Viper in the world. This person is so cracked at this hero. So, bit of an uncharacteristic miss on the ultimate there. Cutting over the Wolves, though, who are still in this game by the skin of their teeth with low health bar, taking a fight versus GS.
We've also got XCG there to play for company as well, but you said Wolves literally just hanging on to save the least. Liao, though, he's going to back up, just get the repairs and health up and on the way. Cannon shots coming down from Xiaonan of XCG. Bit of damage dealt, the repair needs to get back up and running, but Wolves did a good job of putting some distance between themselves and XCG, keeping themselves in it for now at least. KZ, though, looks like they're going to come over to join the party, as to a J Team and GS. WBG also taking a little look, seeing if anything tickles their fancy. It's J Team. Really solid game from them so far. 14 kills, 91 points. They started this game on 77 points, I think it was, Jake. So a good number of points already built up here. And they're going to continue to go hunting it, to say the least. Really evenly dealt across the board as well. 4 for Eagle, 4 for 101, 6 for ZK. And we have got 24 players left here. 4 minutes 30 to go. Things are going to start to heat up in just a few moments.
Yeah, definitely in that Buccaneer phase at this point, where people are going to be building up those rage bars, making sure they have their ultimates. SS getting jumped onto by Wolves 14, but I think he bit off to more than he can chew. Both players go down in the middle of that fight. We do see the Wu Shen ultimate out, so one of them got their Karen out of there and may be able to get a revive off onto that player. Let's keep our eyes off. 14 was not the one. Unfortunately, he has been left to the Wolves, so to speak, as, oh no, that was not where you wanted to be. Lue getting themselves slammed down, low HP, juggled into the zone. The regrab looks to come in as well. The follow-up is there, slammed down. That's just free golden armor over to the side of KZ. Wolves are able to slide in and save 14's life in the meanwhile, though, thanks to the Wind Wolf that went down from the Wu Shen, but the health bars are very low, so they need to get in and get the heals off nice and quick, or they are in for a world of hurt. 14 only with blue armor. Another player in that team with gray armor really struggling. WBG in currently a scrap with XCG. Both of the monks having a bit of a fight off here for the moment. Xiaonan has got the health advantage, but is going a little bit low in the meanwhile. The cannon shot's coming in. He's going to have to de-transform. The bell may come out immediately. The Kurumi ult is keeping him topped up and alive. So he is able to hold on for the moment. The cannon shot's coming in. There's a whole bunch of players actually here. Look at that uppercut. Everybody gets slammed. We're going to see 14 sliding in. Massive lockdown. Does this team have the follow-up? Yes, they do. No HQs out. XCG lose a player. do see the J team weren't in that midst of that action, so they are able to hold onto their ultimates and wait this out a little bit longer, as it is just carnage here in this final circle. VVV looking for the lockdown with his own Viper ultimate is going to be able to connect onto a couple of WBG members. The cannon shots coming in. Jing losing a lot of HP. J team able to take out 2 members of KZ in the meanwhile, as LXX does get found out by ZK. For ZK, not particularly interested in getting involved in that fight or in that action for the moment, just holding it off for the moment, as they are on the low ground, quite happy to hold this ground and wait for everybody else to get pushed into them or take that risk and have to fight up ground, uphill into the enemy team, as ZK does get jumped onto, but cutting over to TXJ from TE. He's in the Yoto ultimate, looking to line that shot up, lands one onto Jing, can't land the next two, but Xingyu able to find the kill onto Jing for him. Xingyu in his own ult is going to get plucked out of the sky by Halesey, gets pulled out with the Wu Shen ultimate though, so he can't get slammed as Halesey going low, grabs 14, but down he goes. 14 still being juggled. TE come in, look to finish up the final couple of members of the Wolves as they go down. 14's out. Next goes LXX. VVV looking for another big old Viper stun onto the J team boys. Eagles able to break line of sight. Only one player gets caught. Sandstorm comes down. Wu Shen also out. TE have to bail out of the action. It's utter carnage. Sorrow falls and Wolves are out of the lobby. ZK building up that rage with that cannon as quickly as possible. He needs that ultimate for these last couple of moments. It's going to be absolutely super impactful for him. But Leo coming in, finishing up all the J team. They are cooked alive. 101 TN, the only member standing, and Leo's looking to finish him up. TXJ trying to land the shot with the Yoto one, but can't quite line it up. And somehow Eagle and 101 TN are able to hold on for just a little longer. Xiaonan now in the meanwhile comes in with the transformation, looking to line the grab up, misses onto 101 TN, unable to get it. Everybody is waiting at the Titan, but Xiaonan finds the grab. Is going to look for the next onto Eagle. Double slam coming in. Eagle's able to survive it just a little bit longer. VVV once again coming in with a massive lockdown, and XCG have got one last player. J team are out. TXJ is going to be able to finish this one up, and it looks like it's going to be TE taking their second win of the day, unless Yinyu pulls off the 1v3. Yoto ultimate down. Leo chunked. Can he line up the last couple of shots? They're tapped onto the way desperately. VVV's there. Yinyu's done it.
Oh my lord. Woo! Oh, Jay, this is why we love NARAKA. Out of nowhere, Yinyu comes huge with the Yoto ultimate. For so long, it looked like TE put themselves in a fantastic spot to clean up shot VVV. How many clutch Viper ults did we see there come through the start? I think we saw 3 different Viper ults in the span of about 2 or 3 minutes from different players, but VVV was huge. But the Yoto ultimate, he lining up the players, slashing down to find the win for OUG. And lordy lord, boy oh boy, fantastic stuff. But J team overall, they pick up the win of the lobby.
A big win for J team, a needed one as well. But oh my word, what a final! That was just carnage. Like, my jaw hurts. My jaw hurts because my mouth was open the whole time. It's like a snake digesting food, just outwards with words instead of like a deer. Oh my word, I didn't catch my breath. That was an absolutely bonkers game there coming in from these guys. J team gonna be happy with that win. OUG gonna be happy with that, you know, lobby win, not less than a point win. But damn, what an absolutely chaotic game. And those are the best kind of final circles, where there's enough terrain for people to use aggressively, but not defensively. They are my favorite final circles, because you had the tree so people could get up into the air. You had that house so people could quickly duck behind, but it had holes in it through the roof and through the windows and the doors, but you couldn't actually sit in it and just use it as a place to turtle. And you saw TE tried to turtle in it, and they got absolutely ruined for turtling in that house. It was just carnage, absolutely bonkers. I want to see the scoreboard, man. That's what I want to see.
I almost feel like I don't even want to dive into highlights and analysis. I want to see what the standings look like straight after that game, because so many key talking points. The likes of a huge game for J Team, OUG consistently playing well again. TE made it to final circle for like the 4th game in a row. really, really good NARAKA across the board from every single team in that final circle. And I think we saw J-Team advance up to sort of the 90-point region, and I remember you saying the 95, plus point mark is usually where you're pretty good at when it comes to making sure you qualify for the bi-weekly finals. But no, yeah, I need to see that standard. We're gonna see some crazy point games, to say the least.
Yeah, I the one consistent though is OUG did take first there. Not overall in points, but they took first in the lobby. Again, another great game for OUG. Like, these guys are they've been all 4 games have scored a good amount of points, have played really, really phenomenal. They are genuinely a team who I've been going into this bi-weekly final when things kind of settle a little bit, and yes, people will have their pre-placement points. OUG are going to have a whole bunch of pre-placement points. If they play the bi-weekly finals like they have today, they're going to be comfortable. They do need to start to pop off. If I'm going to really be nitpicky, they need to have like a big win, and as well as these good games, because the good games are great. And I think getting your consistency as your base level is really important. And then look to have like your pop-off performances. I think too many teams focus on the big performances over the kind of over like just getting their base level there. But you know what? I'm rambling. Let's look at the points. J-Team do take first with 18 kills. What? 18? Oh, we knew that one was coming, to be fair. That was a good one from them. 29 points for J-Team. TE coming in second there with 8 kills. 12 kills over to the side of GS. OUG, only 4 kills, but because they won the lobby overall, stay in the double digits on their game score. That's all games today. They've had over 10 or more points. Really big stuff from these guys.
Yeah, it's been solid from OUG throughout, and I kind of want to highlight the point that you mentioned about them earlier. They've either had a high kill game but not placed well, or they've really placed well but not had a high kill game. If they can combine the two, they're going to be a hard team to compete with in NARAKA. But T, again, a great consistent performance from them at 15 points. Ventus, JJH, Alliance, yes, cool, they pick up 3-4 points across the board, but just not good enough to get themselves back in contention. But I think it's safe to say here who I think we might be nominating for MVP, Jake.
Oh my word, 37k coming in from ZK. I mean, it's Takeda. There was a lot of people clustered. That was easy to land those Fs when you're in the ult form, and you get that big AoE rend that staggers everybody back. Huge damage coming in from Z-Ping as well. Normally we see high Z-Ping damage numbers in solo games because it's just Z-Pings versus Z-Pings wailing on each other and neither of them dying, so they can just kind of farm damage off each other. But that was still big stuff coming in from Arnold on the Z-Ping, and honestly, he kept ZK alive in that game long enough for it to really matter. That final circle, we'll see in the replay, like, there was a moment where ZK should have gone down, but the healing from the Z-Ping was just so big.
I mean, across the board, I'm just trying to think back to some of the highlights that we've seen throughout this game. Wolves, they look like they were in a very tough spot for the majority of the game. They actually ended up making it into one of the final circles as well. This was the Realm of Yang, where we saw a double grab and slam from GED, and LXM just not going to be able to do much there. But speaking of Realm of Yangs, we passed our mind back to the J-Team 3v2 after finding the first pick before the players hit through. Sort of set up the way that they set about this game, really. High tempo, aggressive. Yes, they didn't win the lobby in terms of the actual map itself, but 18 kills is clutch enough to say it as it goes. But Xinyu, fantastic stuff with the Yoto ult to clean up the shop inevitably in the end there with that ulti. And what a surprise.
Surprise.
The MVP of the game, ZK, on the Takeda.
22k with cannon. And look what it is. It's the Rupture Gale Orb, obviously really big for the cannon, but also that repair roll. That's the major one. Yeah. Having that repair roll meant he basically just had cannon uptime constantly. You get the 10 shots, you press R to reload, but actually you roll when you do it. So it's an instant reload on the cannon, and then he can just keep firing away. 22k from that, 13 from the pole sword. No real surprises in that. Pole sword is very strong and able to really do a lot of damage. Only 1k with his ultimate, so not as much damage as I expected out of his ult, to be fair.
It was just a pure splash damage though from the cannon, right? Using the repair roll though is the real key thing here. And when you've got someone putting up sort of 23k damage on their own with just the cannon on it in general, that's that's more than enough to stake your claim for an MVP and a team-winning performance. But then you pair that with like the near 14k damage with the pole sword as well. Like, these are monstrous numbers that we're seeing ZK pick up. So no surprise here that he picks up the MVP of that game. And J-Team, we questioned, could they do it, Jake? We said that they needed a good old game, not only just in the last, but across the whole board for the day. And it seems like they've silenced the critics.
They really have. J-Team finally bouncing back. 2 games under their belt now. Pretty comfortably towards that top, well, I mean, they're in playoffs that, well, bi-weekly at this point. It has to go pretty wrong. Like 2 donuts and everyone below them has to score pretty well in these next 2 games for them to lose that. So they should be pretty comfortable with their position now. The question is they've still got 2 games left. There is a world where they could take the next 2 lobbies and slingshot themselves into a higher position. I don't think a podium position is ever possible unless all of the podium teams, well, the only podium team playing right now being TE, completely fumble the next 2 games. And also J-Team just like has to be a perfect storm. So realistically, probably not going to see that happen. They maybe could look to try and climb up into like 8th area, maybe 7th if they can really push their luck. Because remember, it's about how many points you score that then translates into a percentage point that then goes into your points for how much you actually have for that bi-weekly. So the better you do in the bi-weekly, just regular, the better advantage you go into the bi-weekly finals with. So for J-Team, I think that's probably their game plan right now is, okay, we got ourselves where we want to be. We've had 2 pretty good games, 2 terrible games. Let's make these last 2 count and see what they can do off the back of that. TE, they've got to be close to first, if not in first by now. They would have been slowly but surely reeling KLA in. So KLA probably looking at second by the end of today. It might be close right now between first and second between the 2 of them. And if TE get like 2 0-pointers, then at which point KLA probably should be able to hold on to their first place. But even so, there's definitely a lot up in the air right now. I think JJH, they are within reaching distance of that top spot of, well, say top spot of the bi-weekly finals of 14th, but it's quite a reach. I say reaching distance. It's them standing on a ladder with a pole trying to grab it. So they're a bit of a way away, but it's definitely feasible because there's still 2 games. We're dropping on Holoroth. Things are shaking up. We saw just as we were coming out of that MVP, all the players were taking back to the stage. So everybody's ready and getting pretty eager to go on to the game for our 5th game of the day and seeing where they can place by the end of this, because this is really the kind of do or die moment now. We've got those 2 games left. It's on some teams just to make sure they stay consistent. On some teams, they need to pop off if they really want to achieve their goals for this bi-weekly final.
Yeah, it's almost like a little bit of like damage limitation, right? In terms of the teams that know that they qualified for bi-weekly, they want to try and put themselves as many points on the board for the final 2 games to get themselves in a better spot for the finals this weekend. But let's take a little look at our standings then. It's something that we've been eager to get our eyes on. KZ still sitting very much bottom of the pack, followed all the way through up is OC, TK, Wolves, GS, JJH, and GDJ. I've got to say though, Wolves, they have been scoring today a lot better than they usually would do, Jake, which I guess, you know, you've got to take small moral victories from disappointments at times. So I've not been, you know, blown away by them, but definitely been improved a lot better. And here you can see J-Team sitting on a 69-point game so far. Ventus up into 14th as well. These standings
J-Team went from 16th to 10th today. So as much as we've been critical, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's a big old jump, a 6-point jump as well. And I think they had like a 12-point deficit to make up to start with as well. They're up to 100 points now. You know, this is looking great for J-Team, and narrowly, ALA are still top of the standings.
They're like 20 points from 6th. I mean, yeah, XCG are playing, and XCG are also having a good day. So 7th, they actually could end in the top end of the table if these next 2 games go good for them.
They could jump as high as 5th, realistically.
Yes, GG are having a bad day. Actually, that is, they genuinely could look for that. I think XCG will probably be closing in on that 5th spot. I think OUG are going to be pretty hard to catch because they are just having again, 71 points last time, 70 points already. They're already ahead of schedule, effectively. Just mostly just being very consistent. So I think That's going to be a hard ask to see what OUG can do. Do you know what? We were so focused on the bottom of the table. I didn't even see first, second, or third. How was that looking?
It was so we still had KLA on top. I think they still had the 210 points, of course, coming in from game 1 and 2. We have T just behind them, I think, on 180 now. So they're about 20, 25 odd points off roughly. So you would like to think, Jake, by the end of today, we'll probably see a T top spot, unless they throw away one of these games. Massively throw away one of these games. And then just behind them was I can't remember who was sitting in third.
AOW.
AOW was sitting in third, exactly, just behind them. So top 3 hasn't changed much really since the first game. It's only been TU to jump into the top 3. They've now dropped themselves from third to second as well since. But yeah, this is interesting to say the least. I think looking at the KLA and T difference, I would like to think TU can get over the line and get top spot though.
Why is he playing with tissues on his
I was just thinking
mouse
that.
and keyboard?
I think it's pre-game, so the sweat from his hands maybe don't get on the keyboard or the mouse maybe until he's in game potentially. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, and this is just the new meta.
If that's the case, and the dude can't hold on mouse because he gets that sweaty, that's wrong, man. Like, just grabs it, flies out his hand.
He's gonna have nightmares tonight now.
Yeah, poor guy.
Hey, it's probably hot up on the stage, man. You know what stage lighting is? The stage is amazing. Like the lighting on it is crazy. It's fantastic.
I don't know how hot it is in Shanghai at the moment. Let's have a look.
It's probably slightly hotter than it is in London. I mean, it's
Shanghai.
It's raining now in London, so
let's have a look. It's 23 over there at the moment. To be fair,
it's not bad. Plus,
it's raining. It's humid as hell. It's 60% humidity.
It's that hot rain.
That's the worst.
We immediately take it back. I would be filled. That's actually funny. In fact, one of my friends have actually just come back from Asia, and he was like, it was raining, but it's the worst rain ever. It's not even nice rain. It's like being rained on by petrol. Like, it's just clammy.
The humid rain. The humid rain's hard.
Yeah, it's like that tropical humid rain, and it's just.
Part of me even likes that though. I think that's better than English rain, because English rain's just cold.
It's just cold and soggy and wet.
You just get as soon as you get rained on, you're like, well, my day's ruined because I'm just wet and cold for the whole day. But like in Asia, it's warm when it's humid anyway. So it's like just being out in the shower.
Listen, each to their own, right? It's funny how a conversation about a tissue on a keyboard can send you down a rabbit hole, right? But let's steer our attention back to the lovely thing that is the NBPL, because we are heading into our penultimate game of the evening, our final game on Holorock. We head back to Morris Isle for number 6. Wolves, surprisingly, they've still got 12 hero points available to use. Already, you can see the likes of GS, they've burned through them hero points already.
Yeah, they're in Struggleville at this point, because I don't know if these heroes, we'll see in a moment if they pick these heroes today, but they are going to have to figure out what the hell they want to do later. Everyone is just so obsessed with this Takeda comp, and I am so here for it, but it is costing them quite heavily. GD locking in the Ferret once again, and same with TK, so we've had 3 Pacific Rims today. That's crazy, because Pacific Rim comp was one that we saw a lot of people playing at the beginning of the season, and it has slowly fallen out of favor. GS, they're shaking up the Takeda comp. This is their second time playing Takeda, and they're actually rocking it with the Yoto version of the comp. That's a pretty cluster start by Plumed, so I think we're in for a bit of a bloodbath to start this game off with.
This is giving me vivid, I think, was it game number 3 flashbacks on Morris Isle, where we saw like 8 teams drop all in the same cluster. But hey, listen, I'm all for it, right? We said some of these teams, they need to pop off and go huge. Maybe they think a hot drop is going to do that for them. But I think other than 1, 2, 3 teams there, every single other team has dropped on top of another team. But here we go then, Jake. Penultimate game of the day. We're heading over to Holorock. Back into the sandy desert, you could say. J-Team, fantastic so far. you know, you talk about world champions, you talk about what makes a world-class NARAKA roster, and to beat the deficit that it was, to now put themselves in a running for the top 6, it just speaks sort of high levels of how good they are as a team.
Yeah, it really does. So having a quick look at the side of XCG, getting stuck on windowsills, unfortunately, for IHQ. Had that amazing game on Justina earlier on in the day. Now, being the primary carry for this game. Did get that MVP from earlier. IHQ looking to see if they can get some damage off onto the Kings members here, but they are being juggled around. The charge click with a katana. They're going to get the bell popped out from Ali. IHQ feeling comfortable to keep the pressure up with the dual swords. Making quick work of the remaining members. The Z ping healing coming in. Counter. It's going to do a lot to him, but he's going to just grab his dual swords once again. Chase on to Shen Yuan, who's finished up in XCG. Starting off with 3 kills.
Yeah, great stuff from XCG. And I would say alongside OUG, they've been a team that's quite impressed me so far this week. They've not, you know, they've not been trailblazers in terms of, you know, dropping 18, 20 kill wins. Or I say that actually, they actually quite literally had an 18 kill stand-in lobby win, right? And won that.
Game 3. Yeah, they got 18 kills.
Game 3, so that speaks volumes of the team that the team and the level that they can reach to. But there we go. Your question in the top 3. T currently sit on 195.4 points. KLA sitting on 210.5. So around 15, 20 odd points is the difference between those two teams. T definitely will be finishing in top spot today by the looks of it.
It's very likely. They literally just need to get 5 kills per game. And like not even care about placement points. Is GG?
I say that they've just died. GG.
He caster cursed them so bad. Don't worry. No one caster cursed as bad as Moxie.
Okay.
The moment she opens her mouth, whatever she says, the opposite happens. It's so sad. Okay. And like she can say something completely right. She's like, oh, we just haven't seen the Valda. I hope we do get to see the Valda, and the Valda dies immediately. Like every time.
It's a legend as old as the myths, right? Like the caster curse is probably literally the realest thing I've ever encountered in my life. But Bane's breath does go down. It's between G and KZ. GG after dismantling the side of T turn their attentions to the squad that is currently sitting very much stonewall bottom of the leaderboard. They pick themselves up another set of kills and already 8 on the board for the side of GG. Monstrous start here in this game number 5.
Yeah, really, really big start here actually for them. GG, I mean, I've been critical of them, so it's nice to see them kind of come back. XCG, also, it's nice to see a bit of a return to form to these guys, as they were the winners of the 2nd season of the NBPL. So, see them actually kind of bounce back is big. Nice Q though, he's just stuck against a wall being stagger locked, unable to move. Still has 1 more charge on his F ability. Is going to look to try and throw it down. Does land it. Invisibility coming in from that Matari to make sure that he's a little bit harder to find. And XCG, that fight was just a bit too hard for them. With NIHQ getting absolutely stagger locked. Ali comes in. They're going to mech up as well onto Shen Yuan. So not giving that over to Ali. Just Lik Chen gets hit by the cannon. Will be getting slammed down. The healing from the Z-Ping though, keeping them alive, and Ali now losing a lot of HP here to XCG. They do trade out 1 for 1 though. In the meanwhile, the bell gets popped from Ali, gets a quick armor swap off, and a bit of a heal is NIHQ keeping the pressure up onto Ali. Can see that mech still just absolutely ruining NIHQ's day. He's being stagger-locked time and time and time again, unable to play the game, but Ali's finished up. Shen Yuan finished up as well. NIHQ, he has some frustrations he needs to let out here after the back of this one, because he has spent the entire game being stagger-locked by TK.
Still not done just yet, though. Won't speak too soon. TK doing inevitably for XCG to turn that one over. Now we go over towards the sides of Wars and JJH. We see the Terracotta Warrior popped from LXX, trying to do some damage over towards Water. That ult is going to be de-transformed now from both sides. WBG, they've come to join the party here though, as Sorrow from Wolves relatively low. Jing comes in, he's going to steal 1 away, picks up Water as well, but Sorrow going to find the turn and does manage to juggle twice. The reverse though comes through from Jing. His teammates there to help him out. Sorrow falls, Pippi helps the hand, and just like that, WBG, they pick up 2 more kills. It's going to be WBG have just looked so good at times. I think again it's just a big consistency factor that we talk about with NARAKA. I remember when I was casting with Dabby back in the bi-weekly finals for the second bi-weekly, they looked really good, but since then just haven't really lived up to expectations. But GS though, they're hanging on in here. Bit of a quiet start from them. Just their 2 kills across the board. WBG have got 6, XCG have got 7, GG have got 8 kills here to start things off. So we were talking about J Team potentially jumping up the rankings slightly. Looks like XCG and GG have heard us say they need to step up a little bit and done just that.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for them is this means that they can't be overtaken by J Team. As long as this game goes good, it's pretty hard for J Team to ever catch up and overtake them. J Team still will be looking towards that top 7 if possible. They are, you know, still 17 points away. That's very achievable. We've seen most, you know, middling, kind of lower end of the top end of the table. You kind of like 6th through to like 4th in our lobbies, normally scoring somewhere between 8 to 11 points in a game. So it's not out of the realms of possibility. And J Team have already had 2 really big pop-off games. Holoroth, though, I will note, is not their map. They have not looked good on Holoroth in any of the games I've seen them on this bi-weekly in particular. So attention towards them on that one to see maybe if they can get this map down. I mean, this map has been out since September in competitive anyway, August for the regular players. So realistically, they should have this map down now at this point, but it's obviously one they don't play as much. They only get 2 days, 2 games a day on it. I would like to see in next season it be a 3-3 split now, because I think we've now played this map enough. As KZ finishing up Chilui here.
I agree with you. I think I would like to see a 3-3 split. I think as much as I love Morris Isle, I think 4 maps on Morris Isle, especially 2 back-to-back, can be a bit of a drain at times, or a drag for players that like a alternative play style and map like Holoroth. So hopefully the players are well versed to it now. Make sure you keep an eye on the right-hand side of your screen. There's some free codes coming up very soon. The transform comes through, insta de-transform though from 14 as the Wushanok does allow that team to get himself away from danger. WBG.
That's big though, because Wolves now don't have their monk. He's full reset on his rage bar. So that's a pretty big cost there. Wushanok basically buys a free ultimate out from them. WBG gonna get himself in to the realm of Yang. Got golden longsword onto Jing here. Pretty heavily geared up. See if anybody's going to contest them. This is the first Tomorrow's Blessing. It is going to be GD coming through to join them on this front. WBG. See how they're going to take this fight up for the moment. As Sleepwalker gets himself nice and high in the sky. Barrier comes down. Jin goes aerial. Has that ultimate on. Is going to immediately drop in. Oh, catches K with a vertical strike. K immediately has to get in the ultimate. Sandstorm comes in. Jing gets grabbed, though. Is going to get immediately slammed. Throws down the F, but that is not going to be enough. The healing's going to be fairly big. Jing doesn't get the re-grab down. Now he just needs to avoid away, but he's got 2 Transformers dealing with him. If he can survive it out, he's going to be A-okay. Kakaxi gets another grab down. Kakaxi now in a little bit of hurt. They're going to have to de-transform. Immediately gets jumped onto. The bell gets popped. The mech is still putting work in. His PP is going to go down to GD here. In the meanwhile, Jing has to make this stick. Is holding fast. He's got himself a 1 versus 2 to win. Trying to get the damage onto K, but K gets the counter down. He's finished up and taken down.
Good stuff there from WBG, or sorry, from GG rather. They pick up the Vermilion Bird's Might. We head over to the other realm of Yang though. It's going to be GS taken on the side of XCG. XCG started off as a stonker of a map so far. Zhao's going to unfortunately fall Leo. All that's left alive for this side, and well, when you're in the middle of 3 players that are all slashing and kicking you in the back of the head, there's only going to be one result, and that's going to be the side of XCG, who pick up themselves a Realm of Yang win. Debuffs across the board for both losing teams, of course. Mentioned that we've got the gold longsword as well in the hands of Nai. Really looking good though here for the side of XCG. 3 purples across the board. Decent amount of Soul Jade starting to build up. Just the 2 legendaries thus far though. It's not looking bad for XCG.
No, I mean, we literally spoke about GG and XCG moments before, and then they go both win their Roman Yangs individually, get a nice advantage for themselves. We are seeing K, the rest of GD in this area. I haven't actually been over there for a while. That little bit where you've got the whirling, I call it the rolling pin, but I can't actually remember what it's actually called now. Forney roller, that's the one. It's been so long since I've seen a Forney roller. We did have a Forney roller winner game for someone in the first week where it ran over 2 players in the final circle, which was a hilarious way to end a game. In fact, in the show match, me and Rune casted the show match on Horroroth before it came out, and the player won it by someone accidentally walking over one of the spike traps and getting killed by a spike trap. Just nobody knew what they were doing. The environmental hazards completely ruined their day for them. It was hilarious anyway. I'm seeing GS here. Potentially looking to collapse in onto KZ. Can drop down onto the lower levels where KZ are, but actually deciding not to go for a chase as they don't really know where anybody is. That was just kind of estimation and guessing work from them. They are going to back away. Alliance, though, have been put in the sights of KZ here. No ult zone can get popped if Alliance want to deny them the opportunity to go to ultimate. The 40 roller coming forward as well is an interesting place to be fighting Ventus. WX98 loses his ult. He does de-transform. Nobody wants to jump into this no ult zone and get their ult cancelled off. And NiHQ still has a couple of charges left on his ult before he can even feel comfortable jumping in. Throws himself into the sandstorm, gets slowed down, keeping the pressure up. XCG, they've lost their revives. Well, they're about to time out in the next minute, but they're going to use that as much as possible to pressure onto Ventus. And Ventus, Sansi just running away, already lost Jiu, desperately trying to get away.
It's 11 on the board though from XCG. They have just switched into 5th gear over the past few games here, Jake, and just really started to say, hey, we want to try and put as many points on the board before the weekly finals as we can. GS, they're sitting at 3 kills at the moment. Not really the most standout game thus far. I think were they one of the teams that had the realm of Yang buff initially. Well, like I saw the name of the buff, it might have been from a Morris Blessing instead though. But either way, Wolves and KZ both still in the same area. We are going to see WBG slowly but surely engage over towards the side of GD. That's going to be K and Co. WBG, they're going hunting here. I think they realize that GD don't want anything to do with this. We have got the Sandstorm available for Sleepwalker as well.
30 seconds.
There's not a lot of time here. Sleepwalker's going to engage. The transform comes through from K. Sandstorm now popped. Up goes Sleepwalker to try and gain some high. They need to shred through this transform as quickly as possible. K forced to demech as quick as he gets into it. GD, they're forcing the engagements here.
Oh, no!
Jing! They're gonna fall for GD somehow. Turn the tide. Where you going, boy? You're going to your death, says Kakaxi. But guess what, OUG? I think they're gonna come in for the third party.
Well, they've already taken 1 kill. OUG stole 1 kill away. Sleepwalker, he's about to time out. He has to just full commit. He's down. He's out. WBG finished up, but OUG slide in. Sandstorm goes in. They've got the freeze from the Justina as well to keep the lockdown onto Kakaishi. He's out of it. OUG come in, slide in, take 3 kills from that fight as well. They're going to be so happy with themselves off the back of that.
It's so good, and it's something that we've given them credit for the whole day so far, Jake, and they continue to impress. Is they have this thing about them where they know when to put their foot on the gas, and it's something that we see quite often that costs teams a lot of the time their lives in battle royales, especially NARAKA as well, is that over-aggression and just that mishaps of time and of when to third party. OUG seems to have it down to a T. And hey, listen, we were speaking about TE taking top spot. The side of OUG, they're only 15 points now behind third.
Yeah, no, they're doing great. They're doing absolutely amazing at this point. As we are looking at VVV here from TE, just trying to jump in onto Alliance's Lin. Get himself that kill. TXJ is the one to secure it, as TE going to move over towards the Roman Yang. That's their first kill. Remember, this game needs to go so right for them, as J-Team might be getting themselves their hands on a free Realm of Yang. 22 seconds until that gate closes, and that might just be a freebie over to J-Team.
It's always a gamble going for that second room with Yang. A lot of teams elect not to do it, right? We've mentioned many a times, but if you're going to get a freebie, hey, why not? It doesn't harm you, right? But for the side of Wolves, you've still got XCG engaged. They do, JT, and they pick up that Mystic Might completely free of charge. So that's not a bad buff to have on board for the next 170 seconds or so. That's going to be in their back pocket for the next 3 minutes. Can't complain about that. For XCG, they're going to try and steer their attention over towards Lucky, who's, I think, the solo player left alive here for Alliance. There is one more teammate of his alive, which is going to be Zhao. But unfortunately, Lucky's going to get caught here. The Sandstorm does go up momentarily, keeps him alive, but a long old time on the cooldowns for the standard F abilities isn't going to allow him to have too much wiggle room to work with. XCG clean up shot, and Alliance are down to just their remaining player.
Yeah, holding on. It's kind of moving into that waiting game section now. The Realm of Yang obviously just spawned up. J-Team, they're going to do some shopping for Soul Jades. They've got the Mystic Might so they can scout out if anybody is in the area. Going to spend the remainder of their money, actually, just to get whatever Soul Jades they can and get whatever goodies they can get, I guess, at this point. Not actually going to use the damage debuff as just waiting it out. Do you still have 1 minute left? Oh, sorry, 100 seconds left on that. As Alliance and GS just getting themselves their last 2 members. Having a bit of a scrap. Juan trying to turn it around. This is basically solos at this point. For the
This is quite literally a 1v1 solo war, yeah. Both players have lost their teammates, but it looks like Alliance may come out on top.
Hey, that's good. Jung gets the 2nd kill for his team. If he can get a multiplier on that, it all works out.
Slowly but surely, any points help, right? I think so.
Well, actually, wait. He might be able to buy a rebuff charm because he's at a solo.
Oh, he's close. Has
he got the money for it?
It's 9k, I think, if I'm correct, to buy a rebuff charm. He did just have 7k, so he wasn't far off in terms of the dirt coins, but
he's gonna struggle to put any more dark ties together, unfortunately, at this point.
It's gonna be hard to grab an extra kill to cough up the remainder of the 2k, but.
Uh-oh. J-Team coming in. I think they've still got that Mystic Might for a little bit longer, so they'll know where Wolves are. They'll be able to see them thanks to the Mystic Might. Yep. They're just going from shop to shop and just buying every Soul Jade. They're just rolling on the lotto every time.
I mean, if you've got the resources to do it, why not, right? Like, they like that high-tempo, aggressive playstyle. They want to put themselves kitted out in the best way they can. I think the only way they could probably look a little bit well. I mean, speaking of Soul Jades, I think OUG.
Oh my! I've never seen that.
I think how is that 3, 6, 9, 12 legendary Soul Jades?
What the hell? And 2 legendary weapons.
2 legendary weapons, 2 purple armors. I think you need to just get a purple armor on SS and then maybe a gold armor on one person. And I think OUG might be untouchable.
That's terrifying. I'm going to find out what they are. I didn't know what those are.
It's utterly ridiculous to see, you know, that amount in one. I mean, usually what we see maybe 5 or 6 across the board towards the later stages of the game if your team's had a good game. But we're talking about, I think one player had like 5 locked up legendary Soul Jades on his own. But TE. They're going to try and ingress over towards that solo player left in Alliance, OUG. They've spotted him as well. Interesting to see across the board what weaponry everyone is working with. We know we've got the 2 gold weapons on board for OUG, but for Zwan it is unfortunately going to be a lights out. But here come OUG. They want to advance over towards the side of GG. Try and see if they can put those legendary Soul Jades to use.
Potentially set up for success off the back of that one. There's GG. Don't really see the point in taking the bounty there. Kind of at the point now where everyone's all in close proximity, so you don't really do much to yourself off the back of that. Just holding fast. Having a quick look at GG. That's a little bit more standard on the Soul Jade front. Just a little bit.
I didn't even know it was possible to carry that legendary soldier. Like, it's just so unseen for something to be that stacked.
I mean, you got to assume that they're all ones that work, because you could easily get 6 legendary soul jades in a game. But like,
yeah, but it wouldn't be worth it though, right? If they've not,
yeah, right. Because if you got onto the bow
loadout.
and you're not using a bow, then like, what's the point? But like that, yeah, we're assuming that that was what, 5 or 4 on SS.
I think it was 5 on SS, and you would assume that I think there was 4 on one other person and then 3 on the next. So
yeah,
you would assume that they're built around the kit and the weaponry that those players are playing. If not, hey, maybe I don't know. Maybe AUG are just going for the pure vibe section of the play style this time. But
I mean, there's a world where they're hot swapping weapons as well. We do see it where people eventually switch away from having to ranged and a melee weapon to 2 melee weapons, so then they can hot swap the weapons they got. There's a Blood Ripper. This game is so bizarre, man. Who's gonna pick that up though? Who's actually gonna use the Blood Ripper? Because I know that Rune. Oh my word! That Zephyr did a lot of work. I know that Rune is like on insane copium when it comes to the Blood Ripper because he doesn't think it's bad. He says, no, it's situationally good. It's bad. If you open up your Mora's Blessing and it's got that in it, you're going to be a sad panda. You really are.
That's a F4 kind of situation that you got on your hands.
It's just a go next.
GG, I don't even want it at that point. But OUG though, still in a delightful spot. They've got the full monk transform built up should they need it. Same applies for the 2 other players as well. It's looking good again for another consistent game. They're at 5 kills and they've got a lot of coins built up as well to potentially get some rebirth charms.
They do indeed. Now we're at that 7-minute mark. 21 players in the game, like I was saying in the previous game. Anything 25 is pretty normal. Anything lower than that actually means it's been quite a fast-paced game, and it has been. And I feel like what that does mean now is it'll probably be a little bit quieter for the next kind of 2-3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes, while all of the players kind of have a space where they can comfortably hold and then wait for things to collapse in on itself. GG, whole bunch of kills under their belt. They're going to be sitting very happy with those 9 kills that they've been able to pick up. I don't think TE have got all that many. And remember, they still need 15 points between this game and the next game. So playing this one safe to see what they can put together here. And then from there, they can then play the next game like hyper aggressive or hyper passive as needs be.
I mean, XCG, they're playing the King of the Castles at the moment. A bit of height advantage, just looking over across the horizon, seeing what they can spot from a distance. JJH. To their accounts in today's gameplay, 1 kill is a little bit low by their standards. We've seen them put up 6-7 in the majority of the games that they play, but there is still just over 6 minutes left here in our penultimate game of the day. If you've just joined us, what a day of action we've had here in the NBPL. We've had it all, to say the least, and we've still got one more map heading back to Morris Isle after this one. There's going to be a Morris Blessing though. Speaking of Morris, for the side of JJH, they're going to have a gold weapon out of it, the armor out of it as well. I think they've left the Soul Jades in there, not to their use. But here we go. XCG, 13 points. 13 kills again, sorry. GG on 9. I just can't get over this sort of scrap for 4th through to like 7th or 8th has been absolutely fantastic to watch today.
Yeah, it really has. J-Team, considering that they've had 2 Mora's, they've had a Mora's Blessing, they've had a Roma Yang to themselves, only 1 kill. They're probably a little miffed, actually, that this game's been as quiet for them as it has, considering how many kills, you know, the likes of GG, XEG all have. They're going to be a little bit annoyed with this one. They have to make sure that they do cash in this final circle, or their hopes of maybe making it into that top end of the table are going to slip away from them. They are 15 points from the top end of the table, and JL aren't playing. So that 15 points is always there for them. They just need to get a good game under their belt. Question is are they going to be able to do that? Are they going to be able to climb up even higher in the standings? They should be able to beat WBG after this game, at least. Beyond that, it's up in the air for them at the moment. TE getting jumped onto by JJH. That is not what they need to start off with. Losing a lot of HP. GG actually warping into the realm of Yang, and the cannon fire coming down onto them. Doing a lot of work. VVV has now used up that ultimate, though, which is the big thing. 101 TN gets grabbed. That's a big loss here for J-Team. They're going to lose a player. Slam comes down. He's finished up by SS with the golden dagger. VVV gets re-grabbed here. Nope, he's able to get just about out of that grab. Looking for the next one. Unable to fully about land it from 330 here. But J-Team starting to get shredded now, but they're down a player. As GG get a grab onto Lich Heng here from the side of XCG. Double slam. Sorrow's caught out. Finds the re-grab as well. Is going to de-transform, unfortunately, for 330. As Miss Kia, low HP, bleeding out, looking to try and break away from all of this. Is NiHQ able to take down ZK? J-Team only down to their final player now. There's still 6 teams in this lobby. This is going to be a hard Usman to hold on to. SS comes up with a freeze, locking down the players. SS able to find himself a cheeky kill onto JJH. Gets another freeze off as well. Out of dashes now on that ultimate. It's just going to have to try and reposition on this low ground and heal up and build that rage back up. Got the repeating crossbow already at that 36% on that ulti. You're going to see OUG's the king transform and now try and buy some space for OUG here while they wait out that ultimate on their Justina. Is the king failing to find these grabs, unfortunately, for himself, and he is taking fire on all fronts. Look at that hellfire. He made himself such a big target, and now he's jumped onto. Water slides in to try and finish him up, and the king's going low. The king should just about go down as Godly is able to secure himself the kill. 330 coming in with a repeating crossbow, able to finish up Sorrow as well as Godly transforms, finds a grab on TXJ, gets the double slam down. TXJ's out of the lobby, and that is a big player down from the side of TE. They've only got one left. This game needs to go right for them, and already starting to slip away from them little by little. Grabs coming in from 330. XCG picking up the last couple of members of JJH as they are eliminated from the lobby. Holding on fast here. 330 slides into the pocket, gets the Zephyr down. Nice cute charge click from that golden longsword with the range capabilities, able to do so much damage. Looking for another charge click, gets the vertical strike off, but misses it. Unable to connect onto him with that ultimate almost fully built up as LXM running away on the edge of this fight. And it is on to that final TE member to hold fast to see if they can stay in this game. LYD wants as many placement points as possible, as much kill multipliers as possible. He is 12 points off first and 1 game after this away. He needs to hold fast, but he is going to get focused up, finished up, taken down by XCG. The Sandstorm comes out. LYD is caught. LYD is staggered. Nice Q's keeping the pressure up onto him, but he's using the Sandstorm to buy himself space. There it is, out of the game, and it is done. XCG take the win.
Another one from XCG, though. Really clinical in finishing these games out, but you've got to say, TE, I don't want to say they kind of overcommit and threw the game away a little bit there, but they got caught by the double grab twice and slammed to the ground and pound to be eliminated. LYD did a great job of surviving as long as he did, though, in what was like a 1v2 or 1v3 different squads he was up against, but either way, though, XCG, stellar performance from them once again. Just give me the standings straight away. That's all I need to know. I don't need to know about the MVP. I just want to see where we are sat in the leaderboards, because they are 100%, Jake, going to have been shifted up again. But XCG, great performance on winning the lobby out there on that game number 5. We have one more left in us, though. That's going to be back on Morris Isle. Boy, oh boy, Holoroff has popped off today.
It's crazy that Holoroff actually went like that as well, because we've had 2 good circles for Monk. It's weird how we've been saying this point for like 2 seasons now, and honestly, more often than not, it feels like we do seem to somehow get a good circle for the Monk. I don't understand it, because genuinely, there is so much space on that map where Monk sucks, but we always seem to get good circles for him. I mean, that one was actually a little rough because it was almost too open. And we saw when that Monk transformed, I can't remember which one it was, but they transformed and they got absolutely wailed on by repeating crossbows. Like 3 repeating crossbows onto them, lost all of their HP and basically had to de-transform immediately. So it was maybe a little bit too open for the Monk, but it was also open for grabs. I mean, that ultimately was what cost TE potentially a lot of points in that game, was just a random grab. And when you're dodging like 4 or 5 monks grabbing, it's so hard to not accidentally get grabbed. So like, as much as I could flame TE for that loss, when you lose a game because a random monk grabs you, it feels really rough. And I mean, also partly fueling my hatred of monk. It is rough. By the way, I have the Soul Jades for OUG's SS. They had Phoenix Blast, Pride School, Dreadful Whale, Hector Detachment, Skyforce. So yeah, they were pretty kidded. That was terrifying. Amazingly, they didn't win that game. I think again, random monk grabs just undid everything.
I look, and I think at that final stage, I think there was like 4, if not 5 monks transform into their ult, and you know, the odds of average is like what, like a quarter, like 25% chance you're gonna get grabbed or whatever. Like it's unfortunate, especially in the later stages of the game where those monks are so kitted up and they do higher damage. They take longer to die and de-transform because of the armor that they have. You're gonna be in a tough spot to try and counter it unless you pop off yourself as a team, and the only way TE probably survives if they have the likes of a Viper stun, right, to counter the whole grab fest that happened. But I don't think that was really available. But yeah, either way though, what a game number 5 to say the least. The standings are going to be very interesting to look at, and we are going to get to them very, very shortly. XCG, they take home
20 bomb.
A 20 bomb win. 32 points off kills alone. 5 ranking points. 35 in an overall scoreline. That is a big old game from XCG.
TE needed that as well, like a 3-point game for them. They needed that. There were the 3-point ranking points for them there because they were not having a good game on the kills. So getting those ranking points puts them up there ever so closer towards that first spot. But this next game has to go right. If they played that passively, they just won't take first, and KLA will have first going into the BIWEEK4 finals. On the other side, XCG, big old climb up. OUG, like that's 3 teams all above and all on the lower end of the table, all scoring quite heavily there off the back of that. J team, pretty lackluster game from them, but again, they're kind of in that comfortable position now where they are into the bi-weekly final, and all they're really playing for is just bonus points and placement. They also haven't looked that good on the whole roster all season long. I genuinely think J team will look most lost here, as pretty easy to see he's going to probably be taking our MVP here, Lixhang, on the Matari of all things as well. So it's been a while since I've seen a Matari MVP. 8 kills, 28k damage, absolutely huge.
Yeah, big old 28k damage on the Matari from Lixing. And gotta say though, it was definitely a team effort across the board. 7 kills on to Xiaonan. You got NiHQ with 5 and 21k, or just under 21k damage. But let's take a little look at some of the highlights from the way the game started. TE, the caster curse of John P struck well and truly cleanly as they went out early on and lost a lot of their revives. So they actually did a great job of sticking around as long as they did.
Yeah, they really did. They really, really did. It was, honestly, it was a great game there for XCG. I mean, playing this, I mean, they just played well all day. And I'm not overly surprised by XCG to be playing well because, you know, like I said, time and time again, they are the team that are the defending champions of the Nbpl. They won Season 2. Yes, they didn't win Worlds. And I feel like a lot of the attention goes on J Team because they won the more recent tournament. But domestically, they are the champions. They are the people holding the title right now. So the expectation is they are going to show up, and that's what they've done today. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of teams who I think we are looking at as maybe a little bit more scary at the moment, but XCG are definitely someone you can't sneer at. OUG, again, I mean, it's so hard to talk about them other than just say they've just been consistent. They've just been very, very consistent. Really played well. Going into that final map, though, on Morrisile, I mean, it's a lot ups in the air, a lot's on the line for these teams. So I am very excited to see how this goes down. As there we are, Matari for Lixhang is going to be our MVP. 28k damage, 20k from the cannon, Dragon Roar, repair roll. Every time it's the cannon damage, they have repair roll.
It's almost, I don't want to say it's almost pointless taking and running cannon damage without the repair roll, because it's a duo and a match made in heaven, right? Like, especially when you've got a player like Lixing who is just so well versed in his movement and putting himself in a position to do so much damage. Like you mentioned, it's just almost instantaneous. Like you have the cannon ready to go almost every single time. There's hardly any downtime.
Yeah.
Where you have to repair the item because the repair roll does that for you. You keep momentum and pace of speed through the roll as well. It's, you know, it's so hard to run and do a lot of damage with the cannon and not pair it with the repair roll. So Jade, it's
that with the Rupture Gale as well. We have Rupture Gale repair roll on all of our cannon MVPs who like basically just have like crazy cannon damage. It's such a nasty little combo. There is another one in there. I mean, you obviously can get like Meteor and Bouncing Shell. I think that's more when you're getting kind of like geometric with your aiming. But I think Repair or Rupture Gale Orb it's almost hard not to get high damage with those Soul Jades because, like we said, a lot of uptime, but also the Rupture Gale Orb means that you can be a little bit almost more indiscriminate with your cannon fire. Like the splash is way bigger and you're more effective that way. So makes sense for that is why we've been seeing so much cannon stuff today. And I mean, the main reason people are running the cannons isn't for the damage. It's just they're so good at building rage up because you don't really have to aim all that well. So really, really big. Anyway, we are going to throw it over to a break. When we're back with our sixth and final game of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a moment. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. Getting ready to go into that final game of this bi-weekly before the grand finals. Well, the bi-weekly finals. Moving into the repêché and then grand finals later. We can see the overall standings before we get into this final game. Just to set the stakes, so to speak. Probably shouldn't be talking about steaks. John's a vegan. Obviously, these are all the teams that unfortunately will be probably not making it to that bi-weekly final. It's all about these top 14 and where they're sitting and the storyline of these top teams. Because Jade team climbing out from 18th all the way up to 10th. Had a pretty mediocre game there. But they should be comfortably still within that top 14 by the end of this last game.
I would like to think so. Yeah, I would like to think so. It's going to take something monstrous from JJH to shove them out. J-Team, like you mentioned, sitting on 105 right now, Alliance. Just behind them, WBG, EWG, GD, Bowder, Ventus, all safe at the moment. And if my maths are correct, I think it's like a 15-point difference between Ventus and JJH, or maybe 20, for that final spot in the bi-weekly finals. So it's not impossible, but it's not an easy task to have handed to you. But you've got to say, J-Team, 33 points in day 2.
Yeah.
Doubling their score so far in day 3, and there's still one game to go. This here, you know, the reason why they're so good.
The crazy thing as well for me is, like, with J-Team, 70 points should be a bad day anyway. But, like, because of how bad Sunday was for them, they're on such a back foot right now. I mean, if they had 70 points and 70 points again, they'd be sitting quite happy, quite pretty, quite comfortably. But unfortunately, they're just not. DE are 10.5 points off first from KLA. KLA are probably sweating an unbelievable amount right now. All it takes is one bad game from TE. If they get knocked out early, if they can't get the points, the kills put together, KLA will go into that bi-weekly final in first place, and they're going to be a lot more happy with themselves. Although, regardless, I think the point percentage that they'll be carrying over into the bi-weekly final on Sunday, they're going to be quite close to each other either way, and I think that's where the real feud will be settled on. You know, who's a mile part behind. So
he got it in the end. But no, yeah. I've got 7 a.m. call times due to you, Jake, honestly. But either way, though, look, I think the big talking factor there, though, is OUG and XCG both have 85+ point days today. That is ridiculous. I don't want to say from their front, because XCG, current reigning NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League champions from last season, we know what they can do. OUG, one of the most consistent teams that we've seen in recent weeks, we know how well they can play. But they have looked, both teams, on a different level so far in today's games. And this is where you start to see the whole seasons start to come along. All these bi-weekly finals, all the bi-weekly regulars start to play into account, and all of a sudden it's almost like, you know, not, you know, Transformer comp comparison, but it's like they've almost transformed and hit their final form, right, as a team to level up to the next stages. But I'm interested to see if they can even grab third spot. I think they're like 17 points behind OUG are from AWG in third, so it's going to be interesting to see.
Interesting enough as well, cool little fact, if Bowder make it to this bi-weekly final, it will be their first bi-weekly final they've made it to in 215 days. The last time they made it to a bi-weekly final was the 25th of September last year. So it's been a hot minute. Yes, we did technically have some downtime because, you know, we had all of off-season and Worlds, but September 25th was like, I want to say like week 2. Yeah, it must have been the first bi-weekly of season 2. Wow. Yeah, no, that would have been the first bi-weekly of season 2. So, damn, that's hard. Anyway, which team is leading the scoreboard right now, guys? Make sure you let us know in Twitch chat, KLA, B, AOW, COUG, or DTE. If you answer correctly, you will be in more of a chance to grab yourself these limited treasures. Make sure you do check your whisper boxes. That's where you'll be contacted by whoever does that. It's not me, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd give you all treasures.
You've said it now, that your DMs are going to be flooded later. Guys, DM Jake for free treasure. But either way, though, we've seen some fantastic games so far. We started today really not knowing what to expect the leaderboards and standings to look like at the end of play. It could have gone one way, it could have gone the other. We now have it lead down to this. We're back on Morris Isle for game number 6. JJH, they've got a task and a half on their hands. They are, I think, just within touching distance of Ventus above them, but it's gonna be a real tough task to get them back up into that top 14. I mean, can we see JJH do it? They've got the experience to do it, but can Ventus, and in particular Bowder, hold on?
It's gonna be a hard ask. It is gonna be a hard old ask. JJ closing in, but still a ways away. It's like, honestly, every NARAKA day when you get to like bi-weekly finals or the final day before bi-weekly finals are just the like it's always tight. It's always super close. I don't know why. And like I swear most of the battle royales I cover, you kind of just like know at this point. You kind of like we're pretty sure. But like we're in the final game and everything is still up in the air. I think it's partly because of the kill multiplier. Like no other game runs a kill multiplier, and I think that's such a good system. Also, I just think our teams like. I mean, this is something unique to the Nbpl, but it always seems to work. They're psychos, man. Like they're just like they play like absolute lunatics. And like when you watch the EU guys, they had like a brief stage of like the EU NARAKA players being kind of like lunatics, and then they just kind of went way too passive. Same for the NA guys, but like the Chinese players are just they will fight at all points, and they don't give a damn about like going out early. They'd rather risk it and go for the points. And like that mindset, that like absolutely chaotic fight-centric style is what makes it, first of all, a very fun league to watch because the points are always up and down, but also the games are just so explosive because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I casted a lot of Battle Royale in my life. Me and you quite literally was out in Spain casting a different Battle Royale earlier
Malta,
this
mate.
year. Oh yeah, Malta, sorry.
It's miles from Spain, bro. It's north of Africa.
That's how it's been a long year. All right, it's only April. It was my birthday on Monday. I'm getting old, right? But either way, look, I love the point system and the multiplier system we have in NARAKA. It keeps it interesting, and you hit the nail on the head. Any other battle royale in the last game of the tournament, the team top of the leaderboard probably wouldn't even have had to play the game in order to secure their spot in top spot or top 4 or whatever. But anything can happen in NARAKA. Literally anything can, and that's why it's such a joy to be a part of the broadcast and be a part of this game in the form that it's in. But GS, they're currently sitting down in 17th right now. Not been the best of bi-weekly shows for them, to say the least. It's going to take a lot to beat JJH. I can't see them doing it, but nevertheless they'll give it a good old go. I want to get Tissue peripheral cam again, in my opinion. I want to see if that player's still rocking the Tissue on his.
They got really posh tissue boxes, like the leather.
Yeah, I can confirm
thread work.
My 79p tissue box from like Audi doesn't look like that. I can assure you that. But here we go then, into the final game of the night. I'm excited, Jake. I don't know about you. We're going to be heading back to Morris Isle to solidify the top 14 for this week's bi-weekly finals.
Alrighty, well, big things to note are hero points right now. Wolves are very flexible in what they wanted to play. They got 10 points to work with. Still, people sticking to the Takedas, people sticking to the Yotos. A couple of these monk comps coming out with the variations where the King are running the monk Takeda Ziping version of the comp. We've got a monk Justina and Tammy version of from Wolves. We got a Pacific Rim. That's our 4th Pacific Rim comp of the day. That is absolutely crazy for me to say, because Pacific Rim was a comp where like everybody was running it every game they could at the beginning of the season. Like it was basically all mechs and monsters endlessly. Now it's really fallen off, and I really do think it comes down to the Morris Blessing, the Morris Yang, that's the one, the Realm of Yang fights, because it is the lowest win rate comp in all of competitive. It's really bad in the Realm of Yang fights because it's very about staggering and playing the fight intelligently and basically stalling. But in the Realm of Yang, you're on a debuff, you're on a timer. You don't have time to kind of play it smart and intelligently. We'll get off on that though, and we'll look at the hot drops, because once again, J team dropping near the Sunwing's Rest. Pretty standard drop spot for them. Bunch of teams start enjoying this northeastern point. A few teams are dropping down at Temple at the top. Inside Temple. It looks like probably going to be quite a scrappy start to this game.
I'm interested to see how TE start. I don't think they can afford to drop all 3 players and lose their rebirths straight away. Like
I think they have to. I think they have to risk it.
You think? Oh, well, here we go. This is the answer that we wanted, and they're going to do just that. JJH, they've caught BBV already. Oh no, this could be a disastrous start for TE potentially. Somehow, BBV gets himself out of trouble, keeps himself in it. I think Godlier just about going to keep himself alive. The Yoto are already going to be brought into play potentially. As, oh lord, JJH. Things have been turned. Flipped on its side. VVV though. So
they're all low.
They're all low. This is a disastrous start from TE. JJH, they played spoilers TE in a disastrous spot in this final game.
I honestly think they have to do it because you only have till like the end of the second circle to actually use those revives. Drop aggressively, get kills on the board. It doesn't matter if you're knocked out early. All they needed was like 8 points, I believe. So that's, you know, get yourself a bunch of kills, then either have one player just survive and get the multiplier on, or even just get the 8 kills in general. I think it was the right call. JJH played the upset there, and now they have paid the price. That might be a problem for TE in the future. I'm not going to completely rule them off the back of this, though. They may just go completely aggressive because, honestly, they have nothing to lose. They can't lose first at this point, second at this point. The only thing they can lose is first. So there is a world where maybe the aggression might be the right call for them to make. We'll see. But for now, OUG, KZ, and Wolves are all in relatively close proximity to one another and are looking to potentially get in a fight. OUG actually playing the third party on this one as KZ Gen gets himself chunked out pretty heavily here already. Caught by the Zephyr. Charge kick comes in. The Z-Ping healing Zed. Sandstorm goes down. Gen able to secure himself 1 kill with that purple pole sword. Loads of work from him coming in. 2 kills secured over onto Gen. Playing absolutely phenomenal as GG have slid in, caught by the Zephyr themselves. There's now GG coming in with that third party. Bunch of damage onto Gen. The healing coming out, though, from these Z-Pings is pretty big and pretty impactful. Stepping away. Everybody is collapsing in on the area, though. Freeze comes down from the Justina onto LXX just to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Miss Kia stepping away, caught up with the uppercut for the moment, doesn't have their whisk to work with. Uppercuts onto the King, who's caught inside the Sandstorm wall, and they are juggled around by GG and finished up. GG with a successful third party, shutting OUG down, shutting a team who were chasing them on the higher end of the bracket, and this could be a major upset for them now.
Yeah, OUG. A little bit more vulnerable than the likes of TE, for example. You mentioned TE can't lose second, but OUG can definitely lose fourth, all the way down to in potentially 7th or 8th spot. So GG, fantastic start from them. Putting 3 kills early on the board already. They sit at 147.6 in the point column. I want to keep my eyes though on that JJH and Ventus battle as well. It's going to be an interesting one. 15 points is all that's needed for JJH to get themselves into that top 14. And I like the fact that JJH, they've kind of operated for a bit more of a faster start. They've killed initially TE off the wipe to get the first 3 kills on the board. And from there, they've started to move around the map, loot up quicker. They've got some nice sets of armor across the board already. Got a purple on Godlier, a blue onto water. Ult's already built up as well across for all 3 players. It's so risky though. These final games here, Jake. So many storylines, so many moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot on the line. Oh, hello. I was seeing Ali looking to jump in here, throwing down the Bane's Breath, setting himself up for that one. They're in control of this. This is TK's to run with as GG put the Sandstorm down. They're not actually inside that Bane's Breath, though, as TK, they're being juggled. The Zephyr lands onto 3. GG coming in huge. Ali has to transform. He does have the Bane's Breath behind him to run into if he needs to. They may just go for the salty run back. They're standing on top of the Rebirth as Buo slides in, and TK, they salty run back, and they're going to pay the ultimate price. Miss Kia hit by the Bane's Breath, though. Somehow TK almost get punished by the salty run back, using their revives right on top of the Soul Altar where they were fighting. GG, they're not done. Sandstorm comes out yet again. Bane's Breath's going to rain down. GG just need to tap dodge away from it. Are able to do so. Next one comes down. TK, only 8 seconds left. The Zephyr has caught onto 2. They're chunked. They're low. Shenyan going down. Miss Kia healing. Coming in huge, though, from the Z-Ping. Down they go. Holding fast, actually, as Miss Kia trying to keep the damage up with the Pulse Sword. He's about to get his ultimate up and available. Is going to pop it. He's low HP, but he will make quick work of the final members of TK. Only Buo left as he is desperately trying to break away, unable to do so. One last F will come down, and the King are knocked out.
Wow, GG. What a showing. 6, or make it 9 kills, obviously, off the back of their first skirmish win as well. 6 for the price of none against TK. But Ventus, though, on the other side of things, this is a replay from their engagement. We see the Yoto ults being brought into play as well. Lots of damage done from Sansi. Kagaxi, sorry. Ventus, the team that are currently sitting at 14th, of course. And they're going to get cleaned up as well. So already, a few teams maybe have already put themselves at a bit of a disadvantage.
Already, but it's actually cutting back into real time. Sleepwalker coming in with a massive lockdown on the Viper, able to land it onto Lich Heng. XCG, they're going to lose one of their players. They may lose another one as Xiaonan's getting juggled back with the Z-Ping healings there. Not going to be there enough, though. As NiHQ, the final player here, holding on this Cicada, finished up. They're going to have to use their revives. They've still got time on it, but WBG cashing in on a whole bunch of kills. 6 in already. J-Team in 11th. Starting to scratch their heads a little bit here because they have no kills this game.
Everyone around them's on... I mean, you've got WBG on 6 pushing double digits. GG above them pushing double digits. We're already 7 minutes into this game, Jay. All right? These teams above them are averaging a kill per minute, which is a lot of older points to put on the board, to say the least, if they continue at that average. But...
Oh, okay. This is something I love to talk about. When you get circles like this, see how much of the circle isn't on the map? What that means is a real lack of resources, because that area is now effectively not an area where you can go loot, which means there's therefore less grapples, less potions, less everything to keep yourself up, right? And there's less just tools available to the players and the teams. So this is super big. When you get a circle like this, you're going to see a severe lack of loot available, and there's a few of the gold loot zones still in the circle, yes. But this is going to be really costly to these players. So I actually think we could see people starting to run out of grapples early in this game.
Time will tell. It also makes that rotation phase a little bit more forced. You don't want to be caught too late in the corruption in the later stages of the game and then forcing your way into a zone that's, you know, half filled with just nothing, basically. So
yeah,
JJH, they're going to get themselves over towards it as quickly as possible. WBG, the stun from the Viper looks like it's going to come through, but the knife from Sleepwalker, I think, catches the Viper mid-ulti. Now the counter Viper ult itself, can she find any stuns? That's going to lock onto 2.
They're able to lock them down for the moment as actually in come J-Team. There's the ultimate out from WBG. They do not want anything to do with that one. Cutting over to the realm of Yang. GD and JJH taking themselves a scrap here. The Dragon's Rush from the Spears. Absolutely huge. Double teaming through all of them. GD, though, they've got themselves a grip hold on this game and they are not letting go yet. Transformation comes out from Godly, though. If he lands the double grab, they are in for a world of hurt. There's one. Let's see if he can land the second one. Is going to get the second. Double slam down. They're out. They're low. This is JJH's game to strike back as K is desperately trying to hold on in the invisibility, plucked out of the sky and slammed down. JJH making a bit of a recovery in this game.
JJH, they're storming their way back into things, to say the least. 6 on the board at the moment. Still a big old task to ask for them to try and qualify for the weekly finals, but they'll give it their best shot. But here comes TE. This could be pivotal. The Viper's ult gonna be popped instantly from BVV. I don't think the stun's actually gonna be landed onto anyone, though. As I say that, TXJ, he's still been ripped through. TE can't afford to die here, Jay. They literally can't afford to die. They have 0 points on the board at the moment in terms of kills. They have to retreat and get that shield back up and running. Luckily for them, I think it was popped to get them out of trouble.
Yeah, I think that's why you have the Wushen TP, to make sure that you just can't hang around. If you get caught, you are in danger, but that is not where they want to be sitting at all. Really, really big stuff coming in there. are able to just about slide their way out. XCG are out of this game, interestingly. So GD, they're not going to be able to catch that. That's actually a phenomenal amount of points they'd need to put together to catch that. I still definitely on J team. They got 1 kill. They need another 11 points if they want to get themselves into WBG's spot. But the problem they've got with that is WBG have 9 kills already, and they don't look to be letting up. But someone who might not be letting up is Alliance onto the side of TE. TXJ's caught out. He is obliterated. The health bar's too low. Finished up. TXJ grabbed one last time, slammed down, and finished up. Leo, low HP, desperately trying to get away, but he is being run down by everybody else. Cutting over to KZ versus JJH, though. Water has the damage on with the pole sword onto Lily, and Lily getting themselves caught out for the moment. Pinned against the wall, pinned against the woodworks. Slam comes down from Godly, and KZ are going down. JJH making a final game sprint towards the top 14, making a final sprint towards that moment where they can make it to the bi-weekly finals.
Look at GD though. They've come in, they've smelt the third party, and they're gonna pounce. They're trying to steal the kill away from JJH as well. They don't, but they turn immediately. Their intentions, the tides turn to Water in the 2 versus 3, making a 1 versus 3.
They got the Vermilion Birds might though, so they're fine.
Okay, so they get the revive back in. Luckily for them, they hang around. So JJH, look at that though. They closed the gap to Ventus. Less than 6 points now. JJH are looking in a delightful spot.
They're 55% chance at the moment of making it to the promotions. They're making it to that stage. Right now, Ventus have a 45% chance. They're out of the game. They have no opportunity to hold on to this. It's purely if JJH go out early, but they got 8 kills. All they need to do, they've used that Bird's Might well. They got a bunch of kills. They got the revive off now. So on to the side of JJH, it's just a game of play this out smart, wait and get a good multiplier, and you're guaranteed it. They just jumped up to 57% as well as we cut out of that. Let's cut over to the replay. See GG. This is them inside that first round with Yang versus KZ. Sandstorm's getting thrown down. I'm just loving Takeda meta. I'm so happy to see this guy become meta because he showed up at the first season in solos as potentially being good, and people just found a use for him. He didn't really get like major buffs or changes. They just realized, but like his F3 is so good in trios.
It's almost like if you put someone with a really well-versed and well-rounded ability set into a trios game mode with someone that can play it right and the utility around them. It's almost like that hero can be quite good, right, Jake? And
yeah,
finally, we have seen Takeda become more heavily meta at the moment. People are starting to get the hang of him and see him work. Be interested to see how the hero comps develop as time goes on with him being brought more into use. But yeah, boy oh boy. I'm just looking on the map here. They're over towards the southwestern side. Again, I still don't think they've had many points on the board here yet, Jake. I think we've got JJH, who are obviously just trying to claw their way into Ventus's spot. J team, they want to try and push their way up the leaderboard a little bit if they can. OUG, they're still hanging on. You can see the map, the way it's set up with that, you know, 25-30% of the zone being out on the northwestern side. It's really forced these teams to play slightly slower. And look, we've got 15 minutes left in the game, and we've only got like 24 people left in this lobby, so this is
typical last game when it counts. Everybody just goes off. Every time in NARAKA, you get this final game where like everyone's like, "Oh, we really need to play," and they just go super hard. JJH, I think they're gonna do it. They want to run with Yang. They want to get they even want to get the kills from this round with Yang. I mean, it's on JJH to play aggressive. They can't rest on their laurels. They're going up versus GG. This is going to be a super tense fight here. If JJH win this and get the Rema Yang buff, they're going to be sitting so pretty. If not, They are going to have to work with that debuff, try and cleanse themselves if they want to make it. It's do or die for them. This could be the decider on whether or not they make it to the bi-weekly finals or not. Already, Godly opens up. There's a massive charge of damage onto GG. The Z-ping healing is there as well to keep them up. Godly waiting on that transformation. He's waiting for the opportunity to go for it. The bell comes out. The counter comes out as well. He hasn't even transformed yet. Waiting out the sandstorm, waiting out all the key ultimates here. Another counter comes down. Miss Kia losing a lot of HP. The cannon shots coming in from Godly on the flank, trying to get the damage off onto LXM. This is JJH. Where were this team all bi-weekly? They are showing up. They are absolutely popping off. One grab onto LXM, slams him down, gets the damage in. GG though, they have the man advantage with somebody down. Chalui is out of this already. 330 has been grabbed, getting the arrow shots off onto him. Gonna look for the slam onto him as well. LXM gets countered, gets himself out of the grab range yet. Trying to find another grab coming in. Water's holding fast. Re-grab comes down, looking for the second. That's gonna be the kill. Slam doesn't come in. Miss Kia, and it's now just the 2 versus 2. Miss Kia and 330 taking a Water and Godly, staggering with that staff. They got 35 seconds till this time's out. Charge click comes in from GG on that long sword. They're looking to finish up Miss Kia to make sure they have the advantage to work with here. It's down to just Godly. He's the only one left. He's got versus 1 versus 2. No health bar to work with. GG win the Realm of Yang.
JJH forced to take the debuff, and they've now got to cleanse themselves, or they could see their chances of reaching the bi-weekly final slip through their fingertips. You've got GG pick up the Mystic Might, GD as well pick up the Mystic Might. The Draco Storm available for WBG through, I think that was the Mora's Blessing from slightly earlier on. This is getting tense now, Jake. Teams know that they're a mistake or two away.
Oh, J-Team did the same thing. They lost their Realm of Yang.
Oh, wow. So these two teams, they can even realistically fight each other to cleanse themselves, right?
Yep, absolutely. In fact,
that's what JJH is doing. That's exactly what JJH wants to do. I respect this so much.
Why would J-Team? No, J-Team don't have the Realm of Yang debuff. Okay, so they lost... Okay, so 101 TN got killed in a fight, obviously, and then they bought a rebirth charm for him, and that's why he's got grey armor, grey weapons. Is going to try and take a fight with Water here. This is super important for JJH. If they can kill 101 TN, which it looks like they can do, they can cleanse one player. Now, Alliance are coming in as a potential third party. JJH, they've cleansed one player. They can move away, put all their gold on that single player if they want, or take this fight. Let's see what they're going to go for. Lin gets himself caught by the grapple. Godly transforms. Lin transforms as well. There's the follow-up from them. Looking for the Sandstorm as well, as Godly looking just to try and pressure up onto Lin. Shilui has got himself slightly caught out here. Lin is going to take a little bit of hurt. Godly's trying to try and play frontline and block for his team. Sandstorm's doing a lot, but TE are coming in as a third-party threat to this fight. Water has been grabbed. See the ultimate coming out from the Takeda. Godly has to de-transform. He has the belt. In comes VVV. Got himself the lockdown with the Viper to try and lock all of Alliance in place. JJH's Chalui also has been caught. He's going to get himself jumped onto by the side of TE. Chalui, I don't think he's going to be able to survive this onslaught. Does bop them both back. All three of them back, actually. Doing so much work with the pole sword. Leo's going low, but the poison splash comes in. And TE find themselves another kill.
Just like that. Okay, look, the good thing is Water has 17,000 coins to work with, so...
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
This is what I'm saying, is they cleanse, put all the gold onto Water. He then goes buys rebirth charms. There's plenty of places to get the revives off soul altars. So they should just be all right.
So not the end of the world for JJH, but TE, with those kills on the board, they are looking to close that gap at the top of the table. As I say that, it is now within 6.1 points, Jake, of TE taking top spot. It's honestly ridiculous. OUG, they've actually fallen out of 4th spot to GG. They've advanced up to 4th now. They can even climb into 3rd GG here. They're only 5 points behind 3rd. These standards have changed so much in the shuffle since the start of play.
Uh-oh. Water. Okay, he gets himself an invisibility bush. He's fine. Oh, if he'd been seen by GD, that would have been it done for JJH. He just needs placement points. Are they going to check the bush? There are a bunch of bushes to check. There's a shop here. GD want to do some shopping. JJH, Wartle's on the way to it to grab a rebirth charm for his team and get his team back up. It is literally so tight for all of these guys. Right now, Alliance getting their spawn camps as Leo was able to finish that kill up. TE, they are so close. They are 4 points away from first place.
So close. Nail-biting stuff. One mistake. GG have got 18 kills, though. Again, is that like the third time today we've seen a team drop like plus 15 kills in a game? It's been ridiculous.
They actually may overtake AOW. If they get a good enough multiplier, they overtake AOW and get into third.
I think
Water is playing this so patiently, man. J-Team are out, so they can't actually get any higher in the standings. I absolutely adore the way Water's playing this. He's playing this so calm, so collected. He knows he's got pots. The zone's not going to do too much damage. Runs over, invisibility bush, goes to the shop. Let's see what he can get off this. He's going to heal up first of all. Can he get any rebirth charms? I don't know if he was able to get a rebirth charm there. He spent some money, though.
I think he may have got one.
There was no pop-up. There's normally a pop-up when they buy it.
Maybe I mean, that's unfortunate. Waste of time from Water there by the seams of it. But either way, WBG, though, they're going to try and take down GD. This is a battle for 7th spot at the moment. Both teams so close. Both teams have got plus 10 kills. 11 for GD, 12 for WBG, but for the side of GD, they are so low. Jing with the gold armor, doing so much damage to work with. And I think WBG, they've now popped the stun from the Vipers. I don't think it landed just yet, but the TP from the ult comes out of play. Gets himself out of trouble. I don't think Jing's going to give them a second to breathe. Stops K, finds the kill. 12th on the board for WBG. They are looking fantastic right now.
I mean, look at the top end of the table. GG have 4 kills. GD have 11. WBG have 13. Like, this is such a high-scoring game. Like, people are getting an incredible amount of points. What?
JJH, 0.2 of a point,
so
Jay.
close.
0.2 of a point from getting into 14th. He's 0.2 of a point outside of Ventus as a solo right now. JJH sit on 87.3 at the moment. Ventus sit on 87.5.
I'm curious what he's buying. Wait, no, that's not it. That's a different drop pop-up. I'm not entirely sure what he's been purchasing.
Oh, he's not.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no, Water, don't throw the game. Please don't throw the game away, Water. I think everyone's heart just stopped for a second there.
Oh my word, that was terrifying. I think he's been seen by WBG. Maybe he hasn't. He's going to be able to heal up. This is honestly the most tense thing I've ever seen. All right, good news for Water is WBG have been distracted by GG atop this area. There is a solo to near here. So if he does have a rebirth charm and we just didn't get the pop-up, it's going to be so hard for him to do the revive. You can see 330 is standing on top of the soul altar as well right now. So I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to do it. I think even if he has a rebirth charm, he's best off just playing for placement now and just getting a good multiplier on those kills.
So tense. It's crazy how 0.2 of a point could separate you from making a bi-weekly final. And not, it's why we love NARAKA. He's just hanging out. He's in the treetops with the birds.
I think one team gets knocked out and he makes it.
I'm pretty
sure the kill multiplier is enough with 1 point.
But then again,
one kill, one team. That's all he can do.
There's trios around him, though. I don't think there's another solo player or that left alive. I think maybe OUG have got a duo. That's it. But speaking of OUG, TE, they want to go hunting. They know that they're close to securing that top spot. SS
close.
Is gonna fall. They're now down to 2.5 of a spot.
I think once the multiplier and placement points are applied, they've done it. I actually think TE have done it. I'm 90% sure they've made it to the bi-weekly final as first now. Because this only really accounts for kill.
Yeah. Yeah, I would assume with the multiplier, I think both JJH and TE are probably done what they needed to do respectively. Either way, though, Water doesn't know that. He's not going to take any chances, neither are TE. They want this done and done now. TE bouncing from kill to kill. I'm gonna be forced to reposition slightly though. VVV, ult available. Gold armor on board. Important moments here in this final game of the final bi-weekly for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. If you've just joined us, click on the video section, watch the VOD back. You're not going to want to miss this insane day of NARAKA. We had it all, haven't we, Jake? We've had underdog stories, we've had clutch moments, we've had throats, big name
from
teams,
yelling,
sore throats, lack of sleep, everything, you name it, it's all happened. But there's still 4 minutes left in this game, and OUG, they are still somehow hanging on. But GG, they are about to secure themselves a 3rd spot finish here in the standings. 19 kills for GG here, Jake, pushing the 20 bomb. They are 0.8 of a point away from pushing themselves.
They've done it.
Yeah, with the multiplayer, 100% they pushed up into it for sure. But either way, though, what a game. Day of games, sorry, we've seen so far.
I actually think if TE go out now and GG kill every player in the lobby, they actually might be able to upseat them.
They can. I think I'm trying to do the maths in my head, and I think you're right.
The multiplier is 1.6, I believe, on the kills, and then placement for first is 5 points. It's actually within the realms of possibility that KLA get knocked out of first and into like 3rd.
It's definitely doable. It's more than doable. I'm not too sure what team I want to back to do it just yet, but either way, though, it's safe to say GG have had a fantastic day. I think they started today in something like 8th or 9th.
Yeah, they've had a real recovery. I think they heard me call them out for saying they've been underwhelming. And honestly, they were. So it's nice to see that they have actually made a bounce back and really popped off in these final moments. And we are ending here, not at Sunwing's Rest, but in the surrounding forests and tree houses. JJH are still in this. They have bypassed and made it to the bi-weekly finals. They have knocked Ventus out. Every team now has a 100% chance of making it. There's no more movement on who could make it to the bi-weekly finals. But who's in what place is still very much up for grabs right now. Sleepwalker getting ready to drop that tactical nuke down on everyone with the Viper stun, is toying with the idea of jumping out the tree, but decides to stay on the high ground for just a little bit longer. Water clinging to the bottom of the walkway, just avoiding getting hit by anyone, playing it super smart. Holding out for the moment as Sleepwalker is going to get thrown down onto that low ground for the moment. WBG are down a player. Cannon fire landing onto Sleepwalker, chunking him out. Oh, he's low. TE, one more cannon shot. The burn from the Rupture Gale Orb should just be enough as in comes VVV, looking to lock down 3-3-0 here. Is going to be able to get it. That might be the upset. No, he's able to break line of sight. TE getting chunked out. Whoosh Shadow up to the tree. They find Water, who has to jump away. Does not want to be dealing with that one. But the Zephyr coming in. VV chunked out low, burnt by the poison splash. Dong Ching from the side of GG is able to finish him up as Water stays alive. He's holding on fast for his team. What an absolute hero of a performance he's put on. Buying as many pots and as grapples as possible just to keep himself alive in this game. GG are playing for a higher spot in the standings. It is going to be a tall and an incredibly hard ask for them. But TE finding themselves caught out with their backs against the Shadow Corruption, holding on first. It does look like TE have secured themselves first place overall in the standings. Not going to be able to be bypassed, but GG, there is a potential mathematical chance that they can take second. It's going to be an incredibly hard ask for them to do. Bion impossible, but they're going to try for it. GG, they want to close out in style as TE using that Yoto ultimate to try and land the damage onto GG. Does hit Miss Kier with one of those slashes. Can't quite land on the 3-3-0 as the circle closes out. JJ Water finally goes down. Miss Kier is able to find the kill. And now GG, they're going to look to try and finish up these last couple of players. Taking down TETXJ, looking to finish up the last couple of players. Dong Xing knocking them back into the zone. Miss Kier is going to deal with it as Kakashi as well. Kakashi low HP, getting himself bopped back. GG holding on fast, trying to see if they can get that first place in that final game of the day. And it looks like they've just been able to do it. There we go. GG win overall in this lobby, but what a game. What a performance.
Oh, what a day of NARAKA. I think I just saw a stat that every single bi-weekly, I might have read it wrong, but Teehee have entered every bi-weekly final with first seed this season. Like, every that is... I think that's what the graphic said that we just had a pop-up. I might be imagining that. But if that's the case...
They made bi-weekly in the middle of that game. That's what the graphic was.
Oh, okay. Damn,
I'm pretty sure they made every bi-weekly, but maybe not in first.
Oh, maybe I haven't got my glasses on, alright? I can't read properly today. But either way, though, one of the most ridiculous days of NARAKA we have seen in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. That was ridiculous, and my hats go off to every single player.
Yeah, honestly, phenomenal stuff coming in there. GG. Closing it out in style in that final game. That was a bloodbath of a game as well. It was so explosive. Water, his coach owes him a nice 5-star meal. After that one, he's carried his team by clinging on by the skin of his teeth, and this isn't the last time we'll see these guys. JJH will be seeing them on Sunday for the bi-weekly finals. It was just an incredible comeback. Just an absolutely incredible comeback in those final moments there. And they're going to be super happy with themselves off the back of that one. I mean, everything up in the air. I mean, J-Team, honestly, they've really got to take a look at themselves going into Sunday, because they have not looked good at all. Yeah, they made it. Yeah, they put some good points on the board, but like, they had 2 good games and 4 absolutely trash games today.
I just don't understand what it is with some of these top teams in NARAKA and the consistency that they struggle to find. It's like, you can pop off and get like a 19 or 20 bomb kill win, but you can't maintain like a 10 kill 3rd place or 2nd place throughout the whole of the lobbies. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. So they've got a lot to fix going into Sunday, to say this. And I don't think we should just talk harshly to J-Team. I think there's a lot of other teams in there as well. I think there's a lot of other teams in there as well that struggle with consistency, for example. But 3 teams that didn't struggle with consistency was XCG, OUG, and GG. All 3 of those teams played fantastically well today and secured themselves very, very well-deserved spots inside the top 6.
No, absolutely. I think there's definitely some teams who... there was a lot of teams who did great. I mean, TE, it was a great recovery from them. I still have my questions about them. I still think they struggle with inconsistency, but they definitely looked really solid in this day. They obviously looked great on the first day as well. They got 100 points. I do think we're in for a real treat on the finals on Sunday, because I think KLA looked incredibly formidable. I think, again, inconsistency, but I just feel like that's how every team plays. I feel like that's how this entire league kind of appears to be in a way. So I don't want to completely write anyone off at this point, but I do think we got some really solid teams here. I think XCG looked pretty scary. I think OUG looked very scary. GG finally starting to show us but the team they were, and it feels like they finally, when it counted, have come together. But I think it's so hard to call. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, this would be an incredibly hard bet to make on who's going to take this bi-weekly final, because I don't think we got too many good teams, like way too many good teams.
If this is sort of like what we're going to anticipate going in for the remainder of like the other seasons that we see throughout the rest of the year and the other top tournaments, like, we're in for an absolute bang of a season, for NARAKA, to say the least. Like, each team seems to be putting their weight in and getting a lot better as a squad. But am I seeing that right?
Woo! 41 points,
kills. 38 points come through the way of kills, 3 ranking points on the multiplier as well, 41.4 points. They nearly had more points than 2nd and 3rd combined, Jake. That's ridiculous.
That is a big one. That is a big day from GG. Big way to end it. GD as well. These guys have been like so consistent today. It's actually a little scary. Like, they've always been on the top end of these tables. OUG, that's the worst game of the day for them, and they were still 7th. I don't think that was over. I think they can be very happy with the performance they put on today. I mean, there's no, I couldn't even argue. I couldn't even play devil's advocate on it. I think OUG were just very good today. Having a look at the overall score, look at that damage. 27k, 21k, 35k. That is just, again, an absolutely monstrous amount of damage coming in from these guys. I mean, I'm going to do some very, very quick maths. Overall, they did 83,000 damage in this game.
That is ludicrous. That is ridiculous. Each player to have above 21,000 damage and one player to nearly be pushing 40 is it's almost unseen. In a game of NARAKA, especially at a pro league level against teams who are literally professionals playing this game every day of the week. Like it's crazy. But this was sort of the story of the way GG played this, right? They pretty much spawned killed TK at this rebirth altar, picked up 6 kills within the space of like 2 minutes, and then from there it was just a snowball effect. It just took so much confidence into each fight they got in.
Yeah, no, they really did. They just played it really well. There's no real beating around the bush on it. It was just a great day, great games coming in. And there's so many people who played well today. There's so many people who played well today in this game. So I'm not overly surprised by any means. It was just overall a really, really solid day coming in from a bunch of players. My brain is apparently shut down, and I'm just saying the same thing 8 times in a row. Bi-weekly finals are going to be an absolute banger. They always are, though. We always see the teams perform. Again, I think J-Team, I think they're probably the only person I could safely say I'm not going to be surprised when they don't win it. But I think, honestly, you tell me any of the other teams who we kind of watched today and say, oh yeah, they won it, I wouldn't be surprised. They all played so, so well. But here's our MVP on the Takeda. Miss Kia, 35k damage, 11 kills. This is the 5th MVP. He had Skyforce, Merciless Havoc, and Switch Dazzle as his legendary soldier. You actually don't see Switch Dazzle all that much. Rupture Gale Orb, no real surprises. Everybody has been running that all day. Juggernaut and Longsword Sap as well. I'm so here for this Takeda meta. This is my favorite meta. It actually might be my favorite meta ever for trios, because it's the first one where Monk isn't like the top. He isn't the big cheese anymore, I guess is probably the best way to word it. So I'm so here for it. I'm very happy. Happy boy right now. That's me.
It's like, just looking at those stats, it's like, I wish I was that good at a game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. It really is ridiculous, and I agree. I think the Takeda meta that we're moving slowly but surely into is something that not only from the players I think will enjoy the game a lot better, but from a viewer point of view and a caster point of view, it's so much more engaging, and we see some crazy counters, crazy reversals when the ults popped, for example, and one player can do so much damage to 2 or 3 at a time in a fight. So I'm really excited to see where we go with it. Hopefully we can try and get your Justina in a trio comp alongside them as well at some point.
We've had some Justina today, and I'm happy with it. I don't like the support Justina. This carry Justina, but we've seen like once or twice. I can't for the life of me. I think it was JJH who actually were the ones who came up with it, where you basically play the Yoto comp. So you have the Wu Shen, and you have the Viper, and then you have a Justina. And the Justina fulfills the role. I think the problem with that comp right now is Takeda plays that comp as well, and Takeda is just super, super good. Me and Rune have been very passionate about it. I like it when new stuff shows up. I mean, I'm still waiting on the Valda days. Valda stands. We are here. I promise. We're getting buffs. Whether or not they make her great and meta, we'll see. I hope so. I really hope so. Maybe not for this season, but maybe for next. If Valda gets buffed, I'm gonna be a happy boy. But it's been a banger day. It has been an absolutely banger day, John. I'm struggling to speak right now. My voice.
It's one of those
is
things where it's like 3, 2, 1, and breathe. It's over. But no, honestly, it was a pleasure to be a part of that. I love going into games where you really don't know what's happening, and that's what NARAKA's all about, right?
Yeah, I mean it's carnage, it's chaos, it's absolutely brilliant. Anyway, we're gonna pass it over for our interview after that game, and then we're about to round things up, and we'll start further from there.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have got Lei from the team JJH to our interview. So first, let him say hello to us first. 那也是先请小雷神给我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是17号盖勒雷。
Okay, welcome. So it's such a breathtaking game. I want to know, like, what did you think when you are watching Water's adventure at that game? 那其实这一把比赛真的可以说是水哥历险记啊！想问一下小雷神，在看水哥历险记的时候，什么心情啊？
感觉特别紧张吧，因为我们知道只要拿够26分就能进，只要他能保到前2，然后再杀个1、2个，就基本上能抬进周决了嘛。
Oh, okay. I was really nervous at that time because I know we have to got 26 points is enough to get into the bi-weekly final, so I was pretty nervous. Well, okay, so you guys can get the last ticket of the bi-weekly final. You have to thanks to Water. So anything you want to say to him? 那其实你们队伍可以晋级到周决赛，也是真的要谢一谢水哥啊。有什么话想对水哥说？
我一直都相信你。而且你也没有让我们失望。
Okay, bro, I always believe in you. Well, it's the last game of our whole season's last regular game. So how do you think about the performance yourself? 那其实这一把也是我们整个赛季最后一场常规赛，你觉得自己表现得怎么样？
还是上限的话，就是有时候打得特别不好的话，下限太高了。如果一旦状态不行的话，就打得不好，只能说自己很不满意这个赛季打的。
Okay, actually, I was not quite satisfied with myself because I think there is still like a huge space for me to improve myself. Okay, so anything like in this season, what's your most impressive things? 那其实这个赛季印象最深刻的事情是什么？
印象最深刻的事情。
Think about it. Okay, I will give you some time. Let's move on to our new part now. So, this time our question is, how many times has TE entered by weekly trials final as number 1 seed in 2023 Sprint? 那其实这一次的问题是 TE 拿了几次积分第1进入到我们的这个周决赛啊？当然这个问题其实不用小雷神来回答。Okay, so back to the question I asked you, like what's your most impressive thing? 那其实也是给了你一些时间去思考。现在有答案了吗？
我觉得最难忘的事情是每次双抓拍不出来的时候吧。
Oh, so I think my most impressive things is every time when I was doing the double grappling, I can't like really do the grappling at the time. Well, so what's your like most regrettable things? 那其实你觉得自己最遗憾的事情是什么呢？
最遗憾的事情就是没有拿周冠吧。
Okay, I think because the whole seasons we didn't get once by weekly finals champion, so that is my most regrettable things. But you still have chance because you get into the weekly final this time. 那其实这一周也是给到了你们一个机会啊。不过现在也是来到我们这个倒计时时间 ，so please, Lei, please count down the time.
1.
It's okay, it's okay.
知道我。
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. And who will be the last lucky guy of our regular game? Let's see. Well, don't forget to check your mode box. Okay, that question is about like TE. So how do you think about TE, this team in this season? 那其实刚刚我们这个问题也是关于 TE 的。你觉得 TE 的战队在你看来是一个什么样的队伍？
在我看来 ，TE 的话，它是一个非常稳定且强力的队伍，因为它决赛圈的站点啊，或者 吃席率啊都是特别高的，只要他能到决赛圈，他能保证基本上70%的吃席率吧。
Okay, so I think TE is a team like really stable and really strong because you can see, of course, their position of the final circle is really great, and as long as they can get into the grand final, they have a really high possibility that they can get the winner of that game. 那其实这一次也是最后拿到了最后一张门票嘛，所以 so like you got the last ticket of the this bi-weekly final, so any anticipation about this time? 那其实也是说一说这一个周决打算怎么打，有什么样的期望？
这个周决放开了打，好吧，奔着周决、周冠去，因为我们如果拿不了周冠，可能拿了也要打复活赛，所以说这个就是当训练赛打吧。如果能拿到周冠就拿周冠。
Okay, so I think I just relieved myself. I want to treat the bi-weekly final as the training game, and so our final target is the bi-weekly finals champion. Okay, good luck to you. 那也是非常感谢小雷神来到我们的采访期，当然也希望如你所愿。So best wishes to you. Okay, okay, that's all for today's interview. Back to the casters. Bye bye.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Godley was just like in shell shock there. I don't think he expected to make it. He was on another plane of existence, bro. He was, bless him. I'd be pretty shocked. I mean, that was a last minute sprint, but I don't think they expected to make. And they just went with it. And I was like, that just worked. And they just ran with it. And Water, God, that guy's going to be getting some serious hugs backstage. They're going to be so happy with him. And
I need a DNA test on Water to make sure that he's like not part tree or part bridge at this point because of how long he spent hanging out. But no, yeah. Listen, like JJH, they went clutch when they needed to, and it doesn't surprise me that like Godley literally just looked zapped of all his energy just from like clutching up after such an intense game. So no doubt they'll get a good rest on board and then they'll go again on Sunday.
Yeah, they got all tomorrow off to kind of chill and watch. For you guys, though, you don't have a day off because we got solos coming up, and that is the first of the bi-weeklies on Saturday as well. So we're deciding who's going in where. But before we talk about that, let's have a little look at the trios. Unfortunately for Ventus, in the last possible moment, they were knocked out. And it is these teams that will not be making it, unfortunately. Unfortunately, 7 teams can't make it, and these are the 7. Ventus, JDG, GSKZ, all gone. But these are the teams that have made it. JJH, by the skin of their teeth, made it in the final moments in J-Team. They made it halfway through the day, but I'm sure they're going to be kicking themselves about this week. This is not the performance of a team who were at the top of the tables, who won the last bi-weekly final, have won the last 2 world championships, and they're in 11th. They're going to be kicking themselves about that one. I am more interested, though, about the top end of the table, John.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
This is where the spice is. Because I don't actually know if GG were able to get themselves beyond 3rd. Like, 3rd minimum. But I don't know if they're going to be able to go beyond 3rd.
I'm just interested because I feel like any of this top 7 can make a statement for themselves. So my Lord, GG get themselves into 3rd spot.
It was 1 point. KLA and T 1 point.
I mean, if you're KLA, you probably almost look back at day number 1 and think could we have done better, right? After 156-point game in day number 2. But no, nevertheless, though, I think the big stories here are GG, OUG, and XCG, right? And even GD in there. 3 teams have all had 92+ games today. And these are the qualified teams. You've got TE, KLA, you've got GG, AOW, OUG, EWG, JL, WVG, GD, XCG, J-Team, Alliance, Bowder, and JJH all get their spots in Sunday's bi-weekly final. The final one of the season, if I'm correct.
Yep, the final one of the season before the repêché. Bowder, obviously first time in 215 days they've made it to a bi-weekly finals. So haven't done it all season. Basically didn't do it all last season. There's a lot on the line. But this is for our bi-weekly finals for solos. We're running the exact same map layout as normal times and everything as we have had in the today. But this is for our final solos before we get into that repêché. So that's gonna be a really fun one to watch. Spider has taken 2 of the bi-weekly finals, while Mike has only taken 1. So Mike obviously be looking to try and tie that score up and kind of reclaim his space, because obviously Mike was the hot guy. He was the person we were all obsessed with in season 1. He was the best solos player. Then got competitively banned, so he couldn't play at Worlds. Missed most of season 2 as well because of his competitive ban. Came back, won the first bi-weekly, but Spider was the guy that upseated him. He came into season 2, won it all in season 2, then won the World Championship. Basically, in a way, Mike probably feels a little bit like he took his titles and his stuff from him. So I feel like this bi-weekly, Mike's going to really have a lot to prove here and show us that, you know, he is still a formidable player, because Spider has been dominating the solo scene ever since his appearance on it. And I think a bit differently to what we see previously from from trios, because trios is very up and down. It's very hard to call it, but solos, it's been the Mike and Spider story since season 1, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's another chapter in I don't even want to say trilogy, right? Because it's going to definitely be longer than that, in the never-ending story of who's like undisputedly the best solos player in the world of NARAKA. I'm looking forward to watching it from a spectator's point of view. You know, I'm not going to be on the mic for it. I'm looking forward to kicking back, relaxing with some of you lot in the chat, and seeing who's going to come out on top this bi-weekly. Because honestly, you just cannot say between the two, because they are just that good at countering each other.
It's gonna be a good one. I think I'm gonna put my money on Spider just because he's consistently been at the top. But okay, you know, I'm here for my boy Mike. I really hope we do see a recovery from him. I think on trios, it's hard because we've got a lot of really stacked teams. I think AOW, we didn't see them today. I mean, we talked a lot about KLA, but we saw every other team other than Bowder and AOW today. Bowder, I'm happy they've made it, but I don't really have them as a forerunner in my mind. I think AOW, again, they're definitely going to be testing top 5. I think that's going to be their overall goal. I think first is obviously where everybody wants to be, but realistically speaking, AOW, I think we could see them in top 5. Podium would be amazing for them. But I think with the form that GG seem to find, with the form that TE seem to find, trios is going to be just phenomenal. There's so much on the line. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us here at the Nbpl. We are going to rest our voices and kick back and relax. We'll be here tomorrow. Wow, fun to speak. Be here tomorrow for the solos. Make sure you join us for that. From me and John, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
turned in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears give healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears give healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of